An administrative computer screen displays the recommended file list, highlighting the orientation PowerPoint presentation. As the mouse pointer hovers over the final draft of the Daydream New Recruit orientation presentation, a sharp click echoes in the quiet office space, opening the file that will change everything. The opening slide pops up with a colorful, bubbly design, presenting the first major question: what kind of company is Daydream Co.? It looks like a standard corporate presentation, but the bright graphics mask a deeper mystery. To explain the company's public reputation, two adorable animated mascots, a clever red fox and a yellow dragon in traditional attire, discuss Daydream's incredible success. "Isn't that the company known for selling hair loss meds with insanely good results?" the fox asks eagerly, noting how people are going crazy over their seemingly magical hair growth products. The yellow dragon adds to the high praise, explaining that they are an elite pharmaceutical company specializing in skincare and beauty treatments, whose products are the only ones that actually deliver results. The presentation takes an energetic turn as a giant starburst exclamation bursts onto the screen, declaring that's not all. The lively mascots bounce across the colorful rainbow-striped background, teasing that the company's real work goes far deeper than just high-end cosmetics. A vibrant rainbow-colored slide flashes on screen with a bold announcement: "We provide every medicine you could possibly need." It is an incredibly bold claim for a pharmaceutical company, hinting at a level of medical advancement that borders on the impossible. Underneath a striking minimalist diamond logo, the cartoon mascots wave cheerily, saying, "See you at Daydream." It is a warm, welcoming invitation designed to put the fresh new recruits at ease, though the reality of what lies ahead is far from friendly. But as the colorful presentation fades, the atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. A mysterious presenter in a sharp suit holds a microphone close to his face, his lips curled into an ominous, wicked smile. In a chilling tone, he utters a single, suspenseful word, "and?" The bright spotlight cuts through the darkness of the stage as the presenter's voice booms through the speakers. A sharp text panel delivers his shocking declaration directly to the silent crowd: "You are the chosen candidates." Standing tall on the brightly lit stage, the speaker addresses the crowd of recruits seated in the dim auditorium. A tense, heavy silence hangs over the room as the new hires look up in stunned silence, their shadows cast long against the dark seats. Sensing that something is deeply wrong, our sharp-eyed, blue-haired protagonist narrows his eyes. He stares quietly at the screen displaying Daydream Co. Ltd., thinking to himself that it is a very familiar name, though perhaps not for any normal reason. He looks down at his hands, which are holding a sleek, premium black gift box adorned with a mysterious silver crest emblem. The presentation of such a high-end item feels less like a corporate welcome gift and more like a tool for a dangerous game. The presenter's voice echoes through the hall, his words dripping with a calculated charm. "We've gathered only the most special individuals among our new recruits here today," he proclaims, making it clear that none of the people sitting in this room were chosen by accident. The presenter throws his arms wide in a theatrical gesture of celebration as the giant screen behind him flashes with the words, "Field Exploration Team." "Congratulations," he laughs into the microphone. "You have all been assigned to the Field Exploration Team." A collective gasp of confusion and shock ripples through the audience, marked by a stark question mark and exclamation point. A dark, glitchy screen reveals the terrifying truth behind the assignment. The Field Exploration Team of Daydream Co. Ltd. is not a normal corporate department. It is one of 5 specialized teams under the Development Department, notorious in the Darkness exploration records as an ill-fated group widely known as a Suicide Squad. The realization leaves the protagonist utterly chilled. In the dim light of the auditorium, the recruits begin to whisper frantically among themselves in sheer confusion. "I've never heard of that team," one murmurs anxiously, while another replies, "Me neither." They look around in growing panic, wondering why on earth a pharmaceutical company would ever have a notorious team like that. The chilling reality of their situation sinks in. This is the insane department that forces a brutal death survival game on its recruits during orientation, using the deadly trial as a horrific filter to select their actual full-time hires. With adrenaline surging through his veins, a recruit takes a sudden, desperate step forward. Knowing the deadly reputation of this team, his mind screams in absolute panic, "I have to get out of here." But before anyone can make a move to escape, the presenter's voice cuts through the air like a knife. A sleek hexagonal caption box appears reading, "However, before we finalize your employment." The recruit whips around in dread as a heavy, metallic locking sound echoes through the hall. Above him, the presenter's voice delivers the ominous catch: "There will be a short probationary period." The dark-haired protagonist watches silently as the presenter lays out the terms of their forced trial. "It will be an absolute evaluation to judge your practical aptitude," the man explains smoothly, before teasing, "Of course, for each individual evaluation." With a manic, wide-eyed grin stretching across his face, the presenter raises his gloved hand. He prepares to snap his fingers, announcing to properly assess each individual's courage as the tension in the room reaches a boiling point. With a sharp, resounding snap of his fingers, the presenter seals their fate. The caption box below warns them in no uncertain terms, "We will catch every single person trying to ride for free." Instantly, the entire auditorium plunges into pitch darkness, causing the recruits to look around in sheer panic. "A blackout?" one cries out, while another desperately asks, "Why did the door close earlier?" as fear spreads through the rows of seats. In the absolute blackness, a few recruits try to reassure themselves, whispering, "Shh, they're probably just getting a new presentation ready." Another voice quickly murmurs back, "Oh, sorry," trying to keep quiet despite the terrifying atmosphere. But their brief hope is shattered as a sudden, intense vibration shakes the floor. In an instant, the dark auditorium vanishes, and the recruits find themselves sitting in shock inside a brightly lit subway car, their minds reeling as the reality of their surroundings completely shifts. The train hurtles forward at an impossible speed through a dark, empty void. Over the PA system, a chilling, mechanical announcement begins to play. "Dear passengers, thank you for riding with Abyss Transit Corporation today. This train will not be..." The announcement delivers its final, terrifying message, stopping. The train roars along the tracks, leaving the passengers with the grim realization that they are trapped on a breakaway transit system to the abyss. As the train speeds onward, the mechanical voice continues its polite but eerie instructions. To ensure a pleasant journey to your final destination, please pay close attention to the following announcements. The digital information screen inside the car glitches violently, displaying scrambled, corrupted letters. What is this?" a recruit stammers in disbelief, while another tries to find a logical explanation, asking, "A subway? Is this like some high-tech virtual reality simulation?" Recruits stand up to inspect their surroundings, their anxiety mounting by the second. "Did we even move?" one asks, looking out the dark windows, while another frantically rattles the door handles, crying out in panic, the doors won't open." Staring at her own terrified reflection in the window glass, a female recruit clutches her chest, asking, "Is this some kind of new technology?" Nearby, another passenger desperately suggests, "Maybe it's like an escape room," hoping it is all just a harmless game. But our protagonist knows much better. A stark white box appears on screen, delivering a grim correction. This isn't new technology. With a cold, steady gaze, the protagonist narrows his eyes. He understands the deadly stakes they are dealing with, thinking to himself, "And it's definitely not an escape room." Standing quietly among the panicked recruits, the protagonist looks down, his face shadowed in deep thought. Then again, he reflects grimly, who could have seen this coming? The reality of their situation is laid bare. They are locked inside a literal death survival game. Suddenly, a creepy, shadowed reflection of a conductor holding a microphone appears in the window glass as the PA speaker crackles to life. This stop is sorrow. A sudden, heavy step echoes through the subway car as someone prepares to face whatever lies beyond the threshold. The tension is palpable as the train begins to slow down. As the protagonist stands in the center of the car, the faded, ghostly blue silhouettes of other passengers appear all around him on the seats. He looks around, his heart tightening as he realizes the ultimate truth. I have entered a ghost story. A corrupted, static-filled screen flashes with a dark welcome message, "Welcome to the Abyss Transit Corporation," confirming that they have crossed over into a supernatural realm. The story shifts to a brown-haired female recruit walking home through the gray, towering buildings of the city. Overwhelmed by her daily routine, she sighs, thinking about her long, exhausting commute and how especially tired she feels today. Slumping her shoulders, she trudges forward with a heavy sigh. "I'm going straight to bed as soon as I get home," she thinks, only to immediately remember her endless chores. I still have to do the laundry." Closing her eyes for just a brief second, she lets out a weary sigh. But as her consciousness slips, a strange transition occurs. "I must have dozed off because when I open my eyes," she suddenly finds herself sitting inside a dimly lit subway train. "I was inside the train," she narrates, looking around in confusion as she realizes her surroundings have changed. "It looked like a normal commute, but wait, where am I? Something feels off." She turns her head to look out the window, but instead of the passing city lights, the glass reflects a strange, flickering blue static, adding to her growing sense of dread. Meanwhile, the blue-haired protagonist observes the situation with a calm, calculating gaze. He realizes that the company's twisted evaluation goes beyond a simple test, thinking to himself, it looks like the company plans to use this ghost story to filter out the new recruits. Below him, the faces of failed recruits are crossed out in red X's, proving how lethal this trial is. A chilling static hums through the ventilation system as the automated PA voice makes another eerie announcement. This stop is Sorrow Station. The mechanical voice continues its instructions over the speaker, directing the trapped recruits. Passengers whose final destination is Sorrow Station, please disembark according to the instructions in the announcement. With a heavy hiss, the train doors slide open, revealing a blinding, misty light on the platform outside. The PA system issues a final chilling warning. The screen doors are opening. The doors will close in 30 seconds. There is no turning back. The recruits gather at the open doorway, staring out into the foggy, dark station platform where a sign clearly reads Sorrow. Sorrow Station? One of them whispers in disbelief, hesitation holding them back from stepping off the train. Peering into the mist, the passengers try to convince themselves that it is safe. It looks just like a regular subway station, one recruit remarks, while another suggests hopefully, can't we get off here? Eager to escape the claustrophobic train car. As the countdown ticks away, a recruit urges the group. The announcement said they'll be closing soon. Shouldn't we hurry and leave? Hearing this, the protagonist's face tenses as he grits his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself, damn it. Knowing that stepping out might be a fatal mistake, he realizes they are running out of time. Stepping near the open doorway, a gray-haired recruit looks out onto the platform with a nervous grin, trying to reassure himself by shouting that everything looks completely normal except for that weird station name. From the shadows inside the subway car, a hand tightly grips the metal doorframe in hesitation, a quiet voice warning that it might be much better if they didn't go out there. Standing calmly in the center of the car, the dark-haired protagonist, holding a shopping bag, points out that they all heard the announcement call this place Sorrow Station, and there is absolutely no station with that name in Korea. Sweating in anxiety, another recruit bites back, demanding to know if the protagonist will take responsibility if they end up missing their chance by staying inside the train. Amidst the rising tension, a handsome recruit with messy brown hair speaks up, calmly suggesting that the protagonist has a point and that they should observe the situation a bit longer. Suddenly, a sleek digital sign flashes with an ominous warning that the doors are closing, sending a jolt of panic through the remaining passengers. Screaming in terror, several recruits bolt toward the exit, urging everyone to just get off the train for now before they get trapped. A recruit desperately forces his way through, gritting his teeth in pain as he barely squeezes past the fast-closing doors with a sharp cry. Outside on the platform, the smug, gray-haired recruit waves a dismissive goodbye through the window glass, completely unaware of the danger as the trapped passengers watch in dread. Inside, a left-behind recruit bangs his fists against the sealed glass door in utter frustration, swearing because he couldn't make it out in time. He turns around in anger, casting a bitter look at the protagonist and furiously blaming him for holding them back. The protagonist looks down silently, his face veiled in deep shadow as he realizes that those who ran just wanted to switch off their brains and escape the suffocating pressure, but a grim reality still awaits them. On the foggy platform, the recruits who escaped walk together, one anxiously wondering if the people left on the train will be okay, while the other casually dismisses it as their own choice. Walking past the station wall, a smug recruit boasts that they should have listened to him earlier, predicting that the others will end up in tears for hesitating, right as a dark shadow falls over the dripping station sign. Suddenly, a voice from above asks, "Don't you agree?" as a thick, pitch-black liquid splatters directly onto the grinning recruit's head from the ceiling. His companion turns around in absolute shock as a sudden red alarm light bathes the entire platform in a bloody glow. In a flash of chaotic, crimson energy, a recruit is violently swept away, screaming as dark forces tear through the station. Bathed in the terrifying red light, a recruit stands frozen in sheer horror, his eyes wide as he stammers in dread, wondering what on earth is happening. Screams of terror echo through the corridor as dark, viscous slime begins raining down from the ceiling, sending the remaining recruits running for their lives. The ceiling seems to melt as thick, bloody liquid pours down heavily, completely sealing off any hope of escape. Desperately reaching out, a crying recruit begs for help as a massive, heavy glob of black liquid falls directly toward his face. Back inside the train, the protagonist closes his eyes in solemn silence, unable to look at the horrific scene unfolding outside. Smeared blood and frantic handprints mark the glass, a grim warning flashing across the screen that this is the brutal fate of those who made the wrong choice. Standing in the eerie crimson glow of the train car, the remaining recruits watch in silence as the weight of their situation sinks in, marking the official beginning of their deadly probationary period. Smeared with dark red fluids, the horrifying reality of the Suicide Squad orientation is painted in blood. A ghostly blue handprint slides down the bloody glass with a chilling sound, leaving a trail of pure dread. A dark, turbulent tide of black liquid fills the screen as a mechanical announcement confirms that the train is now departing. The digital screen glitches violently into a matrix of green static, displaying a chilling message that the darkness they face is made of literal ghost stories. As the train rattles along the dark tracks, the ominous announcement plays over the speaker, noting that their forced trial takes place inside a ghost story as they depart from Sorrow Station. Inside the car, recruits clutch their heads and scream in sheer panic, terrified by the sudden death of their peers, while the protagonist sits in absolute, motionless silence. A stark white screen displays the protagonist's inner thoughts, revealing that he actually has a massive advantage over the other recruits in this survival game. Close-up of his sharp, calculating eyes reveals the reason. He has already read the entire online wiki for this specific ghost story. But his confident internal monologue is instantly cut short as he reluctantly admits that there is just one major problem. Clasping his hands tightly together, he braces himself to face his most embarrassing fatal flaw. A brilliant white circle fades into a dark gray mist, building up to a hilariously pathetic confession. His stoic composure completely shatters as his mind screams in terror, confessing that he absolutely cannot stand scary things, surrounded by comical sketches of himself weeping and trembling in fear. A cute, animated version of the protagonist appears on a browser screen, showing that while he happily gave a thumbs up to reading the text-only wiki with great interest, the moment a cute little cartoon ghost pops up as a visual, his animated chibi self instantly faints from sheer terror, proving he is a total coward when it comes to horror. Flashy comic bubbles explode with his frantic excuses, explaining how he used to hide scary background images and mute audio tracks just to read horror wikis, and even avoided thumbnails on video sharing sites. A stylized panel depicts a hilarious debate where a glitchy ghost demands images to make the story more vivid, only for the protagonist to flatly refuse, claiming he cannot make exceptions to his strict coward rules. The scene transitions back to a stark, spiky bubble on a dark background as he recalls his past embarrassments. A chat log shows his friends mercilessly teasing him because his name, Solium, literally means goosebumps, yet he was too terrified to watch a horror movie with his crush, leaving him burying his face in his hands. Snapping back to reality, he reviews the wiki data on the field exploration team, reminding himself of its terrifying nickname, the ill-fated Suicide Squad. Sitting among the remaining survivors in the quiet subway car, the protagonist folds his hands, trying his best to look calm and collected despite his inner panic. A stark black and white graphic counts down the remaining passengers left alive, leaving only 8 survivors in their car. The stylized main title card of the series appears against a blood-splattered brick wall, grimly stating that even if one falls into a terrifying ghost story, they still have to show up for work. The train's digital display screen suddenly flickers to life, delivering a cold announcement that the next stop is Grudge Station. Lying back against the subway seat, the protagonist looks up wearily as the speaker announces that the doors will open on the right, wondering what terrors await them at this new station. Resting his head back in complete exhaustion, he mutters a silent plea to just be killed already, right as a sudden bright blue holographic light begins to flash before his eyes. He opens his eyes in startled confusion, his gaze locking onto the glowing blue interface that is suddenly materialized right in front of him. Solem's eyes go wide as a floating notebook appears before him, glowing with a brilliant light. The text on the cover reads, "First Prize Darkness Exploration Records Real Goods Box," catching him completely off guard. Staring at the glowing apparition, the protagonist can't help but wonder. His mind races as he repeats the words, "Darkness Exploration Records? Real Goods Box?" trying to make sense of what he is seeing. He quickly looks around the subway car to see if anyone else has noticed the floating notepad. With a bead of sweat running down his cheek, he asks himself in disbelief, "Am I the only one who can see this?" The other recruits are completely distracted, comforting a shaken passenger who is struggling to stand. As they tell the person to take their time getting up and ask if they are okay, Solium realizes that, indeed, no one else is paying attention to the magical glowing notepad. Deciding to keep a low profile, he reaches out his finger to tap the glowing cover. "Let's keep quiet and touch it discreetly," he thinks, cautiously closing the distance to interact with the strange object. With a soft click, the notepad vanishes, and in its place, a small round object with a stylized yellow X logo drops right into his hand. Solium looks down at it in utter confusion and wonder. He holds the circular plastic piece between his fingers, examining its metallic sheen and the prominent yellow X on its face. A grip talk? He questions internally, recognizing the common smartphone accessory. Looking at the design, his eyes narrow as his memory sparks. This is definitely Darkness Exploration Records merch, he realizes, recognizing the logo from the horror franchise he is so familiar with. The memory takes him back in time, like a clock spinning backwards, rapidly counting down the hours, minutes, and seconds until it hits zero with a final echoing click. A dark, ominous void appears, painted with gruesome crimson handprints and splattered blood. In the center of a bloody circle, a chilling message welcomes him to a terrifying new experience. The scene shifts to two high school girls standing before a mirror, but in the reflection, nestled between them in the dark shadows, is a horrifying, ghostly figure staring back with wide, hollow eyes. A dramatic voice echoes, calling out to the explorer of the darkness, only for the setting to reveal itself as a department store. Inside, two schoolgirls are walking through a horror-themed house, with one flinching in absolute frustration, yelling about how annoying it all is. In reality, this spooky atmosphere belongs to the official Apocalypse Prophecy Darkness Exploration Records pop-up store. The protagonist, wearing a dark hoodie and cap to blend in, walks among the bustling crowd of horror fans. This popular franchise is actually a massive online collaborative ghost story universe, where creators and fans share tales about exploring supernatural phenomena collectively referred to as darkness. And right there, loading a shopping basket full of limited edition plushies, keychains, and character merch is none other than Solium himself, a fan completely obsessed with this fictional world. At the checkout counter, the smiling cashier asks if he wants a large eco bag for his haul, to which he quickly agrees. Meanwhile, nearby shoppers whisper among themselves, suspiciously wondering if he is a reseller buying up all the stock. Feeling the judgmental stares, Solem pulls his cap lower over his eyes, sweating in embarrassment. He mentally retorts that he's keeping them all for himself, having even used a precious day off from work just to attend the event. He glances sideways, secretly admitting to himself that he actually came to the pop-up store the previous week as well, proving just how dedicated a fan he truly is. But there was one hurdle he couldn't cross on his last visit, the Lucky Roulette event. His pride as a mature office worker held him back from participating in something so childishly energetic in public. Knowing that the pop-up store closes tomorrow and the roulette event ends today, Solem hesitates. Suddenly, an enthusiastic staff member pops out from behind a corner, beaming with energy as they ask if he'd like to participate. Swallowing his pride, Solium quietly agrees and walks over. The energetic staff member guides him forward with bright sparkles, as Solium silently thanks the kind clerk for making the process a little less painful. The staff member happily explains the rules of the game, letting him know that each slot represents a different prize tier, and all he has to do is press the remote button to stop the spinning wheel whenever he wants. Solem keeps his expectations incredibly low, figuring he'll probably just walk away with a basic participation prize. Still, as a hardcore fan, he feels even a small souvenir is perfectly fine. He clicks the remote, and the spinning wheel slows down with a heavy whirring sound. He hopes for the 7th prize notepad so he can just go home, but to his utter shock, the pointer clicks into place and lands directly on the golden first prize slot. He stands frozen, staring blankly at the screen. His brain completely short-circuits as he mutters a confused, silent, "Huh?" unable to believe his eyes. Staff members explode into furious applause and cheers, showering the bewildered, frozen office worker with confetti as they enthusiastically announce his grand victory. He is handed a sleek, luxury black gift box adorned with the silver eye logo of the franchise. Looking down at the heavy box in his hands, he whispers in disbelief, "Is this for real?" The clerk eagerly explains that they also need to print custom on-site merchandise for the first prize winner, asking for his name. Solium nods blankly, his mind still processing the words custom on-site merch. He provides his name. It's Kim Solium, and the customized machine immediately starts printing his prize with a cheerful melody and a mechanical hum. The machine dispenses the finished product with a soft click. The promotional banner below promises that this custom prize allows fans to create their very own character within the universe. When he picks it up, he realizes it's a realistic corporate ID card for Daydream Co. Ltd. with his name, Kim Solium, listed as an employee of the field exploration team. He stares at it, whispering, "An employee ID card?" The staff member gasps in excitement, clapping his hands together as he praises the luck of the draw. "Wow, Daydream Co. Ltd., he exclaims, noting that it is one of the 3 most famous factions in the entire franchise. As an avid fan of the wiki, Soyum knows this fictional world inside out. He recognizes the trope of the ruthless megacorporation that monetizes ghost stories, but he also knows a dark truth about his newly assigned department. Of all the divisions, the field exploration team is the most dangerous. Despite the high mortality rate of the department, the extreme danger is exactly why so many of the story's most famous and beloved characters were members of this legendary team. The energetic clerk expresses his excitement, wondering what kind of terrifying adventures employee Kim Sol-yeom would face in their fictional universe. Though Sol-yeom politely replies that he likes it, his true cowardly thought is that he will hide this creepy ID card somewhere far out of sight the moment he gets home. Clad in his dark hood, Sol-yeom quietly exits the store, carrying his prizes but feeling a strange lingering chill after the encounter. But on his journey home, the atmosphere suddenly shifts. A heavy, dark tide of shadowy energy begins to ripple through his surroundings, distorting the reality around him. Out of nowhere, an intense wave of dizziness washes over him. The world spins violently as his vision begins to fragment into a chaotic blur of light and color. When the vertigo finally subsides and he opens his eyes, he expects to find himself back in the familiar lecture hall. Instead, his hand is tightly squeezing the plastic grip talk, and he is sitting on a rattling subway seat. Rummaging through his pockets in the quiet train car, he pulls out the grip talk. A system interface pops up in his mind, identifying it as the Memorial Grip Talk, an F-class item that can visualize its user's memories into clear text when attached to a smartphone. Realizing the potential of this item, he carefully presses the adhesive side of the grip talk onto the back of his smartphone. It snaps into place with a satisfying click. Instantly, his phone screen bursts with a blinding golden light that bathes his face in its glow. The screen initializes, displaying the title of the active survival scenario, Welcome to Abyss Transit Corporation. The phone screen populates with detailed lore files, revealing the classification of their current location as a D-grade glimmer darkness. It describes the exact premise of waking up on a normal-looking commute, only for supernatural station names to echo through the train car. The text warns that despite its low D grade, this specific story is notorious for an overwhelmingly high escape difficulty that inflicts eternal suffering on the field exploration team. Seeing the data materialize, Sol-yeom gasps in absolute triumph. It works! The grip talk is doing its job perfectly. The scattered, blurry fragments of the horror wiki that he could barely remember are now beautifully rendered as highly detailed, clear text files right on his screen. Survival in this world is an absolute nightmare. With hundreds of collaborative ghost stories written by countless online authors, it is impossible for an ordinary human to recall the exact details, let alone solve them on the spot under extreme pressure. With the memory manifesting power of the grip talk in his hands, Sol-yeom's cautious gaze sharpens. He finally has the ultimate weapon to navigate the deadly trials ahead. With a decisive click, his finger taps the screen, initiating a search through the massive database of records stored within his mind. He scrolls past lore files and character sheets focused on a single crucial category. What I need to find right now is a previous escape record, he thinks, searching for the exact steps taken by survivors who conquered this station before. He pauses, his finger hovering over the screen as a tense silence fills the space. With a final, sharp tap, he prepares to load the forbidden knowledge that will save his life. Sol-yeom stares down at his phone, his eyes narrowing with a look of quiet intensity. An idea sparks in his mind, and he thinks with growing confidence, I've got it. The dark subway train echoes with a chilling automated broadcast declaring, this station is Grudge Station. Sol-yeom realizes that reading the recorded escape cases of past survivors on the wiki is his best chance at finding a safe place to exit. As the automated warning repeats that they are approaching Grudge Station, Sol-yeom glances around the quiet, tense carriage. The other passengers look increasingly pale, clutching their heads in silent panic. Sol-yeom looks down, his expression hardening into a serious frown. He knows he has a plan, but there is still a massive hurdle ahead as he thinks, the problem is, the subway car rattles and shakes violently as it hurtles through the darkness. Sitting on the passenger benches, two office workers are paralyzed with fear, one leaning her head back in despair while the other trembles helplessly. One of the passengers mutters in terror, Grudge Station? Like a grudge someone holds? Sol-yeom looks over at them, desperately trying to figure out how he can convince these frightened people to trust him and get off at the correct station. Glancing towards the closed sliding doors of the train, Sol-yeom realizes he cannot do this alone. He thinks to himself, I need to get as many people as possible to leave with me. In his mind, a comical daydream of himself as a chibi guardian angel with tiny wings appears, flying happily as passengers cheer and cry with joy, celebrating the survival of the field exploration team. But the harsh reality of their terrifying situation immediately crashes back in with a stark, red-tinted screen that flatly declares, of course not. Sol-yeom places a hand on his forehead, sweat dripping down his face as he battles his own internal panic, thinking, I mean, honestly, I do feel a bit that way, but a burning crimson aura of dread surrounds Sol-yeom as he faces the terrifying mechanics of the survival scenario, realizing, I can't get off by myself. He recalls the horrific descriptions of the other possible exit points, a nightmarish station completely overrun and covered with hundreds of writhing green eyeballs, and a pitch-black station where the only guide is a dimly lit emergency sign. He continues listing the terrors, including a station turned completely upside down with ghostly dark shadows hanging from the ceiling. A chibi version of Solium dramatically collapses, comically sighing that there's a 90% chance he will faint halfway through and fail to escape. Taking a firm, decisive step forward in his polished leather shoes, Solium hardens his resolve, thinking, so, against a dramatic, high-contrast dark background, his internal voice echoes with absolute determination. I have to convince everyone somehow. Solium stands tall and composed in the rattling carriage, a shining aura surrounding him as he captures the attention of the surrounding passengers, mentally declaring, and escape together. His phone screen displays the detailed database page for the Memorial Grip Talk, classifying it as a D-class read and edit tool from the Disaster Management Agency that visualizes its users' memories into clear text. Solium strategizes his approach carefully, thinking that blabbing about supernatural phenomena or the darkness right off the bat would be incredibly stupid and make him look crazy. He takes a slow, steady step forward, knowing he must play things smart. Slowly build trust first. Walking past despondent, purple-tinted passengers, Solium reminds himself that people have a strong herd mentality, so if he can convince just one or two, the rest will easily follow. He searches the cabin for someone who needs help or someone with a clue to build a connection. Suddenly, a tired sigh breaks the silence as a nearby passenger mutters, what is this? Solium freezes, his attention instantly caught. The passenger grumbles, it's not like some WeTube ghost story. Hearing those familiar words, Solium's eyes widen in absolute shock as a connection sparks. A dramatic burst of white light fills his mind as he celebrates. Found one! A young woman with short brown hair sits staring anxiously at her phone, letting out a heavy sigh, completely unaware of the terrifying ghostly face with glowing white eyes watching her from the dark window reflection right behind her. The young woman gasps in shock, her eye widening in surprise as Solium suddenly approaches and speaks to her. Solium sits down on the bench next to her, looking serious as he asks, a ghost story, did you say? Flustered and embarrassed by his sudden interest, the woman nervously plays with her hands and stammers, I watch ghost stories on WeTube sometimes, and it just reminded me of that. Leaning back in the carriage, Solium gently prompts her for more information, suggesting they share details since this is no ordinary situation. She replies sheepishly that it's not really valuable information, just that everything literally feels like a ghost story. She begins recounting the bizarre sequence of events, explaining how their normal lecture hall suddenly transformed into a rattling subway, and how the people around them just started to die. She whispers, trembling with terror as she remembers the horror, while creepy, hollow-eyed shadows loom menacingly in the window reflection behind her head. The heavy memory makes her feel physically sick, and she covers her mouth in nausea, muttering, sorry, talking about it just made me... Solium watches her with a quiet, sympathetic gaze. Solium looks down, his expression soft as he validates her feelings, saying, no, I feel the same way. With such absurd things happening, I can't think straight either. In a sudden, comical chibi scene, Solium sits slouched next to a tiny, confused chibi version of the woman, sweat dropping as he thoughtlessly admits, I want to throw up too. The woman giggles, her mood lifting as she smiles brightly and says, oh, come on, you seem like the most level-headed person here. Solium sweat drops, retorting that she only says that because she hasn't seen him faint while being level-headed yet. Their lighthearted moment is suddenly interrupted as a shadow looms over them. A polite voice says, excuse me, causing both of them to look up in surprise. Standing before them is a handsome young man with messy brown hair and green eyes, who scratches the back of his neck with a friendly smile, asking Solium, but you're the one who sat next to me, right? Solium blinks in confusion, thinking, next to you? As he tries to place the stranger's face. The green-eyed man leans in slightly, pointing directly at the custom corporate ID card hanging from Solium's neck, asking curiously, where did you get that? Extending his hand warmly for a friendly handshake, the handsome young man introduces himself with a bright smile. I'm Bake Sahan. Solium freezes in absolute shock, his heart skipping a beat as he stares blankly at the extended hand, his mind screaming, Bake Sahan? A giant, dramatic purple explosion erupts in Solium's mind as his mental database registers the name, screaming, he's a named employee! The mental database screen displays the official Darkness Exploration Records wiki page for Bake Sahan, confirming his legendary status as a Daydream Co. section chief who survived 106 explorations with 17 special cases recorded. The screen flashes red as it reveals his notorious codename within the franchise, alias Viper. Baek-sahan tilts his head with a polite, puzzled smile, wondering why the man in front of him is staring so intensely. Solem's eyes tremble in disbelief as he thinks, "This guy is Baek-sahan?" Seizing the opportunity to break the ice, Go Young-un smiles brightly and extends her hand to Baek-sahan, saying, "Since we're in this situation, we should at least introduce ourselves. I'm Go Young-un." Solem watches her, realizing he has never heard of her name in the wiki before. Solem recalls the grim reality of unnamed background characters in this universe. They either resolved the ghost stories easily and resigned early, or they met a swift, brutal end, depicted by a terrifying red skeleton in a pool of blood. He notes that while some named employees only went by nicknames or code names, their personalities were always so distinct that he would have recognized them instantly. Clutching his knee tightly as sweat beads on his hand, Solium grits his teeth in anxiety, cursing, "Damn it!" Composing himself, Solum extends his hand to return the handshake, looking Baek-sahan in the eye as he introduces himself. "I'm Kim Solum." The chilling title card of the story appears against a dark, watery blue background, reading, "Even if I fall into a ghost story, I still have to go to work." Inside the subway car, a tense murmur fills the air as the passengers naturally split into smaller, anxious groups, murmuring amongst themselves. Watching the scene closely, Go Young-un turns to Kim Solum and notes that those people seem to be trying to communicate with the passengers in the next car. Solum looks on grimly and agrees that it certainly seems to be the case. Suddenly, a mechanical voice chimes through the train's intercom, declaring that the upcoming stop is Rapture Station. Hearing this, the passengers look up in confusion, a collective murmur of surprise rippling through the carriage. Go Young-un wonders aloud if Rapture might actually be a positive name, suggesting that maybe it's a safe place to disembark. But Sol, sweat dripping down his face in apprehension, flatly rejects the idea, knowing the true terrors of this place. In the dark depths of the subway, a grim warning stands out. One simply cannot judge which station is safe to get off at by its name alone. The station themes shift dramatically every single time this supernatural ghost story manifests, featuring name categories like colors, body parts, or years. Because of this constant shifting, it is completely impossible to escape by simply looking for a good or comforting word. However, despite the shifting themes, a glimmer of hope remains. There is still a way to look for logical patterns in the madness. Solem recalls the crucial data from the Abyss Transit Corporation wiki page, specifically referencing the exploration records collected up to case number 56. In some past scenarios, the station names were represented by simple colors like red, yellow, and blue, where silhouettes of past victims were left wandering the platforms. In other cases, the names were based on human body parts, such as left arm, cornea, or heart. The wiki tragically records that a group attempted to disembark at Cochlea Station, only to meet a swift and brutal end, failing their escape. There were also cycles where the station names were represented by years, such as 2008, 2012, or 2016, leaving the terrified passengers surrounded by giant descending cylinders. When a desperate group tried to make their escape at 2026 station, the wiki recorded yet another horrific failure, leaving nothing behind but blood splatters and despair. Most terrifyingly, there were iterations where stations were named after notorious serial killers, marked by chilling giant human eyeballs peering directly into the train windows. Deep in thought, Solium clutches his chin, realizing that throughout all 56 documented escape cases, the overall vibe or literal meaning of a station's name has absolutely zero correlation with its actual safety or escape success rate. Through the open doors of the train, a bright, inviting warmth shines from the platform of Rapture Station. One of the passengers eagerly suggests that since the place looks perfectly normal, they should get off and look for help. But Solium is struck by a sudden wave of panic, staring in disbelief at how pristine and clean the station appears. A dramatic burst of panic flashes through Solem's mind as he realizes the sheer number of people with him, knowing the horrific mental toll it will take if he has to witness them all perish. Moving with sudden, desperate speed, Solem lunges forward and throws his arm out to block the passengers, shouting for them to wait. Standing tall and composed, his disaster management agency ID card dangling from his neck, Solem stares down the passengers with absolute seriousness, asking if they are truly sure about this. The female passenger looks back in utter confusion, demanding to know what he is talking about. Solem fixes her with a piercing gaze and asks if she is truly sure that this clean station is safe. Taking a breath, Solium addresses the group, pointing out that everyone here can easily agree that this bizarre situation mirrors a terrifying ghost story. Go Young-un gasps, covering her mouth in shock as Solem continues his intense warning, asking if anyone has ever seen a horror movie or ghost story end well for characters who blindly relied on sheer luck and basic instinct.
Looking at the quiet, hesitant passengers staring out toward the platform, Solium's voice rings out with quiet gravity, asking if they are truly prepared to gamble their lives so carelessly. The flustered female passenger snaps back defensively, demanding if Solium has some brilliant deduction of his own. She grumbles that he has done nothing but say frustrating things, angrily telling him to get out of the way. She continues to mock him, asking if he thinks they are on a game show and if someone gave him a special hint. Keeping his composure, Solium responds with calm confidence. Yes, there is a hint. With a dramatic and confident gesture, Solium raises his index finger, pointing upward as he announces that the ultimate clue is the train's automated announcement itself. The passengers freeze in absolute shock, their eyes widening in disbelief as they process Solium's unexpected claim. A dark blue screen highlights the chilling transcript of the broadcast. For a comfortable journey to your final destination, please listen carefully to the announcement. Standing in profile, Solium explains that the key to surviving this nightmarish train is to focus entirely on the wording of the announcements and follow them to the letter. The next crucial line of the announcement flashes on the screen. Passengers whose final destination is Rapture Station must disembark according to the announcement. Solium turns to the huddled crowd, directly asking if there is a single person among them whose actual, literal final destination is Rapture Station. Passengers look at each other, muttering that a happy, rapturous life is the ultimate goal of living, so maybe they should go. But when Solium directly presses them on whether Rapture Station is their true designated destination, they begin to hesitate and stammer. Becoming increasingly defensive and agitated, the female passenger yells at Solium, accusing him of interfering far too much. She demands to know if he will take full responsibility if they fail to escape because of his warnings. Staring her straight in the eyes, Solium delivers a bold, unwavering response that stuns the carriage. I will take responsibility. With a sudden chime, the automated system warns that the platform screen doors are closing. Solium turns back into the car, silently noting to himself that he was already planning on escaping alongside them anyway. As the heavy glass doors slide shut, Solium lets out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking that this should be enough to stop anyone from blaming him. But his peace is shattered when a nearby passenger suddenly points at the window, shouting for everyone to look. Solium gasps in shock as he looks through the glass and witnesses the desperate crowd from the front car running out onto the platform. Go Young-eun watches anxiously, fearfully asking if those people will be okay. Solium breaks into a cold sweat, desperately wishing he could turn away from the grim reality unfolding before his eyes. From an overview view, the passengers from the front car can be seen running joyfully onto the pristine platform, completely unaware of the horrifying trap they have walked into. The very moment a passenger's polished shoe steps onto the platform floor, a thick, bubbling golden liquid sticks to the sole with a wet squelch, drawing a confused murmur from the victim. In an instant, the platform erupts into a sea of boiling molten gold. A man screams in absolute agony as his lower half is engulfed by the searing golden liquid, his flesh melting away in seconds. Golden tide rises rapidly, consuming the fleeing passengers. A woman screams in terror as her body melts into the bubbling gold, desperately begging for help that will never come. A chilling artistic silhouette shows a passenger being completely dissolved into the golden sludge, his ID card floating uselessly in the boiling pool as he is erased from existence. The entire platform of Rapture Station becomes a nightmarish, glowing inferno of molten gold, swallowing the screaming victims whole and reducing them to ashes against the sides of the train. Amidst the horrific screams, the train's automated system calmly chimes once more, announcing that the train is now departing from Rapture Station. Inside the rattling carriage, Go Young-eun and another passenger press their hands against the glass in pure horror, their faces pale as the terrifying golden glow of the melting platform illuminates the dark train. Solium stands silently behind them, deeply shaken by the brutal reality of the station. As the train hurtles back into the darkness, a trembling passenger desperately grabs hold of Solium's jacket, reminding him of his promise to take responsibility. Clutching Solium's clothes in sheer panic, the terrified man begs for a guarantee that Solium will truly find a safe place for them to exit. Solium looks back at the desperate man, flatly answering with a simple, confident yes. But internally, Solium is screaming in panic, sweating profusely as he realizes his legs are shaking so violently that a simple yes is the only word he can manage to squeeze out. Suddenly, a cheerful, smooth voice breaks the heavy tension as Baek Sa-hun steps forward, offering a bright, admiring smile and calling Solium amazing. Solium blinks in utter confusion, completely thrown off by the sudden praise from the legendary named employee. Baek Sahan scratches the back of his neck with a relaxed, cheerful grin, saying that reliable people like Solemn are incredibly rare to find these days. He brightly adds that since Solemn is so confident, he sincerely hopes they get excellent results, leaving Solemn feeling highly suspicious of his easygoing demeanor. Standing inside the quiet subway car, Sol-yoon turns to Baek Sahon, asking directly if there is a specific station he wants to get off at. Taken aback by the suddenness of the question, Sahon scratches his cheek with a puzzled smile, admitted that he doesn't really know much about this supernatural situation. Solemn observes Sahon closely, represented by a chibi illustration with a large orange question mark. He notes to himself that since Baek Sahon worked as an agency employee, he must have passed this brutal entrance exam, yet wonders why he doesn't seem to have a feel for the danger yet. Solemn decides that for now, he must keep a very close eye on Sahon. Dark blue screen flashes as the train's automated announcement chimed, warning all passengers that as the train passes through a curved section, there may be severe noise and shaking. As the automated system strictly instructs the passengers to please remain seated to prevent any accidents, everyone in Sol-eum's car quickly sits down together, bracing themselves as the subway begins to rumble. Suddenly, a bright, flashing panel erupts in the dark as a passenger yells out in sheer panic, pointing toward the train car directly ahead. Through the glass door separating the carriages, a violent, chaotic brawl is seen breaking out among the desperate passengers in the front car. The survivors in Sol-eum's car watch in terror, completely torn between wanting to intervene and their fear of disobeying the safety announcement to remain seated. While someone in the background frantically screams through the glass for the fighting passengers to sit down, Solem closes his eyes in grim resignation, sweating as he silently realizes that it is already far too late for them. A dark blue warning screen signals the terrifying transition as the train officially enters the dangerous curved section of the track. The entire train car violently jolts under an ominous red light. The standing passengers in the next car are brutally thrown against the windows with a sickening crash, their desperate screams echoing through the metal walls as blood splatters across the glass. Against a bloody red background, the train's automated system calmly chimes once again, announcing to the terrified survivors that it is now safe to stand up. The train's speaker system politely thanks the passengers for their cooperation, while right outside the glass, thick streaks of fresh blood are smeared across the window, painting a horrific picture of the slaughter that just took place. Inside the red-lit carriage, a female passenger breaks down completely, clutching her head in absolute terror as she weeps for her mother, while other passengers cry out in hysteria, realizing that the train's warnings are brutally literal. Solem stands amidst the blood-red glow, deeply shaken by the horrific carnage, but realizing that the announcements are indeed their only lifeline. Trying to steady his trembling mind, he resolves to focus entirely on persuading the passengers to follow the rules. Just as the tension begins to settle, a passenger cries out in dread as the train's warning system chimes once more, signaling that another terrifying trial is about to unfold. An overhead view of the red-lit subway car ceiling shows the automated screen flashing a cryptic new message, warning passengers that there is a lost property on board. The automated system continues its chilling broadcast, instructing that if anyone finds the lost property, they must disembark at the next station and deliver it directly to the station staff. Solium's eyes widen as he makes a sudden, crucial connection to the Abyss Transit Wiki, recalling a rare escape case from the miscellaneous records where possessing the designated lost property guaranteed a safe exit. Sol Aram stares intensely ahead as the automated broadcast begins to describe the exact nightmarish nature of the lost property, starting with the detail that it belongs to a male in his 20s. A realistic, chilling depiction of a human eyeball floats against a dark background with swirling red lines as the announcement delivers its horrific final detail. The lost property is a Type A adult male's left eyeball. The train car falls into a petrified silence under the crimson light as the speakers calmly repeat the instruction to deliver this gruesome item to the station staff at the next stop. Solium's profile is highlighted in red as he intensely ponders this escape case from the transit records, knowing that this is their one logical chance to escape if they can find the item. The passengers look at each other in utter disbelief and growing horror, muttering and repeating the horrific requirement of sacrificing a Type A adult male's left eyeball. Solium looks down thoughtfully, realizing that Type A most likely refers to the victim's blood type. He briefly hesitates, wondering if he should just remain silent and let the situation play out on its own. The dark, smoky, abstract background illustrates the psychological danger of the situation, highlighting Solium's concern that if only one person attempts to escape first, it might ruin the group's unity and spark a deadly internal conflict. A nervous passenger in a brown suit raises his hand, hesitantly suggesting that they should try to find the person who fits the description first, since they have no idea what might happen next. The male passengers quickly begin questioning each other's ages and blood types in a bid to find a match, with one man stating he is in his 30s, while another sighs in relief, noting he is type B and therefore unqualified. One of the passengers turns to Solom and asks for his blood type. Solom calmly lies, claiming that he is type AB to avoid matching the deadly description of the lost property. Suddenly, the passenger in the brown suit boldly raises his hand, declaring to the entire carriage that he fits the nightmarish description perfectly, down to every single detail. The passenger's face is shown in a tense close-up, sweating profusely as the gravity of his confession sinks in, leaving him terrified of what the others might do to him. Dark red text panels flash on the screen, indicating that the train is now arriving at Anger Station. Bathed in a deep red glow, Baek Sa-han looks back with a calm, handsome smile as the automated announcement continues, stating that the train doors are opening. Stepping forward, Baek Sa-han approaches the nervous Type A passenger, asking him to confirm his blood type. The man, sweating in apprehension, hesitantly replies, yes. The dark textured screen flashes once again, repeating the automated broadcast that this stop is Anger Station. Close up on Baek Se-hoon's serene, closed eyes as the train system announces that the platform screen doors are opening. A dynamic, blurred close-up shows a hand moving with blinding speed, holding a dark smartphone as an attack is initiated. Baek Se-hoon delivers a chillingly calm line saying, "That's too bad," as the Type A passenger stares at him in sudden paralyzed shock. A horrific burst of red splatters across the scene as the Type A passenger screams in agony, his face contorted in pain as a brutal assault is carried out right in front of the horrified crowd. In a flash of violence, the sound of tearing flesh echoes through the car as Baek Se-hoon ruthlessly gouges out the passenger's left eyeball. The victim collapses heavily onto the floor of the subway cart, clutching his bleeding face and groaning in excruciating pain. A dark screen captures the high-pitched, panicked scream of a female passenger, utterly horrified by the sudden, blood-soaked assault. From an overhead view, the injured passenger lies in a pool of blood while the others look on in sheer terror. Baek Se-hoon stands calmly near the open doors of the train, holding the bloody smartphone and the freshly harvested eyeball. Turning back with a twisted, sinister grin, his hand covered in fresh blood, Baek Se-hoon casually mocks the passengers, asking why they're all waiting around like idiots when they could easily escape by giving up an eye. The surviving passengers stare in absolute shock and terror, their eyes wide as they process Se-hoon's monstrous but logically flawless interpretation of the train's escape rules. The repeating guidelines of the train announcement flash on a dark background, reminding the passengers to deliver the lost property to the station staff at the next stop. Stepping out onto the platform, Baek Se-hoon sneers with a dark, mocking expression, muttering that he shouldn't have expected much from people who expect others to take responsibility for their survival. Go Young-un jumps up in shock, pointing toward the door at the departing Baek Se-hoon, while Solom watches calmly, letting out a quiet "oh" as he processes Se-hoon's sudden departure. A chibi illustration of Sol-young shows a light bulb popping up over his head as he suddenly realizes Se-hoon's true identity, noting that his ruthless actions perfectly match his notorious nickname, the Viper. Solom reflects on Se-hoon's terrifying dual nature, recalling how he initially thought Se-hoon was just an untalented, easygoing new recruit because of his bright, friendly everyday smile. The dark blue narration box confirms that the cold, ruthless behavior Baek Se-hoon just displayed is exactly how he was described in the secret transit exploration records. As the train doors slowly slide shut, Sol-eon marvels at Sol-eon's incredibly bold and bloodthirsty judgment. Realizing that only one eyeball might be accepted as the lost property, Sol-eon gave up his own left eye and brutally took out his competitor's eye to guarantee his own flawless escape. Looking out of the train car, Solom watches the doors slide closed behind the departing Baek Se-hoon. Deeply unsettled by the cold brutality he just witnessed, Solom thinks to himself that Se-hoon didn't actually need to go that far to secure his escape. Kneeling in the dim, reddish glow of the carriage, Solom begins to search the dark corners of the floor near the lower ventilation grates. He mutters to himself that he definitely saw it around here earlier, desperately trying to locate the hidden item. Reaching down, his hand slides over the metallic vents as a quiet, squeaking sound echoes through the tense quiet. Solom reasons that, in the first place, the designated lost property is not something that belongs to you originally. Peering through the narrow gaps of the metal grate, Solom's fingers brush against a cold glass object. As his hand wraps around the container to pull it out, he continues his train of thought, noting that the item is instead something that someone else lost. Solom holds up a glass vial, the label revealing it belongs to a 27-year-old female with Rh-positive type A blood. Floating inside the chemical solution is a perfectly intact human eyeball, the genuine lost property left behind by another passenger. Set against the dark, starry backdrop, 3 glowing glass vials containing eyeballs of various colors drift silently. Solium realizes that this lost property announcement is essentially a twisted treasure hunt. You find the correct item hidden inside the train car and disembark with the one that perfectly matches the station's description. Standing near the window, Solium watches Bake Sahon on the platform outside. Solium thinks that while he shouldn't blame Sahon for trying to escape on his own, the newcomer's bloodthirsty method of taking another man's eye crossed the line of humanity. Outside on the platform, bathed in an ominous red light, Bake Sahon calmly holds up the glass vial containing the eye he just harvested. Inside the train, a passenger stares back in utter disbelief and horror at the chillingly serene expression on Sahon's face. Hearing a crackle from the platform's PA system, Bake Sahon tilts his head, wondering if the announcement is addressing him. Above him, a speaker screen flashes, politely asking all disembarked passengers to wait a moment. The train station's intercom calmly announces that the staff will assist the disembarked passenger. Suddenly, massive, multicolored metallic syringe needles descend menacingly from the ceiling, pointing directly at a startled Bake Sahon. A colorful, glitched announcement screen flashes, politely thanking the passenger for his cooperation. In a striking close-up, a sweating, wide-open eye reflects the terrifying neon light, hinting at the gruesome trial Sahon is about to face. A crimson notification screen with dark static flashes in the silence, confirming that the lost property has been successfully delivered to the station staff. Back inside the carriage, the cool white lights return as the survivors gather. While a female passenger comforts the groaning, injured Type A man, another passenger mutters that no one feels sorry for Bake Sahon after the monstrous act he committed. Looking at the injured passenger, the woman with wavy brown hair worries aloud, noting that his cornea is definitely damaged. Hearing her detailed observations, Solium turns to her and asks if she was in the medical field. Smiling sheepishly, the woman explains that she only went to school for it but transferred majors and never took the exam, calling herself a fraud. Looking at her, Solium silently reflects that getting into medical school in the first place is still highly impressive. A clean gray and blue announcement board flashes inside the subway carriage, warning the survivors that the next stop is Hatred Station. As the train approaches the next platform, Solium notices the other passengers staring at him with sweaty, anxious faces. He realizes they are watching to see if he'll suggest getting off, and thinks that at this rate, they might let him decide their entire fate. Leaning in close to Solium, the brown-haired female passenger asks with a nervous, sweating expression if the pressure of leading everyone is becoming a bit too overwhelming for him. Illustrated in a simple, heartfelt layout, the two characters stand side by side. Solium thinks to himself that he is actually grateful they rely on him, understanding they're just scared and anxious, while the woman looks down and softly apologizes for leaning on him so much. Sighing softly, the woman explains that she has been thinking things over on her own. Curious about her thoughts, Solium looks at her and asks what kind of thinking she has been doing. Against a glittering soft white background, a thought bubble rises, bringing up the mystery of the final destination Solium mentioned earlier. The woman nervously smiles, sweating as she suggests that if they are talking about a human's final destination, the literal answer could be death. Close up on Solium's calm, dark eyes as he listens to her theory, she continues, wondering if they should get off immediately if a station with a similar, grim name comes up. A shot of their legs standing close together on the train floor captures the gravity of the conversation. The woman admits that she kept silent about this thought earlier because it felt like they would just be choosing to die. Solium smiles warmly, assuring her that he thinks her theory is actually very logical. Relieved and flustered by his praise, the woman blushes slightly and smiles, asking if he really thinks so. Solium's expression turns serious as he prepares to explain the deeper mechanics of the Abyss Transit. He gently interrupts her, stating that, to begin with, they need to examine what a destination truly is. A handsome close-up shows Solium looking at her with a gentle, knowing smile, exuding a calm confidence that immediately puts her at ease. Solium closes his eyes, softly questioning what exactly a destination means in the context of this supernatural train ride. The digital screen inside the subway carriage displays the upcoming stop, Peace Station. Solium explains that, by definition, a purpose or a destination is a goal to achieve or a direction to head toward. Looking up at the clean, white ceiling vents of the carriage, Solium notes that the theme of this train is highly intuitive. As long as passengers follow the direct instructions, like taking a seat or finding the lost property, their safety is guaranteed. A dark, blue-toned flashback montage shows passengers screaming in agony as they are dissolved or crushed. Solium explains that even those who got off at the wrong stations paid the price in a very direct, brutal way. As the train barrels through the dark tunnel toward a blinding white light ahead, Solium concludes his thought, realizing that this destination must refer to a point of ultimate resolution that they haven't reached yet. Reflecting on the previous stops, a visual montage shows the shadowed silhouettes of passengers marked with white crosses. Solemn recalls that at Blue Station, the victims were those without blue items, and at the serial killer station, most escaped simply because none of them were actual serial killers. Close-up of Sol-Em's sharp, analytical eyes as he makes a brilliant connection, noting that the overriding theme of these stations is deeply rooted in human emotions. A soft chime sounds through the train as the automated announcement displays a blue notification declaring that the train is now arriving at P Station. On the floor, the exhausted passengers look up, sensing a shift in the air. Sol-Em turns and boldly steps forward, declaring with absolute certainty that this is their stop, leaving the brown-haired female passenger startled by his sudden, confident move. Turning his head back with a calm, handsome smile, Sol-Em looks at his companions, completely ready to lead them out of the nightmare. A cute bonus panel features a chibi illustration of Sahan split down the middle. On the left, he is bright and smiling happily, surrounded by flowers and a warm sun. On the right, he is cast in dark shadows with a sharp, wicked smirk, highlighting his true dual nature. A stunning fantasy illustration depicts three cool, white-haired and dark-haired characters standing amidst floating shards of glass, capturing a dramatic, action-packed atmosphere. Over a blue-violet montage of diverse passengers showing intense expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, Sol-Em notes that everyone experiences these basic emotions throughout life, making it incredibly difficult to find an emotion that none of them possess. Inside the dimly lit carriage, Sol-Em looks down thoughtfully, contemplating if there is a single, rare exception to this universal emotional rule. The train's digital sign flashes blue and white, announcing that the next station is Taepyeong, while the scrolling text instructs passengers that the doors are on the right. A dictionary page is shown, displaying the definition of carefreeness as a noun meaning a state of peace and stability, or a state of mind completely free of any worry or anxiety. Bold black text on a clean white background delivers a simple, undeniable truth. No human can ever be completely free from worry and anxiety. A dramatic view shows the front of the subway train, splattered with fresh blood, rushing through the dark tunnel with its headlights glaring, emphasizing that carefreeness is impossible in a terrifying situation like this. Sol-Em reaches out and gently places his hand on the arm of the injured Type A passenger. The young man, clutching his bandaged, bloodied eye, looks up with a mixture of pain and profound gratitude. Helping the injured passenger stand, Sol-Em leads the group of weary survivors out of the open train doors. The injured man weakly thanks Sol-Em as they step onto the platform. Close up on Sol-Em's determined, sharp eyes as he walks forward, he silently tells himself that since he took the lead, everyone is following him, and there is no turning back now. Against a dark background stained with ominous smears of red, a stark title card ponders the terrifying question of what lies ahead if they all attempt to escape together like this. The concrete wall of the subway station is heavily splattered with fresh streaks of blood. Despite the horrific violence painted across the wall, the clean station sign reads Taepyeong in Korean and peaceful in English, hinting at a dark irony waiting for them. Standing inside the train, the remaining survivors, including Sol-Em, the brown-haired woman, and the injured passenger, wear expressions of deep anxiety and fear as they prepare to make a critical choice. A top-down illustration of the chibi characters navigating the train carriage as it approaches the platform. The surrounding walls are heavily splattered with an ominous sea of blood, causing panic among them as they question if this is truly the right way. Clenching his fists in hesitation, a passenger battles his own internal dread, desperately wishing someone would convince him not to step off the train, before a voice suddenly calls out to excuse themselves. Stepping forward with determination, the brown-haired female passenger raises her hand and confidently declares to the group that she believes getting off at this station is the right choice. Turning to Sol-Em, the woman notes that he is the only one who has managed to stay remarkably calm while everyone else was gripped by terror. Hearing this, Sol-Em silently questions if he truly looked calm to her. A brief, shadowed flashback reminds her of Baek Sahon, who was willing to commit a horrific act just to save himself. She reflects that Sol-Em is completely different from someone like him. Looking at Sol-Em with admiration, the woman declares that if they must follow a leader, she would much rather trust and listen to a genuinely good person like him. With a sudden, decisive step, the woman boldly crosses the threshold of the open train doors, landing on the dimly lit subway platform. Running forward with urgent, rapid footsteps, the woman shouts back to the survivors remaining inside, assuring them that this is the correct path and urging everyone to disembark immediately. Back in the carriage, Sol-Em remains frozen in silent contemplation until a voice softly calls out his name. The injured young man, clutching his bandaged, bloodied eye, looks at Sol-Em with a warm, grateful smile, softly expressing that he also puts his complete trust in him. Touched and slightly overwhelmed, Sol-Em agrees to lead them, though he silently and sheepishly admits to himself that he was actually just too terrified to get off on his own. Stepping out as a united group, Sol and the survivors walk through the blood-stained station corridor, encouraging each other to focus solely on the hope of climbing up to safety. A close-up shot of the survivors' shoes as they march resolutely through pools of fresh blood splattered across the station floor. Climbing the stairs, the group's footsteps echo in the dark as they pass a concrete wall plastered with countless yellow talismans. The survivors walk beneath a grim, weathered station sign displaying the word exit, its surface covered in blood and grime under a ceiling draped with warning talismans. In a sudden, blinding flash of white light, a sharp metallic clanging sound echoes through the darkness, signaling a dramatic shift in their reality. The blinding light fades to reveal Solium standing in a dark, structured room, dressed in a sharp business suit with an ID lanyard, completely startled as an official announcement congratulates the new recruits. In a striking close-up, Solium's sharp, glowing eyes dart around as he tries to make sense of this sudden transition. Scanning the dark room, Solium begins to count the survivors seated around him, spotting the injured passenger with a hand over his eye, followed by several others. Solium narrows his eyes, analytical and deeply focused as he continues to assess the remaining group. Counting further, Solium notices the brown-haired woman smiling in sheer relief alongside another tearful survivor. They realize they have actually made it out alive. A wide shot of the dark hall reveals that only 7 survivors from their boarding compartment are sitting in the chairs, celebrating their survival under a banner that reads "Boarding Compartment Survivors." On a brightly illuminated stage, a cheerful MC speaking into a microphone warmly welcomes the survivors, enthusiastically announcing that an unprecedented 22 trainees have completed their probationary period. Gesturing proudly to the crowd, the MC remarks that unless the difficulty level was completely miscalculated, this group must be an absolute elite class, wondering what the HR department will think of their success. Seated in the quiet hall, Solium notes the heavy, unresponsive silence of the crowd as the MC dramatically builds tension, preparing to name the top performer among them. A bright spotlight suddenly cuts through the darkness, illuminating a surprised Solium as the MC proudly announces his name as the top graduate. Standing up under the intense spotlight, Solium silently notes that the speaker must be from a different department, while the MC praises his exceptional judgment and laments that he isn't joining their specific division. The MC steps forward to hand Solhyam a white gift bag, lightheartedly mentioning that everyone will receive a gift from the company, while Solhyam remains deeply suspicious and unhappy about the situation. Opening the bag, Solium's hand reaches inside as the crisp paper tears slightly under his grip. Suddenly, a chilling shadow whispers directly into Solium's ear, telling him to take a very close look at what lies inside the bag, leaving him completely shocked. Solium stares in disbelief as the MC, oblivious to his horror, cheerfully moves on to announce the next graduate, Baek Sahon. The MC continues calling names, and a gray-haired female survivor with dark, exhausted eyes looks up in startled surprise. Another survivor, holding a black gift bag, sits with a chilling, vacant smile plastered across his face under an empty speech bubble. Sitting side by side, Solium glances at a quiet Baek Sahon, who is holding his hand over his injured eye. Solium analyzes the situation, realizing that those who spent the longest time inside the ghost stories have survived, suggesting that time flowed differently on each train. Turning his gaze away, Solium coldly concludes that Baek Sahon will have to find his own way to a hospital once this bizarre corporate trial is finally over. On stage, the smiling MC asks the crowd if everyone has successfully received their corporate gifts, declaring that with this, they have all been officially processed. A high-angle view of the dark auditorium shows the tiny, isolated survivors sitting in their chairs, dwarfed by the massive stage and the booming voice of the MC. Suddenly, a dramatic text box cuts off the announcement, declaring that since not all probationary graduates put in the same amount of effort, there is an important distinction to be made. Spotlight focuses on a female passenger looking incredibly nervous and sweaty, as the MC points out that there are always some individuals who merely hitch a ride on the hard work of others. A surreal, artistic visual depicts Solium and Sahyan silhouetted against a chaotic swirl of colorful, ghostly shapes, symbolizing the hidden dangers still lurking in their environment. A tense close-up shows Solium's sweating, horrified face as he begins to realize the true, twisted nature of the corporate evaluation they are undergoing. An ominous wide shot shows a vast grid of empty chairs with only a couple of small figures remaining as the MC addresses the remaining 13 new recruits. The brown-haired woman gasps in horror, covering her mouth as she looks around. Another survivor turns back in absolute panic, realizing that the other passengers who were supposedly sitting beside them have suddenly vanished without a trace.
Over a haunting view of endless empty chairs, the clean announcement screen coldly declares that their excellent results have officially earned them positions as permanent employees. Trembling in absolute terror, a survivor raises a shaking hand and desperately begs the MC to let him resign from the company immediately. The MC's face falls into a look of feigned, patronizing concern as he questions why anyone would want to resign from such a wonderful job, inviting them to hear about the welfare benefits first. Desperate and sweating, the brown-haired woman asks if they can resign safely and without penalty after listening to the benefits. The MC smoothly assures her that resignation remains completely penalty-free. The MC's face twists into a wide, malicious grin as he sinisterly suggests that they might just change their minds once they hear what the company's welfare program actually entails. Close-up of Solium's sharp, cold eyes as he steels himself for the next trial, realizing that while the initial punishment is past, a brand new nightmare is about to begin. The charismatic host passionately boasts about Daydream Co. Limited's massive success in the pharmaceutical industry, even highlighting their advanced technology that successfully created a cure for hair loss. Snapping his gloved fingers to build suspense, the speaker reveals that their primary product is actually an entirely different type of miracle medicine. A glowing bottle filled with a sparkling, cosmic purple liquid is displayed as the screen reads, "Wish Ticket. This is the ultimate corporate reward, a miraculous medicine capable of granting any wish imaginable." Acknowledging that visual slides might be hard to follow, the host decides to demonstrate the medicine's power, happily noting that today happens to be the day he receives his own wish ticket. With a satisfying pop, the host uncorks the bottle, releasing the glowing, magical cosmic mist inside as the survivors watch intently. Deeply skeptical, the survivors murmur amongst themselves in the quiet hall, questioning if the wish ticket is truly real or just an elaborate corporate lie, especially since they have no idea what the speaker's original wish actually was. In a dazzling flash of light, the host stands completely transformed and rejuvenated, sparkling with youth and joy as he proudly declares this transformation to be the true power of the wish ticket. The survivors stare in absolute shock as the incredible realization sinks in. The magical medicine has the power to completely reverse aging. The presentation highlights that the field exploration team consistently achieves outstanding performance evaluations compared to any other department in the company. A glowing graphic reveals that members of this division receive their rewards twice as fast as other teams, with the 10 quickest recipients of all time coming directly from their team. The host promises a much higher chance of receiving a wish ticket, but a cold dose of reality reveals it is all clever corporate wordplay to hide a grim, deadly truth. The dark truth behind their high success rate is laid bare. The team only receives rewards faster because there are likely far more casualties on duty than there are actual survivors to receive them. Despite the horrifying risk of death, Solium looks on with cold calculation, realizing that the offer is still entirely genuine and not a scam. The survivors are left staring in awe and disbelief, having just witnessed absolute proof that someone indeed received and successfully used a wish ticket. A heavy, tense silence falls over the dark room as the survivors struggle with their growing agitation and desire for such ultimate power. Breaking the tense silence, a long-haired passenger slowly raises his hand and asks a deeply desperate question. Can the wish ticket actually bring the dead back to life? The man stares forward with a gaze heavy with grief, desperately hoping for a positive answer that could fix his tragic past. With an easygoing, customer service smile, a small chibi version of the host notes that there is usually a very standard corporate answer to these types of inquiries. Dramatically throwing his arm out, the host begins to say, "That's impossible," only to clench his gloved fist and enthusiastically add that they probably expected him to say just that. The screen builds immense tension as the words hang in the air, hinting at the unfathomable capabilities of their ultimate prize. Survivors hold their breath, their eyes wide with disbelief as they wait for the host's final confirmation of the medicine's true limits. The announcement boldly confirms the absolute truth of the drug. It will grant literally any wish of the person who drinks it without exception. With the grand reveal complete, the host asks the group if they are ready to make their final decision as the massive exit doors slowly creak open to reveal a blinding white light. The host cordially invites those who wish to decline the offer to leave through the open doors, but instructs those choosing to stay and work hard to take out and put on the masks provided inside their bags. Staring down at his seat, Solium spots the paper bag glowing on the floor and quietly contemplates the instruction to put on a mask. Reaching deep into the bag with a mixture of dread and anticipation, Solium reflects on the gravity of the moment, unable to believe he is actually about to receive his own gear. As Solium pulls out a sleek black domino mask, a mysterious business card slips out of the bag and flutters down, bearing a handwritten phone number.
Inspecting the card, Solium wonders if this was the secret item the host warned him to look closely at earlier. Deciding to put it away for now, his attention turns back to the mask. Solium holds the cold, smooth black mask in his hand, feeling the weight of the terrifying commitment he is about to make. According to official records, members of the field exploration team are required to wear these custom masks in the field. Interestingly, the design theme of the masks is determined by the year of employment. For instance, agents wearing ant and mantis designs likely joined in the same year. The screen emphasizes that these distinct transformative masks serve as the official symbol of Daydream Co. Ltd's dangerous field exploration team. While a part of Solium jokingly envisions himself happily waving goodbye to the company and fleeing, his serious expression reveals he knows running away is simply not a realistic option. He looks out at a world plagued by dangerous darkness phenomena scattered everywhere, grimly admitting to himself that this is far too hostile an environment for a coward like him to survive on his own. Realizing that resignation would only lead to a pathetic death as a mere extra in some horrific ghost story, Solium resolves to use the wish ticket to find a way to escape this twisted world entirely. Sitting nearby, Baek Sahon quietly nurses his injured eye while the brown-haired woman gazes down at her own bag, her face filled with anxiety as she contemplates the heavy choice before her. Solium lifts the mask to his face, silently noting that despite the clear and present danger they all witnessed, not a single survivor is choosing to run away. As he presses the mask onto his face, the material begins to react. This process, known as customization, causes the mask to shift and transform into a unique shape that reflects the wearer's true personality. As the mask begins its customization process, Solium wonders with a mix of curiosity and dread what kind of shape his own mask will eventually take. The transformation completes, revealing Solium wearing a striking black mask adorned with sharp, branching antlers that wrap majestically around his dark hair. The brown-haired woman turns to Solium, her eyes wide with shock as she tries to identify his mask, whispering in awe about the deer antlers and wondering if everyone else's masks will customize in a similar fashion.
With a cheerful flair, the woman proudly displays her own customized white mask, which has sprouted a pair of thick, curved mountain goat horns.
A bright banner congratulates them on officially joining the company. With their employment confirmed and masks donned, their terrifying probationary period is finally over. Standing together in a striking lineup, the newly confirmed permanent employees wear their customized horn masks, ready to face whatever nightmare lies ahead as a united front. Suddenly, a glowing system notification pops up in front of Solium, announcing that he has unlocked permission to use new items from the Darkness Exploration Records Real Goods box. Solium's sharp eyes narrow behind his antler mask as he stares in surprise at the prompt, questioning what kind of new goods he has just unlocked. Realizing that investigating this glowing system interface right now would attract too much unwanted attention in the quiet room, Solium decides to wait and check the rewards once he safely gets back home. As the cheerful host moves on to explain the company's other employee welfare benefits, Solium suddenly pauses in silent confusion as a highly concerning thought strikes him. Floating comically as a tiny chibi figure in the vast empty void of space next to Saturn, Solium blankly asks himself a very basic, terrifying question. Does he even have a home to return to in this bizarre world? Sometime later, the brown-haired female passenger approaches Solium with a bright, warm smile, cheerfully greeting him by name in a beautifully lit corporate hallway. Now out of his mask and back in his standard business suit, Solium presses the elevator button, calmly looking back over his shoulder to return her greeting with a quiet hello. Pulling a rolling suitcase behind her, the brown-haired female colleague walks alongside Solium toward the elevators, curiously asking, "Did you also get company housing support, Solium?" Solium looks back over his shoulder, calmly replying, "Yes." Looking down at a smartphone, a digital map interface pops up showing a prominent warning triangle over a blank grid, accompanied by a stark notification that reads "Invalid address." Solium, wearing his dark antler mask, scrolls through his phone in the dim light as a sweaty, distressed chibi icon of himself floats above. His thoughts are heavy with anxiety as he realizes, my last record was from college. Even my family's contact info is gone. Against a dark and gloomy background, chibi versions of the survivors appear. Solium sweats nervously behind his mask while Baek Sahon quietly dabs at his injured eye in the background, a tense silence hanging between them. Solium recalls the host's energetic corporate presentation, where the speaker enthusiastically displayed a slide declaring, "Employees get company housing support." He contemplates to himself, "Company welfare benefits? I should make the most of it, right?" A simple gray transition panel features small bird silhouettes and a centered narration box. And that's how I ended up getting company housing. A cute chibi illustration of the host surrounded by floating stars pops up to say, the company housing is near the subway station. Wow, what a great company. Beneath it, Solam's internal monologue is far more cynical. They just forced us into a death game. Who else would willing move in besides me?
The brown-haired female passenger smiles brightly and gestures with her finger as she strikes up a conversation. Solam is completely taken aback, his face turning a comical shade of shocked purple as she exclaims, "Wow, did you hear that? 7 out of 13 of us applied for company housing." Solam can only think, more than half? Walking down the corporate corridor, the female colleague glances at Solium and admits, "It's a bit scary, but it's hard to turn down living in a near-station area for free." Solim quietly agrees with a "yeah," while his internal thoughts grimly note, "Money is the scariest thing of all." The scene cuts to a close-up of the elevator indicator screen in the housing building, displaying the number 12 in bright green pixels as it chimes. The narration comments, "The company housing itself is actually pretty nice." Stepping out of the elevator, Solium, back in his professional suit, looks up at the door labeled 1206. He silently evaluates his new surroundings. It's a clean and newly remodeled building near the subway station. They probably put us near the office to work us to the bone 24/7. Opening the door with a loud creak, bright white light pours into the dark apartment entryway, revealing the silhouette of another person sitting quietly inside the kitchen area. Solam enters the dark room to find his newly assigned roommate sitting under a pendant light at the kitchen counter, gazing down at a smartphone. The realization hits Solam instantly. It's my company housing roommate, is Bake Sahan. A retro-style bonus screen pops up, labeled Bonus Wish Ticket. In a comedic flashback, a passenger asks, "Can it even bring the dead back to life?" And the chibi host enthusiastically answers, "Of course, the wish ticket can do anything." The screen zooms in closely on the eye of a chibi character as they desperately ask, "What about grant me more wishes?" Followed by an even more eager, "What about grant me more wishes?" Back in the apartment, Solium and Bake Sahan stand in absolute silence under the kitchen lights. A heavy, awkward tension fills the space as the narration box reads, "An uncomfortable silence." Solam steals a glance at his new roommate. A close-up of Bake Sahan's face shows a clean white patch covering his left eye, his single golden eye staring forward listlessly. Solam observes, "Looks like the company took care of his eye." Hoping to avoid any unnecessary drama, Solium quietly turns toward the hallway to find his bedroom, thinking, "Just because we're roommates doesn't mean we have to get involved. First, I'll just head to my room." Suddenly, Bake Sahan calls out, "Hey." Solium halts in his tracks, turning his head back with a chilling, dark gaze that cuts through the dim room as he coldly responds, "Hey?" Bake Sahan looks up at him with a mixture of disgust and anger, sweat dropping as he retorts, "This guy's completely insane. Was it really that fun watching someone's eye get gouged out?" Solam remains completely silent, offering only a flat expression. Instead of backing down, Solium walks right back over to the counter and stands directly over Bake Sahan, who looks up in surprise and confusion. Solam leans in uncomfortably close to Bake Sahan's face, his looming shadow completely swallowing Sahan's expression as he delivers a quiet, chilling reply. "Yeah." Against a stark blood-red background, Solium displays a wide, incredibly creepy grin, his dark eyes narrowing with malicious delight as he confesses, "It was pretty fun." Solam looms over Sahan, his voice dripping with sinister playfulness as Sahan sweats in disbelief. Solam whispers, "Is this what they call a dopamine rush? I enjoyed it thanks to you. So, thank you. In fact, I'd love it if we could work together." Under the intense red light, Bake Sahan's expression tenses with dread as Solam continues his unsettling whispers. "Then I'd get to see something like that again." Solium turns away, a satisfied smile on his face as he casually remarks, "It's been a while since I've seen such an entertaining show." A plain white background panel focuses entirely on Solium's parting words, "Keep up the good work." Standing upright with a polite and bright customer service smile, Solium bids his roommate a pleasant evening, leaving a shocked and sweating Sahian completely speechless. "So my work life stays entertaining." Stepping inside his personal room and shutting the door behind him, Solium's cheerful facade instantly drops, his face turning entirely blank and cold. He thinks to himself, "That should make me look like a total psycho." A light blue textured transition panel appears with a single centered thought box. There's a specific term for people like Bake Sahan. Solam lets out a sigh as he closes the door completely, mentally scheming, "I just need to fool him enough so I don't get stabbed in my sleep." Solium turns around to inspect his new private bedroom, which looks incredibly clean and modern, complete with a bed, a desk, a bookshelf, and a large window looking out at the city. Multiple panels showcase the pristine room amenities. The narration describes a free company housing room with clean, seemingly brand new furniture, a private bathroom, and a weekly deep cleaning service for just 100,000 won. On the desk, there's a welcome gift, premium snacks, and even office supplies.
A large, spiky comic bubble burst onto the screen as Solium realizes the sheer scale of the benefits. This is truly... A cartoon cat mascot holds up a promotional banner that reads, "The boss has lost his mind. Daydream's insane welfare benefits," with bold Korean characters screaming crazy. Solium stands with a bewildered expression as a cartoon cat in traditional robes rains a massive shower of fresh carrots down upon him, marked with the words welfare. He reasons, since we're new recruits who have been deemed capable of working, they probably want to minimize the chances of us running away. Solium notices a sleek black leather notebook on his desk with the company logo and the year 2020X embossed on the cover, thinking, there's a planner too. Solium opens the planner, but his eyes widen in shock as he sees aggressive red handwriting scrawled across the pages that reads, "Run away." He wonders, but why is it from last year? Solium gently closes the book with a soft snap, his face wearing a calm, polite smile as if he decided to ignore the warning completely. Solium walks over and prepares to sit down on his comfortable new bed, thinking, now then. Suddenly, a glowing white notepad with a red exclamation mark floats into the air directly in front of him, catching him off guard. Reaching out, Solium grabs the mysterious floating notebook as it rustles and flutters in his hands. As he lifts the notepad, a small plastic package slips out and lands on the bedsheet, containing a simple yellow smiley face sticker. Solium mutters, "This is..." An old-school wiki page displays details for the Smile sticker item. The description reads, Smile sticker, category, Darkness Exploration Records, Daydream Co. Ltd. items. Details, a salesperson's best friend. When attached to a sentient being, it makes them feel a slight friendliness toward the user. Item usage conditions, permanent employee of Daydream Co. Ltd. or higher. A dark background panel highlights a new realization with a text box. This cheap-looking sticker. The sticker packet is shown covered by a massive red X amidst heavy screen static. The narration explains, because of its power, they were all discarded. A dark forum page shows heated arguments between wiki contributors as Solium slips the sticker into his suit pocket. The text reads, the wiki contributors started a massive flame war over its power, and they ended up deleting the item page entirely. Solium thinks, this might be the only sticker left in existence. Solium reviews the system files and locked developer comments, realizing the usage condition for the Smile sticker is permanent employee or higher. It must have unlocked now because I joined as a permanent employee. A close-up of a spiky white thought bubble highlights Solium's calculation. It'll probably help me survive, but Solium sits on his bed and buries his face in his hand in sheer exhaustion as the notepad continues to float and flutter comically in front of him. He sighs heavily, thinking, they shouldn't have dragged me into this world in the first place. Even this notepad feels like a ghost story. Sigh. The story transitions to later that night, focusing on a clear glass vase filled with delicate white baby's breath flowers resting on a wooden surface, beautifully illuminated by a soft beam of light. In his dark private room, Solium stands by his bed in comfortable gray loungewear, preparing to pull back the covers as he mentally prepares himself for the challenges ahead. I start work next week. Lying down and resting his head on a soft purple pillow, Solium closes his eyes in sheer exhaustion, thinking back on the chaotic events of the day. So much happened today. His mind is instantly flooded with stressful, dizzying thoughts as chibi-style Solium sweats and spins. Swirling patterns and dark memories of distressed, bleeding victims overlap in his mind with the agonizing realization. Seriously, way too much. The nightmares continue to swirl relentlessly through his restless sleep, dragging him deep into a dark, abstract whirlpool of groans and painful grunts. The scene cuts to the next morning, showing the concerned face of the brown-haired female colleague in her neat office uniform, her eyes wide with worry. Looking down at Solium, she notices his pale complexion and asks, "Did you not sleep well?" Solium is completely drained, surrounded by a heavy, dark aura and sporting massive dark circles under his eyes. Carrying his briefcase, Solium walks alongside her through the corporate hallway and replies, "A little, yeah, I'm okay," while a caption notes that he silently suffered from nightmares all weekend. As they reach the elevator lobby, his colleague bids him farewell with a warm, nervous smile. "I get off on the 10th floor. Good luck to both of us, Solium." Solium responds with his typical flat, cynical expression. "Yeah, good luck." Solium steps out of the elevator, his sleek dress shoe landing on the clean floor as the narration explains, the field exploration team uses floors 10 through 15, and the floor I'm getting off at is He looks up at the massive golden 13 emblazoned on the wall, staring blankly as he thinks to himself, somehow even the number feels like it's predicting my future. Checking his digital tablet, which displays the PDF document New Recruit Field Exploration Assignment.pdf, Kim Solom, Team D, Baek Se-han, Team F, Solom walks down the bright corridor and wonders, my assigned team is it here? With a sharp click, the glass sliding door opens to reveal his new workspace. A friendly, brown-haired man in a suit spots him and beams with excitement, waving him in. Oh, you're here. Behind him, a blue-haired woman watches quietly with crossed arms. Solium politely bows to his seniors as the enthusiastic man welcomes him with wide-open arms. We already heard all about it. Welcome. The two seniors are introduced. The cheerful man is Team D Chief Park Min-sung, who warmly extends a hand, and the stoic, blue-haired woman standing behind him is Team D Assistant Manager Eun Ha-jae. Solom feels a brief moment of relief, thinking, fortunately, it doesn't seem like they haze new recruits, only for Assistant Manager Eun Ha-jae to state completely flatly, by the way, they call us Team D because all the new recruits die. While Solom turns completely pale and freezes in shock, a cute chibi panel shows Eun Ha-jae casually adding, just kidding, while Chief Park Min-sung panics and waves his hands to reassure the terrified rookie. Looking up at the grand Daydream corporate headquarters, Solium seriously contemplates his life choices. Should I submit my resignation now? Below which, a winking dragon mascot wiggles with the bold red warning, no resignation allowed, to be continued. A bold graphic screen provides a quick welfare reminder. Daydream Co. Ltd's company housing provides weekly deep cleaning services for 100,000 won a month. Back in the office, Eun Ha-jae bluntly continues, and congratulations on passing the Welcome to Abyss Transit Corporation Death Survival. Solom is completely dumbfounded, thinking, is it okay to call it that so openly? While Park Min-sung tries to keep things professional. Should we introduce ourselves first? Eun Ha-jae runs her hand through her blue hair and gives Solom a sly, knowing smirk. Welcome to Team D. Chief Park Min-sung smiles warmly, placing a friendly hand on his chest to put the tense new recruit at ease. Solom bows politely, introducing himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Assistant Manager. Chief, my name is Kim Solom. Park Min-sung laughs off his formality as a cute office clock ticks on the wall. Haha, no need to be so formal. If you work here for about a year, you'll become a chief in no time. Eun Ha-jae instantly ruins the sweet moment by popping up in chibi form to add, of course, you might die before that, prompting a panicked Park Min-sung to scream, hey, senior, while Solium looks on with complete resignation. Solom's inner thoughts drift to a comical illustration of cartoon souls drowning in waves of urban legends like the red mask, the subway station is weird, and a ghost in the restroom. He sighs internally, realizing, no matter what job I choose, there's always a chance I'll get caught up in a ghost story. Floating chibi heads of the team appear over a corkboard pinned with creepy, blood-stained photos of paranormal events. Park Min-sung praises him, saying, still, our new recruit is the top graduate of the entrance exam. To which Eun Ha-jae responds, let's hear you brag a bit. Solium humbly replies, I just did my best. Park Min-sung gestures toward the office couch, welcoming him warmly. Our team leader is out for business. For now, make yourself comfortable. Solum bows politely and replies, yes, thank you. As Solium prepares to sit down, a retro-looking radio on the coffee table suddenly crackles to life with static and a bright red light. Hello, this is the live traffic forecast. Solium flinches in surprise, thinking, the radio turned on by itself? Against a dark, glitchy screen filled with colorful static, the radio's voice continues to broadcast, bringing you real-time weather and traffic reports for Seoul. The radio cheerfully reports, clear, sunny skies have continued since this morning, and just like today's weather, road conditions are very peaceful. However, the visual scene shows a massive downpour outside with angry drivers trapped in a terrible traffic jam, screaming, learn how to drive, and you didn't use your blinker. Staring at the glowing radio, Solium stands perfectly still in his sharp suit, noting the bizarre mismatch. However, starting this afternoon, a weather forecast that doesn't match reality at all. A text bubble pops up on a gray static background, asking Solium, did you notice? With a sharp click, a hand reaches out and turns a key in the side of the radio to lock it down, while Solium watches calmly. Large text bubbles on a blank screen praise his observational skills. Our new recruit is as sharp as a tack. You caught on to the anomaly fast. Holding his tablet, Chief Park Min-sung smiles proudly at Solium's quick wits, while Assistant Manager Eun Ha-jae stands behind him, tapping her chin and observing the rookie with intrigue.
An information window pops up detailing the item. Hello traffic information, a ghost story appearing in the darkness exploration records. Daydream Co.Ltd, identification code QTERW-E63. A bizarre radio that broadcasts the day's fortune disguised as traffic reports. Park Min-song explains, it's a twilight rank darkness. Park Min-song dramatically points his finger at Solom and teases, you're probably thinking, what's an urban legend and what's darkness, you nerd, right now? Solom sweat drops and deadpans, no I wasn't. Ignoring his denial, Park Min-sung eagerly slides the gray digital tablet over the desk. For a new recruit like you, we've prepared this. The screen suddenly fills with retro blue scan lines and Korean static sound effects as an old training video begins to play. A classic media player frame appears over a vibrant blue background, displaying a formal notice. Warning, this video was produced for employee training purposes. Daydream Co., Ltd. Shiny retro font bursts onto the sparkly blue screen to announce the title, Field Exploration Team New Recruit Training Video. The cute orange cat mascot and Young, the yellow dragon mascot, wave energetically in traditional handbook. To our new recruits, full of dreams and passion, welcome to the Daydream Co. Ltd. Field Exploration Team. Vintage-style drawing of two smiling office employees appears with a question bubble. What kind of company is Daydream Co. Ltd.? Swirling pink ribbons filled with colorful potions, green elixirs, and pills float across the screen to explain, we make every medicine you need, literally a magic company that creates magical medicines. The cartoon mascots lean over to look down at an illustrated city block shrouded in a spooky blue mist. Urban legends are coming to life right in our neighborhoods. A retro drawing of a blue-bladed desk fan appears against a swirling blue background, referencing a classic urban myth, a fan that kills you if left running in a sealed room and unmarked. The video showcases more common mysteries, displaying an elevator display screen showing $8.99 under maintenance full, alongside a bright red face mask. Floor in an elevator, red mask. A pure white column of light shines brilliantly, topped with a golden corporate emblem flanked by majestic angel wings. Besides these oh-so-scary urban legends appear. Daydream Co.Ltd manages these many urban legends. Pink sparkling liquid is carefully dripped into a beautiful glowing glass vial surrounded by neon stars and hearts, harvests dream stuff from them, and uses it to make magical medicines that grant wishes. Yes, we do. The orange cat mascot turns to the dragon mascot and asks, Yang, what is dream stuff? Yang happily raises his hands and answers, it's the most important resource of Daydream Co. Ltd., and we have wonderful people who collect it. The bright, colorful training video continues, declaring our wonderful field survey team, with sparkling stars and a flashy explosion backdrop showing chibi field agents wearing suits and sunglasses striking heroic poses amidst fireworks. Solium's deadpan face appears in a small picture inset against a plain blue background, sweating slightly as a question mark floats above him and he asks, what's with this genre shift, while holding his tablet? The flashy training video dramatically shouts, behold, the brave and wise field exploration team in action, over bright blue and white stripes with cartoon explosions and crosses over a fan and a kettle to represent vanquished urban legends, while chibi agents salute heroically. Yellow speech bubbles pop up over a dreamy, sparkling pink and purple gradient background containing bubbles and shining stars, explaining a magical ingredient that can only be obtained from supernatural phenomena. Your mission is to collect dream stuff. Another round yellow speech bubble against the same sparkling, bubbly background cheerfully proclaims, the dream stuff collector is full again today. The scene zooms in on Solom's sharp, dark eyes as he narrows them thoughtfully. Narration boxes appear above and below his face as he ponders, did they swap ghost stories for urban legends to make it sound less scary? They used softer words to make it look cute, but dark, blood-like red splatters stain a pitch-black background as glowing red text dramatically declares, this is the true nature of Daydream Co. Ltd. The elegant white diamond corporate logo of Daydream Co. Ltd. is centered against a dark background with floating shards. The narration below states, a secret organization that makes and sells transcendent potions. Dream stuff is the main ingredient harvested from ghost stories. Various pills, capsules, and bottle caps float gently down a dark void with a faint red trail as the narration explains, with dream stuff they can make anything from addiction cures to the elixir of immortality. A small glass bottle containing a metallic potion floats downwards amidst falling currency bills. Below, shadowy silhouettes of rich elite figures and politicians holding wine glasses smirk maliciously. Accompanied by the narration, they can create transcendent potions that practically alter reality. So who are the main customers of these potions? Naturally, politicians in the upper class.
Training video concludes on Chief Park Min-sung's tablet, showing the cute orange cat mascot and yellow dragon mascot waving in handbook as text bubbles instruct. Now grab your dream stuff collector and enter the darkness. The future of our company rests on your shoulders, with production support attributed to Io Bene.
Chief Park Min-sung smiles down warmly at the rookie and asks, "What did you think?" Sol-eum looks back calmly, adjusting his posture, and replies, "Yes, it was quite impressive."
Chief Park Min-sung holds up his gray tablet, smiling reassuringly as he says, "They call them ghost stories or urban legends, but we have a manual, so there's no need to worry too much." In a comical chibi style, Min-sung whispers secretively to Sol-em, "By the way, the company calls them darkness. If you don't want people outside thinking you're some ghost story otaku, just call it that." Sol-em sweat drops, thinking to himself, "Even if I do, I'll probably just be treated as a regular otaku instead of a ghost story otaku." Below, small stick figures of other coworkers whisper about the darkness, and because the dream stuff is filling up. Chief Park Min-sung stands up with a sharp rustling sound, his tall figure towering over Sol-em as he says, "All right, now that you've skimmed the manual," while Sol-em sits politely in his chair. Chief Park Min-sung smiles brightly, looking back over his shoulder, while the cool and silent assistant manager Eun Ha-jae stands right next to him, staring blankly at Sol-em. Sol-em sits upright in his sharp suit and tie, looking back at his seniors with a calm but slightly tense expression as he awaits his first official instructions. Chief Park Min-sung looks down at his digital tablet with a serious expression, instructing, "Your task for this afternoon is a light darkness exploration." Assistant manager Eun Ha-jae steps forward and hands a small metallic cylinder to Sol-em, stating simply, "First, take this." Sol-em holds out his hand to receive the item. An information window pops up displaying details of the item, a sleek metallic container with a glowing orange gauge titled Dream Stuff. The description notes it as a portable liquid storage container whose gauge fills up when exploring darkness. Beside it, Min-sung warns, "Be careful not to lose the collector. Each one has a serial number, so it'll be a real headache if you do." A chibi head of Sol-em raises a hand to his chin in deep thought as he sighs internally, "So it's like losing a spent shell casing." Assistant manager Eun Ha-jae looks directly at Sol-em with her cool blue eyes, her tie loosely undone, as she commands, "Let's see your mask first." Sol-em holds up a creepy dark wood mask that resembles twisted black branches or antlers, presenting it with a soft sparkling effect. Assistant manager Eun Ha-jae and Chief Park Min-sung stare down in absolute shock and surprise at the terrifying branch-like mask in Sol-em's hands. A comical chibi illustration pops up as the seniors discuss the mask's design. Park Min-sung suggests, "Let's go with roe deer. They're stronger than deer." To which Eun Ha-jae questions in a chibi bubble, "Roe deer are?" as an angry cartoon roe deer in a suit punches a defeated normal deer. Sol-em puts on the dark branch mask, which covers his eyes like a masquerade mask with wooden antlers growing from the sides. Park Min-sung instructs, "Anyway, put on the mask and look at this," as he hands over the digital tablet. The screen of the tablet displays a terrifying, distorted black and green face of a ghost shrouded in static and darkness. Crimson text on the screen reads, "Ah, the photo, seriously!" Sol-em stares down at the terrifying post with a sweat drop on his cheek. Above him, a text bubble describes the post. It's asking if you'd play hide-and-seek with a ghost in a convenience store for 3 days to get paid. But, disturbed by what he is seeing, Sol-em points out the discrepancy as dark, ominous static bubbles around him. "You said we were going to explore the darkness, so why are you showing me this post?" Behind him, Min-sung smiles innocently while Eun Ha-jae stands silently. Realization slowly dawns on Sol-em as he stares blankly at the screen. A single word escapes his lips in complete disbelief. Chief Park Min-sung gives him a bright, cheerful thumbs up, urging him, "Just take it easy and get it done." Sol-em's inner voice begins to panic. "Don't tell me?" Sol-em stands frozen in shock as dark, starry voids swirl behind him. His thoughts scream in frustration. Sending a rookie on their first day out on a solo field assignment to close a deal? Do I really have to deal with this corporate BS even inside a ghost story? An information panel displays the details of the mission. Darkness exploration records. Ghost story. Make a choice. It lists the identification code as QTERV-F-243, class as darkness, and rank as shade F. The description explains it's a darkness derived from the popular Do a Horror Challenge for Money versus Live Normally balance game choices, triggering when accessing specific URLs. The target is chased by a killer or ghost, and if caught, wearing his antlered mask and black suit, Sol-em suddenly finds himself transported inside a dimly lit convenience store. A cold, pale light shines down from the ceiling as he stands cautiously. Sol-em looks around the eerie convenience store, thinking to himself, I've entered the darkness. It's the convenience store from that internet post. The digital clock on the convenience store wall ticks forward with a clicking sound, displaying the time 12:01. Solium analyzes the situation calmly inside a white, spiky thought bubble. First of all, my basic survival requirements aren't threatened. Against a dark, textured background, his inner thoughts resolve. In that case, for a coward like me, there's only one answer. Solium reaches out his hand toward the glass refrigerator door filled with rows of bottled water, his mind made up. Grab some water and hold out for 3 days. Suddenly, a sharp sound effect cuts through the silence. Solium's eyes widen in sheer terror as cold sweat pours down his face. Inside the dark refrigerator, sitting right below the shelves, a terrifying pale face with wide, bloodshot eyes and a twisted grin stares directly up at him. The narration text overlay reads, "In the fridge? Why?" The terrifying ghost inside the refrigerator reaches out a dark, dusty hand towards Solium, its wide, unblinking eyes staring directly into his soul. The scene cuts to a dramatic close-up of Solium's eyes widening in pure shock and horror behind his black mask. Terrified, Solium turns around and bolts, running away as fast as his legs can carry him through the dark convenience store. A dramatic sound effect box pops up against a blurred background, capturing his panicked breathing. Gasp! A creepy glitch screen appears with retro-pixelated red and white font warning. You have to start all over again from the beginning. The red digital clock flashes with a loud buzzing sound effect as the time resets to exactly 12 o'clock. The digital clock continues to flash 12 o'clock with buzzing sound effects, indicating a time loop is triggered, resetting his progress. Solium's sweat drops, clenching his teeth in pure exasperation and anger behind his mask as he screams inside his thoughts, "You want me to do this for 3 days? Just kill me instead." A dramatic white spiked text bubble centered on a dark vertical stripe background states with great urgency, "And there's no guarantee it'll only take 3 days." Set against a dark, pitch-black background with subtle white specks, another white spiked text bubble conveys Solium's rising anxiety. "If I get caught, I'll just end up back at the starting point." Against a black, vertical striped backdrop, a glowing white clock face with an infinity symbol at its center represents the endless time loop, accompanied by bold, glowing text. It's literally an endless restart. Crouched in the dimly lit convenience store, Solium grips his head in panic. His inner thoughts appear in boxes above and below him. A coward like me might go crazy before the 3 days are up. I have to find another way. Creeping carefully near the dark counter, Solium narrows his eyes behind his black branch mask. He thinks to himself in speech bubbles. First, let's hide and think. If I hide under the counter, suddenly, a massive, terrifying pale face with wide, bloodshot eyes and long, messy black hair emerges directly from the darkness, staring straight ahead with an ominous grin. Huddled flat on the cold convenience store floor, Solium clamps a trembling hand tightly over his mouth, trying his absolute best not to even breathe as sweat pours down his pale face. Sitting tightly tucked against the counter as shelves loom behind him, Solium nervously contemplates his situation. There are way too many cliches where they pop their face in at times like this. Gripping his forehead in deep anxiety, Solium continues to sweat behind his dark masquerade mask, thinking, the moment I make a big move, I'm caught. The light will give me away, so I can't look at my phone. A sleek, modern black graphic with red and blue neon wave lines swirling across the dark space dramatically declares, "My only hope is my memory." The scene focuses on Solium's legs and hand in the background as circular text bubbles float in the darkness, urging himself, "Think, Kim Solium. There was definitely an exceptional case." Shrouded in deep red and black static stripes, a vibrant red narration box bursts onto the screen with extreme urgency, a case where time flowed differently than promised. A glitchy digital record screen styled like a terminal display reveals the details of a previous mission. Darkness Exploration Records, Ghost Story, Make a Choice, Exploration Record 23, Irregular. Chased by a crazed killer for 1 night, 12 hours in an abandoned school. Note, exploration ended after 16 hours and 11 minutes. A dramatic close-up on Solium's face as his eyes widen in pure shock and revelation behind his mask, accompanied by a sharp exclamation bubble. A simple title card displays Korean calligraphic text that reads, "Even if you fall into a ghost story, you still have to go to work." A tall Jenga tower of gray wooden blocks is carefully manipulated by hands as a narration box explains. Even if you fall into a ghost story, you still have to go to work. The ghost stories in the darkest exploration records develop anomalies the more popular they get. That's when people start creating exceptions. Wisps of white smoke drift gracefully through a completely pitch-black backdrop, with the narration text reading, "To break away from repetition and boredom, they introduce anomalies to the events."
Dramatic blood-red splatters paint a dark scene depicting towering, dilapidated concrete buildings at a tilted angle, with the narration, an exploration record of Team J from the field exploration team surviving for 12 hours in an abandoned hospital at night. Kneeling on the floor in deep thought, Solem rests his chin in his hand, thinking, think, as a terrifying, tall black ghost with long hair silently raises its arm behind the glowing cash register. Solium squeezes his eyes shut, clenching his jaw as sweat drips down his face, frantically trying to piece the puzzle together. Let's see, what was it? I'm sure they made some kind of mistake. A glowing vertical white slit resembling an eye flashes dramatically on a striped background, revealing the crucial answer. It was because they didn't get the notification that the doctor's shift ended. A retro-style pixelated log entry over a monochrome illustration of a masked employee holding a severed phone cord notes, 3 hours and 12 minutes elapsed. 0312 employee Lee J. Jin accidentally cuts the counter's phone line. A close-up of a wrist wearing a black sports watch with a glowing red face is highlighted against torn paper edges, accompanied by the log darkness entry, 12 hours and 12 minutes elapsed, 12:12 past 7:12 a.m., but the sun does not rise. A grotesque, multi-faced doctor monster in a bloody medical coat answers a red phone receiver, with the final log entries, 1609, phone line successfully restored, immediately followed by 1611, the doctor answers the shift change call, 1611, the doctor disappears. A clean illustration of a white office telephone glows with a crimson outline, bringing Solium to a vital realization. Although this was a case where the time was extended, it gives me a hint that could end the ghost story's time. Solium's eye sharpens with resolve behind his branch mask as a bright pink flash sparks below him. He deduces, if it didn't end because the time signaling trigger failed to activate, then conversely, if I activate the trigger early, a chaotic storm of hexagonal blue-tinted pop-up notification windows rapidly floods the screen, all repeatedly warning, staff assistance required. The view zooms in closer on Solium's chest as the stacked hexagonal warning pop-ups multiply, filling the space with the text, staff assistance required. The frame is completely overwhelmed by the overlapping blue hexagonal notifications, with rows upon rows of the urgent alert, staff assistance required. In a dark, starry space, a single hexagonal bubble glitchily reads, calling for Stree, accompanied by Solium's grim realization. I know. Numerous glitching notification bubbles reading calling and calling for staff stack up around Solium's back as the long-haired black ghost looms terrifyingly close below him. He thinks, it knows I'm here, it's playing with me. A close-up of Solium's hand clenching into a tight, sweating fist as his resolve solidifies. I have to get out and run. Even if I get caught, I can't let myself feel helpless. Bracing himself, Solium prepares to make a sudden move as white action lines slice through the air. He thinks, since it's standing in front of the desk, if I slip past to the side. A tense close-up shot of Solom's face as his eye darts sharply to the left, sweat dripping from his chin in anticipation of his next move. Solium quickly maneuvers away, his body blurring as a large, jagged speech bubble captures his physical strain. Ugh. A giant, pitch-black, spiky thought bubble dominates the screen, expressing his inner desperation. There's no way I can last 3 days. Clenching his fist to his mouth, Solium tries to keep his composure as loud thudding sounds rumble nearby. He thinks, if this keeps repeating, I'll break first. I have to find the trigger and activate it to end this ghost story early. The screen focuses on the digital convenience store clock displaying April 4th, 12 o'clock. Solium ponders, if I can make what happens 3 days from now according to that clock happen ahead of time, the ghost story will end. As the pale freezer shelves filled with food glow in the background, Solium's inner monologue analyzes the environment. What would happen at a convenience store 3 days from now? Entering items scheduled to arrive in 3 days? No, that's too complicated. There has to be something more intuitive. Solium looks down in sudden shock as he notices a food label indicating an expiration date of April 6th. 3 convenience store food items, a triangular kimbap, a rice ball, and a kimbap roll, float in a dark void with bright cyan halos as Solium formulates his plan. If I find a product with an expiration date 3 days from now and dispose of it early? Holding up a convenience store bento box of Hamburg steak, Solium happily gasps in a speech bubble, found one! The label clearly lists its expiration date as April 7th at 12 o'clock. Solium stands clutching the bento box in his hand, glancing back cautiously over his shoulder as he moves away from the glowing refrigerator. Zooming in on the glowing, pixelated keyboard of the POS register terminal, a narration box reads, "Even if I'm scared, I have to do this now." Standing before the checkout counter with the bento box, Solium carefully operates the POS terminal, thinking, most POS terminals have a function to change the date and time. I'll change that to 3 days later first.
A close-up shot of Solium's pale finger pressing down on a purple touchscreen button next to the numeric keys on the register. A large, dark green, spiky speech bubble conveys Solium's desperate hope as he inputs the changes. Please work. Solium's face lights up with a relieved grin as he thinks, it worked, before being abruptly cut off by a sharp electronic beep sound effect.
A stark white hexagonal notification window pops up on the screen, reading Disposal Alarm.
Solium looks down in surprise as a second hexagonal pop-up window appears on the register screen, warning there is a product nearing its expiration date. Inside the dark, quiet convenience store, a white hexagonal pop-up window on the POS screen asks a pivotal question. Would you like to register this disposal? Solium stands before the checkout counter, raising his pale finger to tap the purple touchscreen button, ready to trigger the timeline bypass.
A sharp digital flash washes over the screen as the POS terminal registers the action, displaying a clear confirmation message in a glowing white hexagonal box. Registration complete.
The terminal confirms the final status with the text, Disposal Registered, in a glowing white box. Solium tilts his head up, sweating profusely as glowing blue circular bubbles drift around him in the dimly lit store, his heart hammering against his chest as he waits for the result of his desperate gamble. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of bright white action lines cuts through the darkness of the convenience store. Solium quickly glances back over his shoulder as the ceiling lights flick back on with a dramatic hum, bathing the aisles in comforting, warm light. Clenching his jaw as sweat drips down his chin, Solium takes a deep, ragged breath behind his black masquerade branch mask. The terrifying shadow of the ghost has vanished, and he can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
In a humorous, stylized chibi panel, Solium's inner thoughts burst out in a large, radiant speech bubble. Ah, humans really need light to live. He sighs happily, a tiny note beside him conveying his immense relief. My mind is finally at peace.
Just as he starts to relax, a sharp, loud metallic sound rings out as the cash register drawer suddenly flies open with immense force, cutting through the silence. Solium jumps in surprise, thinking, now I can finally leave. Wait, what?
Solium peers cautiously over the counter into the newly opened register drawer, his eyes widening behind his branch mask as he sees rows of neat, crisp stacks of 50,000 KRW bills. He mutters in complete disbelief. Money? A textured, dark gradient backdrop sets a contemplative mood as Solium's thoughts drift back to the database of urban legends. Come to think of it, at the bottom of the wiki?
Retro-pixelated text styled like a terminal wiki log reveals a surprising piece of trivia about this specific convenience store anomaly. Trivia, it actually gives you money upon clearing. Then isn't it just a nice ghost that likes to startle people? A colorful, comical illustration shows the grotesque, pale-faced convenience store ghost holding a pink toy money gun and gleefully showering Solium in 50,000 KRW bills with the dramatic word flex written across. Below, Solium stands in his suit, sparkling under the rain of cash with a completely deadpan expression. Oh. Outside, a sleek glass corporate building under a cloudy, overcast sky represents the headquarters of the field exploration team. A narration bubble at the top notes, the rookie won't be out for at least 3 days, while another bubble at the bottom adds, I should get through the paperwork in the meantime. Walking along the paved corporate pathway, a woman with short blue hair stretches her arms back with a weary groan. Man, writing reports is such a pain. Next to her, a colleague with neat brown hair holding a tablet chuckles in agreement. Haha, tell me about it. Suddenly, a sharp vibration buzzes from the tablet in the brown-haired man's hand. He looks down at the flashing screen in surprise, murmuring, huh? With a dramatic, glowing flash, a handsome young man in a dark corporate suit, Solium, appears on the scene. A heavy brown paper bag slips from his hand, falling toward the floor with a soft sound. Walking right past his stunned colleagues on the rooftop walkway, Solium drops the brown paper bag onto the floor with a rhythmic thud. The brown-haired colleague stares in sheer shock. Standing in front of his dumbfounded coworkers, Solium looks on calmly as the brown-haired man asks in confusion. Solium simply states, I filled it, the dream stuff collector. Holding up a golden syringe filled with a mysterious brown liquid, Solium's expression remains completely level. A clean white box at the bottom highlights the elapsed time, 1 hour and 24 minutes. Transition panel displays a dark, stormy sky with a narration box reading, about an hour ago. Below, hands are shown flicking open a classic silver metal lighter, the bright flame catching the tip of a cigarette. In a quiet moment on the rooftop, the blue-haired woman stands in profile, exhaling a soft plume of white smoke into the cloudy sky as a gentle breeze rustles her dark blue hair. A dark, textured background splattered with black ink sets a grave tone as glowing neon text declares, right now, Team D's new recruit is alone inside a ghost story.
Over a dark backdrop, speech bubbles convey the colleagues' casual assumptions about the mission. Since it's a 3-day one, it should be a pretty mild ghost story. Even if it drags on, they have food, so they'll be fine. Below, a close-up shows the blue-haired woman's sharp, cool blue eye peering through her messy bangs. A retro, static-filled flashback shows a giant finger pointing down accusingly at the sweating chibi figures of the blue-haired woman and the brown-haired man. A narration box explains, of course, quite a few new recruits have quit because of this initiation. Thanks to that, we've taken a lot of heat from the HR team executives. Behind a dark, cracked purple wall stained with splatters of black ink, the severe reality of their department is explained. Still, why do we put them through this initiation? It means if they can't even handle this, they should just hand in their resignation. Pitch-black screen is violently splattered with blood-red paint, with distorted, glowing chromatic aberration text conveying the grim stakes before they end up losing their life.
Standing at the rooftop railing under a dark purple night sky, the blue-haired woman and her colleague look out over the city. Ominous narration text surrounds them, especially a new recruit on our own team. Die is the last thing we want. At the bottom, a discarded masquerade branch mask and white flowers float silently in deep water.
A Polaroid photo showing a bright, smiling colleague with his arm around a neat and handsome Solem is displayed. A speech bubble asks, "But about this new recruit?" And the colleague replies, "Yeah." Looking incredibly professional and poised, Solium stands holding his tablet, his eyes calm and steady behind his black masquerade mask. A speech bubble above describes him. Uncannily calm, you could say. Under the gray sky, the brown-haired colleague smiles warmly as he remembers Solium's reaction. Normally, new recruits freak out just learning what we do, but they didn't even flinch. Great mental strength. The blue-haired woman smirks knowingly at the brown-haired man as they walk side by side. "Looks like you took a liking to them, assistant manager." He responds with a grin. "A strong heart is always welcome." Closing her eyes, the blue-haired woman takes another slow drag from her cigarette, thinking, "This department deals with urban legends on a daily basis, so we can't have a coward." She continues, "Besides, there's no way a coward would have survived the probation period." A dramatic flashback panel contrasts her thoughts, showing a cartoonish Solium in a suit running for his life in absolute terror, sweat pouring down his face. A narration box states, "There was one, a coward who somehow made it through." In a cute chibi panel, the brown-haired colleague nods happily while the blue-haired woman stands by with her cigarette. A fluffy speech bubble notes, "This new recruit is really promising." A panel shows Solium calmly flipping through a book, looking handsome and composed. A speech bubble comments, "But they weren't taking any notes. It's their first job, so they probably don't know any better." The blue-haired woman looks ahead with a serious expression, while her colleague smiles beside her. "I'll make sure to tell them that an information memo is essential for our work." He agrees, "Yeah, give him a heads up." A tiny note next to him adds, "Since their life is on the line." A cute chibi illustration shows the blue-haired woman peacefully sleeping on top of a giant blue circle containing text. "They need to take notes when we're teaching them so they can review everything later." Another cute chibi graphic displays the brown-haired colleague next to a warm yellow circle. Exactly, it's not like they already knew all this information beforehand. Scene highlights a black phone pop grip decorated with a glowing gold X logo taped tightly over striped bands. A thought bubble says bleep, while a text box below counters, "I did know it beforehand." Back on the paved corporate path, the two colleagues continue their stroll, completely unaware of the truth. The brown-haired man says, "Anyway, the new recruit won't be out for at least 3 days. I guess we should handle the paperwork in the meantime." The brown-haired colleague's hand is shown resting on his tablet as it violently vibrates with a buzzing sound effect. He mutters in confusion, "Huh?" Bright, dramatic flash lines the background as the brown-haired man stares down at his screen in utter disbelief. Why is it suddenly vibrating? A hilarious chibi diagram illustrates the situation. The brown-haired man holds a tablet as a pair of giant red lips pops out of it, splashing thick gray goo over a tiny, defeated black chibi version of Solium on the floor. The blue-haired woman stands behind them, watching with a deadpan look. Back in reality, a dramatic exclamation bubble pops up as Solium looks up calmly, holding the golden syringe in his hand. He simply states, "I've completed it." A ghost story that takes at least 3 days? The new recruit cleared it in just an hour? The faces of both colleagues are shown in a split close-up, their eyes wide and jaws slack in absolute shock. A ghost story that takes at least 3 days? The new recruit cleared it in just an hour? Humorous, dark-shaded panel shows Solium clutching his chest as blue skulls float behind him, his cool exterior cracking to reveal his true panic. "I thought I was going to have a heart attack." The scene shifts to a plate of various delicious, freshly baked cookies sitting on a table. A speech bubble explains, "That convenience store was a 3-day ghost story."
Sitting on a couch opposite Solium, the brown-haired colleague leans forward in total bewilderment, gesturing toward him. "It hasn't even been 3 days, so how did you get out?" Solium simply blinks and replies, "Ah." Solem looks back at them with a completely straight face, delivering his explanation with deadpan simplicity. "I fast-forwarded time." The two colleagues sweat profusely, completely flabbergasted by his casual tone. They answered like they're ordering lunch. Resting his hand on his tablet with a stylus pen, Solium explains his logical deduction. "Since there was a time limit, I figured there must be an event within the ghost story that triggers the passage of time. If I triggered the event scheduled for 3 days later ahead of time, the ghost story would end. So, by using the expiration date to discard the food..." A colorful graphic features Solium's graduation photo where he holds a blue rose bouquet surrounded by skeleton hands, with bold text celebrating his legendary achievement. Ghost stories are the easiest thing in the world. You can do it too, revealing the secrets to escaping. A new record for clearing right after joining. The rapid promotion chronicle of top graduate new recruit Kim Solium. No resignation. We can't let them. Under a golden, glowing halo of light, the blue-haired woman and her brown-haired colleague look ahead with an intensely serious and determined expression. The text bubbles read, "Escape? No, we must help them adjust well," followed by the bold, dramatic text below declaring, "We'll never find another new recruit like this again." In the office break room, the blue-haired senior colleague casually sips coffee as she playfully notes, "Please don't forget about me when you make it big, Ro dear." Meanwhile, the brown-haired colleague dramatically bows down, tightly clutching Solium's hands with glowing pink flowers floating around him as he says, "You'll probably surpass me and become an assistant manager in no time." A close-up split panel shows both colleagues looking back with a startled, questioning expression. On the side, Solium begins to explain with a deadpan look, saying, "No, that's not it. Actually..." Emerging from the dark shadows, Solem's face is heavily shaded as he confesses his true, terrifying experience. His inner thoughts are shown in a dark, glowing speech bubble. "I only got out so quickly because I was scared." In the office corridor, Solium faces his senior colleagues with a calm, deadpan look. A speech bubble above him politely requests, "Next time, please give me a warning." Set against a light blue background dotted with floating question marks, the confused dialogue between the characters unfolds. A bubble asks, "But you cleared it in an hour?" To which Solium answers, "Yes, I thought I was going to die," prompting the exasperated, spiked bubble reply, "Stop lying." Resting her chin on her hand, the blue-haired woman smirks knowingly and asks, "So how much did you get?" Which catches Solium off guard as a tiny bubble below shows him reacting with a confused, "Huh?" The scene focuses on a brown paper shopping bag packed to the brim with stacks of 50,000 KRW bills. The blue-haired colleague asks, "You get paid for clearing these ghost stories, right?" While Solium calmly responds, "It came out to 10 million won."
A close-up panel highlights a pale hand firmly grabbing a sleeve with the dramatic sound effect thud. Above, a speech bubble warmly states, "You should keep it." Smiling warmly, the blue-haired colleague pats Solium's shoulder as he stands before her, looking somewhat troubled. She generously insists, "Normally the company takes half, but you worked hard, so keep the whole thing," and reassuringly adds, "We'll handle the paperwork with our senior know-how, so don't worry about a thing." The close-up highlights Solium's nervous, sweating face, as his internal conflict is illustrated by a balancing scale labeled Moral Sense, tipping over. A large narration box reveals, "Actually, it was 20 million won," with a smaller subnote below adding, "He was originally planning to pocket some." Turning around with a sharp motion, the blue-haired woman eagerly says, "Now that the job is done, let's go do the most important thing." Beside her, the brown-haired colleague smiles brightly in agreement, saying, "Ah, yes, we have to do that," leaving a tiny chibi Solium standing in complete confusion. "That?" Over a dark, vertically striped background with flashing yellow sound effects, click, click, a bright white speech bubble proclaims, "Employee Welfare Mall Point Accumulation." On a neat office desk next to a white mug, a daily planner, and a cup full of pens sits a cute, round white doll with massive, glowing red eyes that has its tiny tongue playfully sticking out. Solem sits at his desk, staring blankly at the computer monitor. He looks down in mild surprise as a question mark pops up next to him, noticing the plush white toy with red eyes sitting right in front of him on the desk. A close-up shows Solium's hand clicking a computer mouse on top of a cute mouse pad featuring a cartoon cat wearing a traditional hanbok. Above, a text box displays his thought, "Let's see what I can buy with 100 points." The computer monitor displays an item from the Employee Welfare Mall, a sleek white robot vacuum listed for 100p. A dramatic, shining text bar at the bottom begins to tease, "This is actually..."
Sol looks on with a sweat drop as he scrolls through an impressive array of high-tech appliances and strange items in the welfare mall, including a premium espresso machine, a monitor, a tablet, a foldable smartphone, and even dangerous poisons. The text below reads, "The selection is pretty good." A dramatic, spiked speech bubble bursts onto a dark background with the clicking sound effect click click, expressing Solyum's curiosity. Then how much is a Wish ticket? The screen displays a glowing, pearlescent purple potion bottle labeled Wish Ticket with an astronomical price tag of 500,000 P. A hilarious chibi illustration depicts a shocked, black-haired Solyum staring in complete disbelief at the monitor as the giant number 500,000 hovers over him, while the tiny red-eyed doll beside him snickers, "You can't buy this, lol." Set against a dark background covered in complex mathematical formulas, Solyum's chaotic thoughts swirl with the sound effects click-click as he realizes, if I clear an F rank alone every single day, it'll take 15 years? No, wait, if I go into higher ranks? A pixelated menu displays the points by darkness grade, showing the point rewards for each rank. F rank grants 100 P, D rank grants 1000 P, C rank grants 2500 P, B rank is highlighted at 10,000 P, A rank is 100,000 P, and S rank is a special evaluation. A complex mathematical flowchart shows the point calculations in Solyum's mind. Spike text screams, "A B rank is 10,000 points?" and notes, "There's no way I'd go alone, so assuming a 3-person team?" A diagram shows 10,000 P dividing into 3 shares of 3,333 P, leading to the formula 500,000 divided by 3,333 equals 150.0150015, concluding with the grim realization, I have to clear a B rank 150 times? A cute chibi diagram illustrates an on-site ghost story experience where a tiny, sweating Solyum in a suit lies on the ground as a giant circular saw blade descends upon him, while a smiling killer doll stands by. The side of the platform reads, "I am not scared." Covered in complex, glowing blue equations, Solyum stands frozen in deep calculations while his cheerful colleague smiles warmly behind him. A simple speech bubble at the bottom reads, "Yes." Solyum stands at his colleague's side, pointing towards a neat workstation and asking, "By the way, what are all these things on the desk?" To which the brown-haired man replies, "Ah, this?" A cute, smiling cartoon sun graphic highlights the explanation, "This is our manager's desk." Below it, a spiked bubble conveys Solyum's sudden, dramatic realization, so it actually belonged to someone. In a cute chibi panel filled with dog head patterns, the brown-haired colleague smiles cheerfully and advises, "Our manager is out on field duty, so just don't break the monitor," leaving a sweating Solyum in speechless silence. Solyum looks on with a deadpan face as his colleague gestures towards him. Above, his inner thoughts read, "As expected of a company that brews potions out of ghost stories. I shouldn't try to understand it with common sense." In the background, the colleague asks, "Want to smoke, road deer?" And Solyum replies, "I'm okay." A dramatic close-up of Solyum's sharp, glowing pink eye peering through his bangs is accompanied by a glowing white text bubble. "I need a plan if I want to survive." A close-up highlights a pale hand placing its fingers onto the keys of a computer keyboard with the quick typing sound effect tap. Staring at the screen with a clever, scheming expression, Solyum begins to form a plan. A spiked bubble above him declares, "I'll have to use a little trick here." Under the monitor stand, a pink sticky note is revealed with a dramatic "Found It" text box. The note reads, "Manager Lee Jaehan, 105-105-301, ID Young J111, PW DYD AJFLIGODKS 111. A close-up of Solyum's hands typing swiftly on the keyboard with the sound effects tap-tap is paired with his internal thought, "Let's use this ID to log into the welfare mall." Password text on screen is magnified. The upper text box notes, "Since a capital letter was required when signing up," showing "Didaf Lodo," and the bottom box adds, "If I just change the very first letter of the password on the note." A close-up of a clenched fist raised in victory with dramatic impact lines highlights his triumph. The spiked bubble reads, "It worked," while a cute hanging sign below notes, "A quiet celebration." At Daydream Co. Ltd., there is an advertisement only visible to those at manager rank or higher, and known as the Alien Shop. Floating, retro-themed pixel elements like a UFO, moon, planet, and astronaut decorate the starry background. The narration explains, "Among the aliens in the darkness exploration records, some actually sell things to humans. Communication is clumsy and some items are dangerous, but they're quite useful." Targeting Daydream employees as their customer base, they planted illegal advertisement links in the company network. A close-up of Solyum clicking his mouse is shown above his serious, staring eyes. The text bubbles read, "Accessing it is simple. Just click around randomly in the welfare mall."
A flashy, bright green screen with a retro ta sound effect pops up, displaying a shady banner ad. First anniversary appreciation sale, up to 80 off, followed by links reading, is work boring? Click. Want to get stronger? Click. And want cool items? Click. Looking down from a high angle, Solium sits at his double-monitor desk with a starry cosmic background. A massive pixelated green hand pointer floats above him, accompanied by the bold, humorous text, Tacky. A white notebook panel bearing the company logo displays a standard regulation. When clearing a shade frank darkness with a complete manual, 50 of the incidental profits are paid to the employee as reward money. Cute hand-drawn chibi mascots, an orange fox and a yellow dragon, stand happily on a green chalkboard background. Their dialogue bubbles explain, in other words, the company takes the other 50, and for new recruits, they take everything from your first assigned darkness, followed by a sarcastic, yay, how exciting. Special bonus panel labeled Bonus Doll features the cute red-eyed white monster sitting on the desk. A speech bubble from his colleague comments, someone gave it to him as a gift because they said it looks like him. Cute, right? While Chibi Solum simply replies, yes. Over a bright red and yellow gradient background, bold black text states, this thing that looks like an ancient internet ad, it's a promotional ransomware for a shopping mall, visible only to those ranked section chief or higher. Below, colorful word art style letters declare, first anniversary appreciation sale. A vibrant, flashing list of flashy, rainbow-colored text queries appears. Is work boring? Do you want to get stronger? Do you want cool items? Do you want to see me? Below, a pixelated green hand icon waves, accompanied by the warning, clicking this sketchy banner takes you straight to the site. A dramatic close-up shows Solium's handsome face and profile as he contemplates his next move. His thoughts are displayed in round, spiked speech bubbles. But company PCs keep access logs. I'll just copy the link and access it from home. A cool retro pixel title screen appears, showing a green UFO beaming up a tiny pixelated chibi version of Solium amidst stars, with the stylized title, Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work. Solium sits back coolly in his comfortable high-back office chair, holding his smartphone with a glowing gold X-Pop grip. With a calm, collected expression, he rests his hand on his desk, ready to carry out his plan. We see a close-up of Solium's pale hand gripping his black smartphone, his thumb hovering near the screen as he prepares to execute his secret plan. Deep in thought, he contemplates, if I type in the address I saved earlier? Upon entering the web address, Solium's smartphone screen displays a wild, chaotic burst of colorful digital glitches and vertical distortion lines. The company's hidden welfare mall page begins to load in a highly unstable state, glowing with bright rainbow noise and pixelated fragments. The mobile screen continues to load, engulfed in a cascade of matrix-like black and white patterns in neon static. Glitched, colorful text overlaps on top of the chaotic stripes, displaying the words completely meaningless gibberish in random syllables before teasing, but it contains. The retro-themed interface finally loads, decorated with cute pixelated orange stars and a tiny green UFO floating in a dark cosmic background. Staring blankly at his device, Solium cannot help but sweat drop at the incredibly tacky layout, dryly remarking that it looks so cheap and isn't even optimized for mobile viewing. A close-up highlights Solium's pale hand holding his phone steady as he reads the text glowing on his screen. Despite the site's laughably outdated and tacky appearance, he resolves to keep his guard up, knowing that the mysterious items sold here must not be underestimated. Under a colorful pixelated banner proclaiming voila, a list of bizarre and incredibly expensive items appears. They're all marked down with massive discounts, featuring things like vampiric tableware, a wider radio, a Wii Help device, an Alice picnic set, and a silver coin snake which has been dramatically marked down from nearly 20 million won to just under 5 million won. The green striped screen glows with retro pixel sparkles in a zigzagging neon shape. A bold, stylized narration box dramatically appears to emphasize the unbelievable nature of the products, stating that the items sold in this secret mall are truly extraordinary. Solium holds up his phone as pixelated orange stars sparkle around him. Clenching his right fist in a sudden burst of silent victory, his eyes light up behind his bangs as he excitedly thinks to himself, I recognize more than half of these. Great! Floating pixel icons of a silverware set, a walkie-talkie, and a potion bottle decorate the gray space as Solium analyzes the catalog. Noting that 2 of the items are completely new to him, he scrolls past a glowing red button labeled We Help with an astronomical price tag of over 66 million won, quickly deciding to pass since it is far beyond his budget. Against a dark, fading background, Solium's calculations continue as he contemplates his next move. Having pocketed 20 million won from his terrifying encounter with the convenience store ghost story, he ponders deeply on what would make the absolute best purchase to aid his survival. Sitting comfortably in his office chair, Solium stares at his tablet screen with a calm, analytical expression. With a sharp, sliding sound effect, he prepares to finalize his selection, quietly whispering to himself, "Okay, this is it." The screen explodes in a burst of vibrant retro starburst lines and sparkling pixelated yellow stars against a deep space background. A flashy, multicolored word art banner proudly announces "Purchase successful," confirming his secret transaction. Under the starry cosmic void, a cute pixelated green UFO beams brightly as a white speech bubble pops up. Emphasizing the strange high-speed delivery service of the alien shop, the bubble reads, "Your item has boarded the rocket." A dramatic close-up focuses on Solium's sharp, dark-lidded eyes, which widen in sudden confusion and disbelief. A small sweat drop runs down his cheek as a question mark pops up, and he quietly utters, "Huh?" Against a soft green background, two digital pixelated timers begin to count down. With a high-pitched beep sound effect, the timer ticks down rapidly from 3 seconds to 2 seconds, signaling that something is about to arrive almost instantly. Suddenly, two heavy brown cardboard boxes labeled Space Shopping Mall drop from the ceiling, landing with a loud clatter straight into Solium's startled hands. He stands frozen in absolute shock, sweating as his eyes widen in disbelief at the impossibly fast delivery. Setting the warm cardboard box down on his office desk, a close-up shows Solium staring at the clean packaging of the Space Shopping Mall order. Flabbergasted by the sheer absurdity of the speed, he mutters a single word, "Wow." In a hilarious, stylized cosmic panel, a small pixelated rocket with a green alien pilot shoots off into the starry sky with massive roaring sound effects. Holding the newly delivered boxes, a heavily sweating Solium realizes in pure awe that this was literally a rocket delivery straight to his desk. Set against a starry purple backdrop, a large, spiked speech bubble bursts forth to express Solium's chaotic thoughts. Surrendering to the absurdity of his new workplace, he thinks, "You crazy world, I guess you can actually be cool instead of scary." Opening the boxes, Solium reveals his new purchases resting on the desk. A beautifully illustrated but rusted metal tin labeled Alice Picnic Set, showing Alice lying down, and a silver coin decorated with two snakes labeled Silver Coin Snake. Holding up the rusted metal tin, Solium inspects the contents of the Alice Picnic Set, which cost him nearly 12 million won. The set contains 4 small cans labeled Drink Me, which double an item's effect, and a stack of delicious cookies labeled Eat Me, which have it, making him realize how incredibly useful it will be to keep a couple of these on hand. Next, Solium picks up the Silver Coin Snake, a beautiful silver coin depicting 2 snakes consuming each other in an infinite loop. He admits to himself that he bought it purely on a hunch after seeing its original astronomical price tag of nearly 20 million won, which was marked down to 4 million won. A backdrop of various historical and ghost story coins highlights Solium's financial strategy. He explains that this world features multiple currencies from ghost stories that can be exchanged for real cash through specific organizations, meaning that buying this coin on sale will easily turn into pure cash later on. Standing before a glowing red chart with a massive arrow trending upward to the moon, Solium clasps his hands together in a desperate, solemn prayer. A giant spiked bubble above him declares it'll definitely pay off someday, for real, while his inner thoughts humorously try to justify the purchase as a highly rational, cold-headed decision rather than reckless gambling. On a dark, gradient background, Solium pauses to reflect on the other items in the secret shop, prompting a simple question in a white text box. Why didn't I buy the others? Solium stands in a dramatic, dark space, dismissively holding up a hand and looking away from a giant pixelated fork and knife. A bold text line above him answers his own question with simple logic. Because I can't use them. A text box explains that the vampiric tableware is a direct combat weapon designed for physically fighting ghosts. Below, a comical comic panel illustrates a tiny, terrified Solium trying to fight off a massive sheet ghost with just his fork and knife, ending in a dramatic funeral photo of Solium holding his utensils, dryly labeled "The End." A spiked text bubble pops up against a pitch-black background, highlighting Solium's horror at the tableware's side effects. And get my blood drained by a ghost? Below, a funny cartoon depicts a creepy nurse ghost drawing blood from a white-robed ghost who cheerfully says, "Okay," while the nurse calmly mentions she will collect the bone fragments. Solium explains that the wider radio has a similar drawback, since it would be nearly impossible to convince his superiors to carry it around without raising suspicion. A small flashback shows his deadpan female boss asking where he got such a toy, leaving a sweating Solium in a panic as he realizes he could never admit to logging in with her ID to buy it. A cute pixelated chibi Solium stands on a red platform with an A on it, a happy smiling text face floating above his head, as a thought bubble displays his newly acquired items. A retro game text box at the bottom proudly announces, "Items acquired, Alice Picnic Set, Silver Coin, Snake."
Set against a cute pink pastel background, a neat notepad displays Kim Solium's current What's in My Bag checklist, showing he is carrying a memorial grip talk, a smile sticker, the Alice picnic set, and the silver coin snake. Below, Solium stands with crossed arms, staring blankly with a silent, thoughtful expression.
Solium's cheeks flush with a gentle pink blush as he smiles happily, surrounded by soft pink flowers and magical sparkles. A retro black game interface box pops up at the bottom reading, "System Solium seems to have truly enjoyed shopping." A dark gray background features a warning text box. Downside, the fictional ghost comes as a free gift. Below, a cute Polaroid photo reveals a chibi Solium sweating in distress under his bed covers, while a giant-eyed, creepy shadow ghost affectionately hugs him from behind. Set against a black screen, a vibrant rainbow speech bubble pops up with a pixelated green cursor waving beneath it. The playful message asks, "Did you enjoy shopping? Please leave a review," alongside 5 empty star rating outlines.
The scene transitions to a sweeping bird's-eye view of a modern skyscraper in a sprawling city, its rooftop terrace decorated with small manicured gardens and seating areas. A giant speech bubble from above announces their next destination. "We're going to enter one of them today." In the office, Solium's cheerful brown-haired colleague wraps an arm around his shoulder, smiling brightly and trying to reassure him. The colleague and a blue-haired woman explain that it is only a D-ranked darkness, so there is no need to worry since it is at the same level as their orientation, leaving a gloomy, heavily shadowed Solium sweating in silent terror as he thinks, "I'm getting major PTSD here."
Against a cute pink and white striped background with floating flowers, tiny chibi heads of the team appear. The blue-haired woman cheerfully notes that since they have a manual, clearing the darkness will be a breeze, and the colleague eagerly suggests entering as soon as the team leader arrives. Solium's chibi head weakly agrees, consoling himself with the thought that it is still better than playing tag with a convenience store ghost alone.
A hand reaches out, presenting a high-tech tablet displaying the manual. The Tuesday quiz show Glimmer D-Rank manual answer sheet. A colleague's speech bubble instructs him to read the manual first as they are heading out this afternoon, explaining that the ghost story forces you to compete as a quiz show contestant where wrong answers carry a terrible penalty.
Solium holds the tablet, staring down with a deadpan, slightly exhausted expression. He listens quietly as the colleague reassures him, saying, "As long as you know the answer sheet and don't do anything reckless, we'll be fine." Standing amidst tall bookshelves in the archive room, the tall brown-haired colleague places a hand on his hip and cheerfully asks Solium if he would like a printed paper manual so it is easier to take notes. Solium looks down at his digital tablet and politely declines, saying, "Oh, no thanks." A dramatic, split close-up capture the cartoonishly shocked, wide-eyed faces of the blue-haired woman and his colleague. A giant speech bubble from Solium calmly explains the reason. "I've already memorized it all," leaving them completely speechless in disbelief. A stylish, monochrome panel depicts a sharp, handsome Solium tapping his temple with a clever smirk. He is set against a dark background filled with glowing green digits of pi, prompting his colleague to exclaim in awe, "So that's why you weren't taking notes," while Solium simply looks back in mild confusion, saying, "Huh?" With a bright pink, sparkling background framing them, the colleague smiles warmly in sweat drops, while the blue-haired woman gazes on in absolute admiration. The colleague pats Solium on the back and says, "I think the team leader is going to love you," leaving a deadpan Solium standing with a silent question mark floating over his head. Close-up focuses on the side of Solium's face as he reflects on his new team. Peering thoughtfully through his dark bangs, his inner thoughts note, "Come to think of it, I haven't met the Team D team leader yet." Solium glances over at his desk, where the cute, round white monster with giant red eyes sits comfortably wearing a tiny necktie. Remembering his colleague's words, Solium thinks, "They said they'd be here this afternoon, so I'll see them soon." Before a dramatic black text box cuts in, "Or so I thought." The beautiful blue-haired woman runs a hand through her long, messy blue hair while talking seriously on her mobile phone. She informs the team, "No, that's going to be difficult. Our team leader is still out on field work," as a speech bubble at the bottom quietly sighs, I understand." Hanging up her phone with a sharp click sound effect, the blue-haired woman looks down at her phone in disbelief. Standing in the middle of the office, she turns to the men and exclaims in disbelief, "Have these people lost their minds? They're telling us to just go in with the rookie," prompting the brown-haired colleague to walk over and ask in shock, "Just the 3 of us?" Against a cute pastel blue background patterned with white rabbits, the chibi heads of the blue-haired woman and the colleague pop up. The woman sweat drops as she explains that it is the end of the month and Solium did such an amazing job on his first day, while a stylized text box reads, "Adult performance record issues," prompting the colleague to realize, the quota. Turning her intense gaze towards Solium, the blue-haired woman leans in close and seriously asks, "Roe dear, did you memorize the whole answer sheet? Solium looks back at her with wide, startled eyes as sweat drops down his face, anxiously thinking to himself, if I say I haven't memorized it yet, will we not go in? Giving a bright double thumbs up with sparkling star effects all around him, the cheerful colleague grins widely and encourages Solium, saying, oh, come on, you memorized that thick manual, so this must be a piece of cake, while a giant dark close-up of Solium's face looms in absolute despair, accompanied by a black text box that screams, I'm doomed. A handsome, sharp-looking young man with striking blue hair and deep eyes is shown in profile. He tosses a dark coat over his shoulder with a confident, effortless motion as sparkles shimmer in the background. Looking incredibly deadpan, Solium stands in silence as a speech bubble reassures him, saying, this happens from time to time, so don't worry. He quietly answers, yes, while a bright red moral sense stamp gets slammed with an X in his mind. He anxiously thinks to himself that he shouldn't have taken the money, reflecting, I guess this is my punishment for taking that 20 million won. Against a pitch-black textured screen, a bold title card sets the scene. This ghost story, the Tuesday quiz show Glimmer D-Rank manual answer sheet, I've never read about it in the Darkness Exploration records. Walking through a dark holographic room filled with digital red screens displaying agency details, Solium looks down at his phone in deep thought. He mutters to himself, of course, I knew there would be ghost stories I didn't recognize, but I didn't expect to enter an unfamiliar one so soon. Is the company's darkness far more vast than expected? A hand holds up a vintage postcard with a classic 15-cent United States stamp. A speech bubble explains the simple entry method. The way to enter is simple. Just write your name in the sender field. 3 postcard strips reveal the pseudonyms written in the from fields, from Badger, from Peregrine Falcon, and a pen completing from Roe Deer. A sharp click sound effect, tuck, echoes as the pen is lifted. Set against an elegant dark background with subtle floral patterns, a vintage postcard is displayed alongside narrative text. One day I found a strange postcard in an old magazine. It came with a flyer recruiting contestants for some quiz show, but when I searched for it, no such broadcast existed. I figured it was just a vintage postcard theme. Intrigued, I wrote my name in the sender field just for fun, and I was dragged into a truly bizarre quiz show. A bright spotlight cuts through the darkness, illuminating a vintage stage marquee that reads The Tuesday Quiz Show with Burr. A narrator's box muses, a fancy stage and a well-dressed host, as a pale, gloved hand dramatically reaches forward. The spotlight shifts to a dimly lit stage displaying vintage television monitors, drum sets, and microphones. The narrator asks, a stylish band sound? As shadow musicians wait in the background. This panel is divided into 3 sections. The top shows masked contestants behind podiums under the question, contestants filled with passion? The middle block declares, no, that's not all. And the bottom close-up shows Solium wearing deer antlers and a mask, as the narrator explains, connecting with all of you is what makes a true show. A vintage wooden panel commands, so from now on, don't forget to cheer, as a drum cymbal is struck with a vibrating clang sound effect. Against a retro star-patterned background, a large decorative banner enthusiastically proclaims, welcome to the Tuesday Quiz Show. A dramatic close-up reveals the host of the show. Instead of a head, he has a retro television set displaying a cheerful, winking yellow smiley face. He wears a smart brown suit and extends a white-gloved hand directly toward the camera. The white-gloved hand reaches out against a dark backdrop as a vintage text box cheers, oh, our contestants for today's episode. The television-headed host steps heavily onto the stage with a clump sound effect, standing next to Solium's podium. Retro text boxes announce, welcome to the Tuesday Quiz Show. I'm sure you're nervous about your first broadcast, but remember, a bright smile is the foundation of good television. A close-up of the host's television head shows a screen filled with tiny yellow smiley faces surrounding a giant smiling face. The host encourages them, so let's put on our biggest smiles and get started, leaving a shocked Solium to think, TV? Touching his television head with a white-gloved hand as a thinking smiley face appears on his screen, the host gestures. Solium's thought bubbles analyze the situation. Good, cameras, stand by. There's a TV where the head should be. Is that the host of this quiz show? Before the host commands, now then, shall we hear one final cheer? A loud, vibrating kya sound effect cuts across a bright beam of light on a black screen, accompanied by a text box that reads, because. The television-headed host bows deeply with his arm extended, welcoming the crowd. Standing behind their lit-up podiums are Badger, Peregrine Falcon, and Roe Deer. A vintage text box states, your cheers are. Against a retro backdrop, a stylized, glowing OK symbol is held up by a contestant, while the text box at the top declares, the very reason this show exists. Wearing his deer antlers and white mask, Solium claps his hands politely as confetti falls around him.
He thinks to himself in relief, "This isn't nearly as terrifying as I expected." A split panel contrasts Sol-Eum's thoughts. The top half shows a terrifying, creepy grayscale face grinning menacingly behind vertical bars, while the bottom shows the colorful quiz show host. Sol-Eum's inner dialogue notes, "This is nothing. If I think of it as a host wearing a TV mask, it's actually manageable." Wide overhead shot shows the entire studio layout, complete with the live band, television screens, and the contestant stage. The narrator describes, "The venue is normal too. It's an old-fashioned but normal set with an audience section. It feels like an old American talk show." A dramatic close-up shows Sol-Eum in profile, highlighting his dark hair, the brown mask covering his eyes, and a single branch-like antler growing from his head. 3 puzzle piece panels display elements of the show, a wall of TV monitors, a neon show sign, and a Korean manual. Sol-Eum stands quietly under a spotlight as the text explains an old American talk show, a quiz segment, a situation where the contestants already know the answers. Leaning in close, the television host commands through enthusiastic text boxes. "Well then, it looks like we're ready. Let's dive right in." Badger and Peregrine Falcon exchange confident, sinister smirks on the stage. Floating text explains, "A ghost story documented in Darkness Exploration Records. Daydream Co. Limited identification code QTurWoo A104." As a countdown box displays 2. Sol-Eum breaks into a cold sweat, looking incredibly tense and panicked as his eyes widen behind his mask. The countdown box above him flashes 1. A vertical strip of movie film rolls down, covered in splatters of dark red blood over various empty studio sets as a chilling shriek sound effect echoes. Under a dramatic red spotlight, a movie clapperboard snaps down. The text reads, "The disaster began with a 70s American talk show-themed glimmer D-rank darkness, followed by a bold red action." The host's television screen displays a cool, smiling face wearing sunglasses as he holds up a cue card. The text bubbles read, "Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the Tuesday Quiz Show." A film strip layout shows the stage lights. Explanatory text boxes read, "Have you all been waiting for Tuesday?" The host explains that the talk show has a different theme for each day of the week, but there are no recorded cases of entering on any other day. Because I certainly have. Entry is only possible for the day talk show. Badger and Peregrine Falcon stand confidently under spotlights behind their lit-up podiums. The host's text bubbles cheer, "Our lovely new contestants, because the only reason we get to see contestants on our quiz show." A digital tablet and a printed booklet are displayed, both containing the answer sheet. The text explains, "Beginning with the 12th exploration, field teams entered fully prepared with answer sheets compiled from previous runs for the main quiz segment of the day talk show. They successfully escaped without any casualties for 99 explorations up to the 110th episode. Prizes included?" Set against a dark, glitching static background, a pixelated text warning reads, "However, this occurrence takes place during the 111th episode, the 100th exploration." Bright spotlight bursts onto the dark stage floor with a loud BAM sound effect as a retro text box announces, "Now, let's introduce our contestants." Under the spotlight, Badger is introduced, smiling politely behind his mask. Cheerful crowd noises rise with a loud wah sound effect, accompanied by text bubbles reading, "Badger, Peregrine Falcon." The camera pans down to show Peregrine Falcon looking cool and collected, followed by Sol-Eum, who looks slightly tense. The crowd continues to cheer with a loud wah sound effect. A vintage text bubble at the top reads, "And roe deer," as the crowd continues to cheer with a loud wah sound effect. The television host flashes a double thumbs up as confetti and sparkles rain down around him, his screen showing a happy, winking face. Text banners read, "Will our contestants continue their remarkable winning streak today? Stay tuned and let's find out together." Against a black screen, a retro announcement banner appears. "The 110th episode of the Tuesday Quiz Show starts now." Sol-Eum stands behind his podium as confetti falls around him, looking incredibly tense and anxious as loud "wah" cheering sound effects fill the studio. In a sharp, spiky thought bubble, Sol-Eum mentally calculates, if it's the 110th episode, then this should still be Exploration 99. An extreme close-up focuses on Sol-Eum's wide, terrified eye as sweat drips down his face. A giant, spiky text bubble screams his horrifying realization. It's not the 100th. Peregrine Falcon glances back over her shoulder towards Sol-Eum with a quiet, surprised expression as confetti drifts down. A small turn sound effect appears above her head. Both senior colleagues turn back to look forward, giving Sol-Eum confident, reassuring nods and smiles. A nod sound effect pops up beside the blue-haired woman. Sol-Eum grips his podium tightly, sweating in distress. His thoughts read, "Statistically speaking, the odds of landing on the 100th exploration on my first attempt are incredibly low. My seniors look relaxed too. It's okay, it'll be fine. But I shouldn't let my guard down. This is still inside a ghost story."
A golden brown folder labeled Interfering with the Broadcast of the Tuesday quiz show D-Rank Glimmer has a sticky note pinned to it warning any conduct that disrespects the show will result in immediate ejection. The folder's text warns results in incineration, which Solium translates ejection means incineration.
Badger and Peregrine Falcon are shown on a vintage television screen labeled Color TV, smiling confidently at the audience. A giant, menacing view of the host's television head shows his screen glowing with a single, massive, bright red camera eye. Behind him, 3 tiny silhouetted podiums with the contestants rest on a giant, white-gloved hand. The text reads, which means any unexpected behavior is practically a death sentence. The television-headed host stands on the stage, extending a gloved hand and holding a quiz cue card. His retro text boxes express concern for the contestant. "Oh, Roe dear, you look a little nervous. Are you all right?" Solium, wearing his deer horns and black mask, looks up from behind his wooden podium and replies nervously, Yes, it's my first time on a quiz show, so I'm a bit tense." The television-headed host claps his hands as his voice crackles through the speakers. His retro text box responds, excellent, excellent." A loud static sound effect crackles across his screen as a gloved finger points upward, followed by a dramatic announcement. "Then let's start with an easy one." Solemn looks on with a bead of sweat on his face as the first question is displayed on the screen. Q. Choose the option that is not a component of the human body, offering 4 choices. 1. Water. 2. Iron. 3. Oil. And 4. Soil. Solemn looks incredibly tense as he prepares to answer. Bright chime rings out across the stage as the TV host screen changes to show a happy yellow smiley face giving a thumbs up. A vintage dialogue box enthusiastically declares correct, while the audience erupts into loud, ecstatic cheers. The success continues as the host announces, "Badger, correct." The chime rings again and the host adds, "Wonderful." Badger stands proudly behind his podium, sporting a confident smirk on his face. The host's voice booms with excitement. "Unbelievable! Peregrine Falcon too?" With another resounding chime. Peregrine Falcon looks cool and collected as she gets the answer right, while Solium looks on in shock. Tension mounts as the clock on the host's TV screen ticks loudly. The host narrates Solium's struggle. Roe deer is struggling to choose an answer. The hesitation, the agony. Solium covers his mouth in deep distress, letting out a soft grunt as sweat pours down his face. With a dark, sweating face, Solium mutters his choice. Number 3, strangulation. The host repeats it dramatically. Number 3, as Solium's heart pounds furiously in suspense. The host builds the tension, shouting, "Now, what is the fate of Roe deer, who chose strangulation?" To Solium's immense relief, the host raises a sign with a white circle and declares that is correct, while the crowd cheers. The happy smiley face appears back on his screen, and Solium thinks to himself, it was obviously number 3, but while trying his best to play along with the show's dark nature. Quiz moves rapidly as a flurry of correct answers flash by. Now, on to the next question. Correct. This time. Correct. Wait, again? Correct. Solium focuses his resolve, thinking, just follow the manual and get through this safely. The atmosphere in the studio reaches a fever pitch as confetti rains down. The host screams, "Amazing! We are on a winning streak. Contestants have answered every question correctly, and now only the final question remains." The digital scoreboard displays a near-perfect success rate. A dramatic spotlight shines down on Solium as a giant gloved hand extends from the foreground. The host's booming voice asks, will they maintain their perfect record? While Solium stands perfectly still, steeling himself for the final challenge. The TV host leans in close, his screen showing the side dial controls as he asks, "Roe deer, are you ready?" Solium, with a bead of sweat on his cheek, looks up with determination and replies simply, "Yes." The host celebrates his readiness. "Excellent! Let's have the final question," as dramatic vertical lines fill the background, signaling the climax of the quiz show. A bright flash illuminates the screen as the final question is revealed on a retro spiral background. Q. At what percentage of blood loss does a human die? The choices are listed. 1. 40, 2. 45, 3. 50, and 4. 55. Standing behind his brightly lit podium, Smallard calmly prepares to deliver his final response, whispering, "The answer is..." Solium speaks clearly. Number 1. The host's TV screen shows a cheerful grin as he repeats, choosing number 1. But Solium doesn't stop there. He continues, and number 2, number 3, and number 4. The host's TV screen freezes, the smiling face turning flat as a silent shockwave of disbelief ripples through the studio. Standing firm, Solium confidently asserts they're all correct, as a tense heartbeat echoes in the silence of the studio. Against a grim, blood-splattered background, Solyam explains his reasoning in scientific detail. Human life is typically endangered after losing 30 to 40 of total blood volume. Therefore, anything beyond that may result in death. The audience begins to murmur in surprise. The host's television head slowly turns back to Solyam as he reacts. Multiple correct answers. How bold! The host offers him a chance to back down, asking, "Do you wish to change your answer?" behind a dark silhouette of a sweating staff member running. Solyam responds firmly, "No." The host's screen displays an ear symbol as a staff member whispers something in his ear. The host mutters, before nodding in agreement, saying, "Oh, I see." The host reveals the truth. Actually, the answer our writers prepared was number 1. Solyam is completely stunned, his face going blank in absolute terror as he utters a silent, "What?" But the show host has other ideas. He dramatically points upward and yells, "However, isn't Rodeer's answer far more impressive?" His screen now displaying a vintage microphone symbol. With a grand, theatrical gesture and a massive burst of light, the host enthusiastically declares, "I'll accept it as a perfect answer. Brilliant!" as a perfect score of 100 is stamped onto the screen. Depicted as a distressed chibi face with dark lines over his head, Solyam lets out a long sigh of relief, weakly thinking to himself, I survived." Bright spotlights illuminate the stage as the host begins to wrap up the broadcast, and that brings the 110th episode of the Tuesday Quiz Show to a close. The host continues his sign-off. Astonishingly, all contestants maintained a perfect record. Badger sighs in relief, saying it's finally wrapping up, while Peregrine Falcon yawns behind her hand, agreeing, "Indeed." A humorous yellow sticky note warns them, "If you need to yawn, do it when the cameras aren't looking." The screen turns dark, and a dramatic vintage box appears to deliver one final announcement. But there can only be one MVP. Bright spotlight focuses on Solyam as a banner proudly displays 99th MVP Rodeer. The host cheers, "Rodeer, congratulations," while the crowd explodes into massive applause. A beautifully wrapped gift box is handed to Solyam. The host announces, "A warm round of applause for our MVP." Solyam accepts the gift, politely saying, "Thank you," but inwardly screaming in utter confusion, "Why me?" Confetti continues to drift around Solyam as he lets out a deep, exhausted sigh, thinking to himself with immense relief, "Finally, it's over." Suddenly, a heavy, disorienting glitch sound effect slices through the scene, distorting the panels of Badger, Peregrine Falcon, and Solyam in a multicolored shockwave. A loud mechanical clicking sound echoes through the dark studio as a bright spotlight snaps directly onto an empty podium. Heavy mechanical clicking sounds fill the dark studio as the cameras shift, revealing figures in the shadows coughing lightly. Several figures emerge under the spotlight, looking pale and weary, as the dry sound of coughing echoes through the arena. The other contestants look on in shock and confusion, whispering amongst themselves as the spotlight illuminates the newcomers on stage. A giant digital display flashes a bright yellow number 1 against a pitch-black background, heightening the tension. Solyam's sweating, panicked face is shown behind a giant yellow digit 0, showing his growing dread. A cute chibi illustration shows the TV host cheerfully chatting with a very exhausted Kim Solyam. The text explains, "Kim Solyam, who diligently solved every question just to survive." The weary figures standing under the spotlight are revealed as field agents, as the narrator explains, "Employees from the field." Solyam is completely bewildered, looking at the newly arrived field employees and thinking, why did they enter the same ghost story? As one of the other agents stammer in fear, "What is this?" An agent's voice trembles with fear. "Why are the people who came before us still?" As a copy of the Tuesday Quiz Show manual sits on the floor. A close-up shows a hand holding a tablet displaying a terrifying warning in bold red letters. Disrupting the broadcast will result in incineration. Suddenly, a terrifying pillar of fire erupts with a roaring sound effect, completely engulfing one of the podiums in roaring flames. Peregrine Falcon looks back with wide, horrified eyes, illuminated by the bright orange glow of the sudden incineration. A bright, star-filled retro announcement banner pops up with the word "Surprise." The TV host points directly at the camera, his screen displaying a festive cloud shape with "Surprise" written on it. He cheerfully announces that was a surprise preview of the contestants appearing next Tuesday. Solyam looks on in silent horror at the pile of ashes left behind on the incinerated podium, his mind racing in absolute terror. In a stark white bubble surrounded by a jagged black border, Solyam's final desperate thought rings out, "I shouldn't react."
A close-up of the front of a buzzer or warning light station glowing with a deep, menacing red light. The number 3 is faintly visible at the top, cast in shadow, setting a tense and foreboding atmosphere in the dark studio.
Sweat drips down Solem's panicked face as he reads a yellow note warning that any behavior showing a lack of respect for the show will result in removal, complete with a mocking smiley face. Gripping his podium tightly, Solem struggles to keep his composure, frantically thinking to himself, damn it, damn it. Under a shower of pink confetti, Solem forces a strained, trembling smile as he holds up a sign for the Tuesday quiz show and nervously bids the viewers farewell, waving as his speech bubble reads, "Please look forward to next week." Upbeat music notes drift across a warm, decorative background with falling confetti and flower petals, carrying the cheerful theme song of the show, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bam, do-do-do-do-do. Looking down from a high angle, the TV-headed host stands in front of Solium's podium as confetti continues to flutter through the air. A text box signals the end of the segment. That's all for today, unfortunately. An ending credit slide appears, featuring the host with a yellow smiley face on his screen putting his arm around a weary Solium. The text box's promise, "We'll see you tomorrow with an even more exciting show," alongside credits for the Tuesday quiz show with BHC production, starring Rodeer, Badger, Peregrine Falcon, and an endless stream of "and you" repeating down the screen. The camera zooms in on the television head of the host, whose screen displays a cheerful yellow winking smiley face blowing a small heart. Stylized golden script below him reads, "See you next show." Once the cameras stop rolling, the host slumps his shoulders and lets out a massive sigh of relief, muttering, "Phew," as his TV screen shows the "See you next show" logo. He remarks with a sweat drop, "We almost ruined the live broadcast. I'm glad we managed to save it." Staff member dressed in a white t-shirt and wearing an ID card bends down to sweep up a pile of dark, powdery ash from the floor with a broom and dustpan, the soft rustling of the broom echoing in the quiet studio. While the staff member sweeps in the background, the host walks over to a completely exhausted Solium, gesturing as he praises him. "Rodeer, that was some great quick thinking. Would you happen to be interested in becoming a regular panelist?" Solium weakly looks away and declines, saying, "I already have a job," prompting a disappointed reply from the host. "Oh dear, what a shame." The new contestants must have been quite surprised. Behind the scenes, the 3 terrified newcomers, including a blonde woman and a blindfolded man, look on in deep apprehension. The host tries to reassure them, saying, "I'm sure you didn't mean to ruin the broadcast, so don't be too discouraged. You 3 will get your chance to participate soon enough." Suddenly, a shadowy staff member whispers a message in the host's ear, causing his screen to freeze in surprise. "Huh?" The TV host places his gloved hand over his chest, his screen displaying a sad, downcast face with closed eyes. He turns to the contestants and tells them with heavy reluctance, "This is rather difficult news to deliver." Set against a retro striped wallpaper, a dark frame delivers the shocking announcement. Our show was just canceled. Below it, the neon sign of the Tuesday quiz show hangs crooked and dark. Solam's eyes widen in sheer horror as the host explains the situation further. Text boxes appear around his panicked face, clarifying, to be precise, the Tuesday quiz show, that is. Not that my show is over, of course, but the quiz segment has been replaced. The host maintains an optimistic tone as he gestures dynamically, announcing, but of course, this isn't the end of everything. I have some good news." In the foreground, Peregrine Falcon watches silently, her cool composure masking her growing suspicion. The host reveals the catch with an upbeat message, "Because we'll have all of you on as contestants for the new segment too." Hearing this, Peregrine Falcon's eyes widen slightly in shock, a single bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. Solium is pushed to the brink of panic, his face twisting in distress as sweat pours down his temples. A caption marks the grim escalation of their situation. This development, Exploration Record 100. Clipboard holds a clear report for the Tuesday quiz show from Daydream Co. Ltd. The document details the rules and the sudden transition, starts in the same studio as the previous episodes. However, the program's name is changed. To the confused employees, the host explains that the Tuesday quiz show has been canceled. Since a contestant answered correctly 99 times in a row, the penalty became pointless, and the host was disciplined on the grounds that the segment was not stimulating enough. A blood-red sheet of paper drifts through the dark air as a striking red caption announces, and the new segment is. Below it, a retro text box adds, "And since it's a recorded broadcast, it'll be much easier than before." The TV host enthusiastically continues, "Though I'll only be in a supporting role, I'll do my best to make it a great show." But he is suddenly cut off as Peregrine Falcon raises her voice, firmly shouting, "Wait!" Standing tall and refusing to be intimidated, Peregrine Falcon looks down at the host and states coldly, "We've already participated in the show, so we'll be leaving now."
The atmosphere instantly turns hostile. The host's television screen flickers with a distorted, bloody red static as his voice drops into a dark, threatening tone. The filming isn't over yet, and you're leaving?
The TV host tilts his screen at an unnatural, creepy angle, looming directly over Peregrine Falcon as he speaks in a low, warning tone. Oh dear, the instructions must have been written on the application postcard. It's quite troublesome if you leave in the middle. The host's screen lights up with a terrifying, glowing orange skull-like shape engulfed in flames. He delivers a chilling ultimatum. Are you sure you can't do it? Under the immense supernatural pressure, Peregrine Falcon sweats and looks back at her companions with a tense, frustrated expression, muttering, "I didn't expect to appear on the show back-to-back." Solem steps forward, raising his hand to negotiate as sweat runs down his pale face. He reasons, "We might make a mistake during the broadcast," while desperately thinking to himself, "I have to stop this."
Solium tries his best to fabricate a plausible excuse to escape their impending doom, suggesting, "We need to prepare, so we should head back for today," while internally planning, "I need to find some excuse to get out of here and come back next Tuesday." Before Solium can finish his sentence, a staff member in the background suddenly flips open a sketchbook with a bold OK written on it. The host enthusiastically chimes in, "Oh, the shoot is ready." The host sweeps his arm forward to usher the contestants back onto the stage, leaving Solium standing in silent shock and despair. The host declares, "Now let's take our places, because we have to start the show." The official title card of the story appears against a dramatic dark backdrop with swirling sheet music drifting through the air, bearing the bloody, jagged text, "Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work." With a burst of musical notes and an energetic theme song playing in the background, the host grandly welcomes the audience, his screen showing a happy yellow face as he shouts, "Hello, viewers! The joy of Tuesday, the excitement of Tuesday!" Floating musical notes drift across the dark studio as a large banner text proclaims, "Right now, you are watching a brand new segment of our talk show." Holding a cue card in his gloved hand, the host addresses the empty studio audience seats, reassuring everyone, "There's no need to be sad that the Tuesday quiz show is gone, because we've prepared an even more advanced quiz show." A quiet, suspenseful title card appears against a dark, vertically striped background, setting the theme for the new segment. After all, nothing touches the heart quite like a melody. The narration boxes continue, especially the human voice. A chorus, what a beautiful sound. I'm sure you will all love it. Below the text, the new contestant Mole looks incredibly nervous and pale, while Solium and Peregrine Falcon stand behind him, their faces shadowed by a looming, terrifying demonic presence with glowing red eyes in the dark. The TV host builds up the suspense as he raises his hand, announcing the name of this new segment is, as the bloody hand-drawn letters of the Tuesday begin to emerge. The terrifying new segment title is fully revealed in chaotic, scratchy text, Choir. In the center of the screen, the TV host stands with a distorted, bloody red grin on his screen, while a massive, horrifying shadow of a humanoid pig beast with crying eyes of blood looms behind him. The host gestures dramatically against a jagged, blood-splattered red background, shouting, "Let me introduce the guest we've invited for this new segment." The horrifying guest is revealed in full detail, a massive, terrifying humanoid pig beast dressed in a neat suit with trails of dark blood continuously streaming from its eyes. The host introduces him, the conductor of the Purgatory Choir, the butcher of filthy, hideous, yet great melodies, and now his magnificent instrument. The tense atmosphere is suddenly cut by a comedic transition. In a simplified chibi style, the sad pig conductor stands under a spotlight with a silent speech bubble, while the tiny TV host looks up in complete confusion with a question mark over his head. The host mutters, Just a moment." Snapping back to the dramatic reality, the host raises his cue card and announces, "The maestro's instrument is coming down now," as the pig conductor slowly tilts his head back to watch. With a loud metallic clanking sound echoing through the rafters, a series of silver scales and trays suspended on long, thin wires descend from the ceiling. A close-up of one of the trays reveals a chilling detail. The silver rim is engraved with distorted, agonizingly screaming human faces. The host points his hand toward the line of terrified contestants, asking, "Now who will be the participant to join the choir? I think we'll give the honor of the first challenge to our new faces." Mole and the blonde-haired woman look down, trembling in silent dread under the descending trace. The host singles out one of the newcomers, directing his attention forward as he announces, "Mole, here is your question." Mole flinches violently, a cold sweat breaking out across his face as panic grips him. Under the bright glare of the studio spotlights, the first question is displayed on a screen. Which of the following organisms has the longest lifespan? 1. Pig. 2. Human. 3. Rabbit. 4. Flea.
Desperate to survive, Mole screams out in a panicked, trembling voice, "Human, number 2, it's human," while mentally clinging to a thin shred of hope. If I just get it right, I'll be fine, right? That's how it was on the Tuesday quiz show, too. A bright chime rings out as the text box displays correct. Mole lets out a gasp of relief, sweat dripping from his face as a faint smile begins to form. The host cheerfully congratulates him, saying, "Congratulations on passing, Mole." But in an instant, a massive silver tray drops from the ceiling with terrifying speed, cleanly decapitating him. Blood sprays high into the air from his headless neck, splashing across the bright studio lights. Final bloody red note explains the cruel nature of the game. The sacrificial chorus consists of a single conductor and 13 silver trays summoned by him. Below, a close-up of the silver tray, now covered in fresh, dripping blood, concludes with a haunting whisper. Finally. The horrifying pig conductor raises his baton in a dramatic gesture, ready to begin this sinister performance. A streak of dark blood trickles down his face from his hollow, shadowed eye sockets as the tense atmosphere builds. The decapitated head of the unfortunate contestant Mole sits on a silver tray, his mouth open in a final frozen scream of pure terror as a dark, shadowy void with musical notes erupts around him, screaming, "Who? It's human!" The TV host's voice booming from the studio speakers excitedly announces, "Our first choir member has taken their place." Crimson text boxes appear against a dark, blood-red background to outline the rules of this gruesome new segment. The heads of the talk show participants are placed on the silver trays, and the selection method is determined by that day's segment. It continues, the heads fused with the silver trays make different sounds of instruments and sentences to form an a cappella group. Finally, a chilling limitation is revealed. The maximum number of heads recorded is 7. The blonde-haired woman clutches her face in sheer agonizing terror, sweat pouring down her face as she screams in panic, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Meanwhile, the severed head of Mole on the silver tray below begins to sing in a haunting mechanical tone, uttering "human, Sion," as glowing musical notes float around it. Tears stream down the blonde woman's face as her eyes widen in absolute horror. A caption box hanging over her head displays the haunting name repeated by the severed head, Sion, indicating the sheer personal shock and tragedy of her situation. In a dramatic flash of bright yellow and red fire, the answer screen burns as the system reiterates the answer. Number 2, it's human. Ah! The TV host, standing with a bright red arrow on his television screen pointing to the next victim, casually gestures forward and declares, "Now, next up." Under the red spotlight, a nervous male contestant wearing a white eye mask flinches and raises his hands defensively. The TV host's screen displays a bold announcement, "Jellyfish, are you ready?" The tense scene repeats as the young contestant in the white mask, designated as Jellyfish, trembles in the harsh red studio spotlight. The host's booming prompt hangs heavily in the air above him. "Jellyfish, are you ready?" Terrified of suffering the same decapitation penalty as Mole, Jellyfish desperately screams out in a panicked frenzy, I don't know the answer," while thinking to himself, "If I'm going to end up like that, I'd rather take the penalty." In a sudden explosive burst of white light and colorful confetti, the contestant's head is completely incinerated, leaving beautiful pastel flowers floating in the air where he once stood. The TV host's upbeat, cheerful announcement rings out, "Oh dear, eliminated." Kim Solum and Peregrine Falcon look on with grim, tense expressions as colorful flower petals gently drift around them in the dark red striped studio. The host mockingly sighs, "How unfortunate. They failed to join the magnificent choir." The lifeless, headless body of Jellyfish lies sprawled on the studio floor, a pool of dark blood spreading from his neck while flower petals surround him. A chilling narration box observes, "Just 5 minutes into the recording, an entire group vanished." Close-up profile of Kim Sol-ohm shows a bead of cold sweat running down his cheek as he desperately analyzes their hopeless situation. The narration boxes explain the ruthless new mechanics of the A-rank ghost story. The penalty system is gone, and if you can't answer the quiz, you're automatically eliminated. But if you get it right, your head is severed and you turn into an evil spirit. This is an A-rank ghost story. Set against the static-filled screens of the CRT televisions, a terrifying realization dawns on the survivors. A prominent text box declares, "I remembered a fact I had been ignoring." Glitching, pixelated images of their absent colleagues appear on the distorted screens, prompting a wave of dread. The caption asks, "Chief Park? Assistant Manager Ha?" A dramatic angle looks down on the dark, vertically striped studio as embers float through the air. A stark realization is presented in bold text. I've never seen them in the darkness exploration records.
The TV host's screen flickers to reveal a creepy, hand-drawn red smiley face as he addresses the remaining contestants in a low, menacing voice. Now, shall we meet our next participants? Ah, a familiar face. It's your turn to answer. Under the glaring spotlight, the male contestant designated as Badger stands frozen in fear, sweat dripping down his mask-covered face. The host's dramatic text box announces Badger. Badger's eyes widen with intense dread as the spotlight intensifies and the host's warning hangs over him. The prompt demands, "It's your turn to answer, Badger." Against a dark, textured backdrop splattered with fresh blood, the terrifying reality of their plight becomes agonizingly clear. A grim narration box poses a horrifying question. If we keep answering like this, will we all die one by one? The image transition cuts back to the gruesome monochrome view of the headless bodies on the floor, surrounded by drifting flowers. The grim text continues the dark train of thought, decapitated or incinerated one by one. From behind, Kim Solim's silhouette is cast dramatically in a warm spotlight, revealing the distinctive deer antlers, roe deer, of his transformation protruding from his dark hair as he stares ahead into the dark stage. A close-up profile of the blindfolded contestant shows a bead of sweat tracing down his jaw, a thick, coarse red rope noose tightened around his neck. A bold, looming caption reads, "Soon," hinting at his impending execution. In a sudden, explosive burst of action, the contestant with antlers snaps under the pressure and yells out in refusal, "No!" as red kinetic lines slash across the screen. A sharp close-up shot focuses on Kim Solim's eye under his mask, burning with intense determination as he struggles to maintain control. A bold text box demands, "Get a grip." The illustration shifts to a massive, raging tidal wave crashing violently down, symbolizing the sheer, inescapable force of the supernatural threat. The narration box reads, "This feeling isn't fear. It's the overwhelming awe of witnessing a natural disaster up close. It's a disaster." A close-up shot of Kim Solim clutching his smartphone, which has a gold X pop grip on the back. The narration boxes encourage him. "Don't forget, Kim Solim, the one with the highest chance of surviving here is you, the one." The spotlight remains fixed on Badger, the red-striped wallpaper intensifying the claustrophobic atmosphere of the studio. The host's voice cuts through the tension. "Now, Badger, are you ready?" In the background, the severed head of Mole on the silver tray continues to scream in agony, singing, "Human! Human! It's human! Ah!" as dark, chaotic sound effects envelop the panels. The TV host's screen changes to a simple, pale yellow happy face as he waits patiently for the answer, his text box questioning, "Badger?" Badger tries to put on a brave, polite smile despite the sweat rolling down his cheek. He nods in agreement as the host's screen reacts. "Excellent." Raising a gloved finger, the host's screen shifts to a wide, happy open mouth as he politely asks, "Can I say one thing before the answer is revealed?" To which Badger reply, "Oh, of course." Badger smiles warmly, placing a fist over his chest in a touching gesture of familial love. He requests, "I have my family in the hospital. If possible, I hope someone could check on them after filming." The TV host is deeply moved by this display of devotion. Two adorable, smiling yellow dumpling-like faces splash around in a bowl of tears on his screen as his text box exclaims, "Wow, how touching!" Peregrine Falcon grits her teeth in severe frustration and tension, her masked face turning away in anger. Above her, the host's text box demands, "So, is it correct?" In a bold move, Kim Solim Roe Deer raises his hand to interrupt the broadcast, calmly calling out, "Mr. Host." The TV host flinches in utter surprise, a massive spiky speech bubble reading question mark appearing as his screen glitches in shock. The text box asks, "Roe Deer, do you have something to say?" Peregrine Falcon looks back at Kim Solim in absolute panic and disbelief, her internal thoughts screaming, "Roe Deer? What is he trying to do? Interrupting the host is dangerous." Maintaining a calm composure despite the risk, Kim Solim places a hand on his chest and politely explains, "Excuse me, but I feel very dizzy. Could I rest for a moment?" A close-up shot reveals the underside of the host's television head. Hidden out of direct sight, a small, wet, yellow smiley face sticker is stuck to the metal casing, slowly dripping moisture. Against a completely black background, a formal text box displays the host's reluctant, polite response. "Oh dear, that's a bit difficult." The TV host's white-gloved hand is shown raised in the dark, his fingers poised to snap as a dramatic sound effect, BOA, echoes, signaling an impending decision. The TV host snaps his fingers, his screen immediately displaying a bright red pause icon. He raises a finger and yells, "Cut! Let's take a 30-minute break," as a loud cracking sound effect fills the studio. Peregrine Falcon stands in complete shock, her eyes wide as she looks at Kim Solim. Her mind reels with disbelief. He interrupted the host, and he didn't get incinerated?
Kim Solam lets out a quiet sigh of relief, sweat trickling down his pale face. He thinks to himself, "It worked. If it were a live broadcast, I would have died instantly."
As the red lights on the studio camera shine brightly, Kim Solim continues his internal deduction, but this is a recorded broadcast, and while pointing out the hidden smiley sticker under the host's screen. An inventory screen styled like a retro computer OS displays the combined items. Smile Sticker X3, attaching it to an intelligent being, evokes a slight sense of intimacy. Plus, Alice Picnic Set, Drink Me, doubles the effect of an item. Over a heavily glitched and distorted yellow smiley face, a red text box confirms the successful manipulation. It seems to have had some effect. The TV host's screen displays a cute, smiling face as he politely excuses himself to the survivors. He announces, "Haha, my apologies. I need to adjust my antenna. And could you guide Roe Deer to the waiting room?" The host's television head displays a winking smiley face next to a glass of water, showing a playful and intimate attitude. The text box confirms his sudden helpfulness. He promised to bring me some water, while his screen message reads, "Go have a glass of water and rest." Kim Solam Roe Deer wears his dark mask, maintaining a calm, slight smile as a single drop of sweat trickles down his face, masking the sheer terror he feels under the surface. Screen with a formal brown border announces a sudden pause in the game. Recording will resume in 30 minutes. The digital countdown timer glitches as it displays 030. Kim Solam breathes a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "I bought some time." As the contestants are guided to the waiting room, Kim Sol-eum plots his next move when Peregrine Falcon suddenly grabs his jacket from behind. He thinks, "Now in the waiting room, I need to find a way." Turning around in utter surprise, Kim Sol-eum is greeted by Peregrine Falcon, who checks their surroundings and whispers, "Confirmed, you are alone." Left alone in the dimly lit dressing room, the immense physical tension of facing certain death finally catches up to Solium as he leans heavily against the wall, sighing, "Whew!" Staring forward with a serious and tense expression, he knows he cannot afford to relax. "Even if I bought some time, it's only 30 minutes. There's no time to catch my breath." A dramatic flashback image of a magnifying glass focusing on a key crest symbolizes his race against the clock. "I have to do something within this time." Solam looks down at his open hand, revealing a small, brown, four-holed button-like object he discovered in the room. Inspecting the item closely under the dim light, he wonders about its true purpose. A button? It looks like it can be pressed. Is it a button? With a firm click of his fingers, he presses down on the mechanism, hoping to trigger some clue. Standing before a wall covered in show posters, a loud click echoes through the device, activating a hidden connection. A transmission reveals the back profile of a silver-haired man wearing tactical gear. This is Lee Ja-hun. Stunned, Solam realizes what he is holding, a communication device. Through the line, a robotic voice asks, "Who is this?" Before confirming, that is Assistant Manager Eun Ha-jae's call button. Knowing this is his only lifeline, Solium speaks urgently into the receiver. "Are you by any chance the team leader of Team D?" To which the voice calmly replies, "Yes." Sweating under the pressure of the clock, Solium quickly explains his situation. "There's no time. I'm Kim Solium, a new recruit from Team D. I have an urgent report." Against a dark, blood-splattered backdrop, Solium delivers the terrifying stakes. In 30 minutes, everyone in Team D is going to die. Whether it works or not, I have to try. On the other end, the team leader processes the grim news with absolute chilling composure. I see. Acting quickly, the team leader grants Solium a brief window to explain. "I will give you 5 minutes for a briefing." Looking at the quiet makeup vanity table, Solium summarizes the hopeless situation. "So, at this rate, we'll all die as soon as the break ends." Solium asks if they can delay the quiz further, by another 30 minutes. However, the team leader immediately shoots down the idea. That seems impossible. As the button trembles in Solium's tight grip, the team leader states, "Then there's no other way." Solium is baffled by his calm tone. How can he be so calm? Does he think this is a joke when his team's lives are on the line? Desperate to find a silver lining, Solium presses on. "If I buy 30 more minutes, is there a chance things will change?" And the leader confidently replies, "Yes." The team leader breaks down the exact logistical timeline needed for a rescue operation. If we have at least 55 minutes from now, we can get authorization from the security team to rent weapons and an entry device. Even if we fast-track the process, it will take about 40 minutes. Plus, it will take another 20 minutes to enter this darkness. A split panel highlights the button in Solium's hand and Lee Ja-hun's silhouette. Only then will we have a chance to rescue Team D. Solam's eyes widen as he realizes the absolute scale of the leader's strength. Entering the darkness with special equipment and suppressing a Class A phenomenon all by himself?
Flash of realization strikes Solyum as he remembers the details of the dossier. He's a named character. Looking down thoughtfully, Solyum needs to verify his theory. If he really is one of the named employees I know, he asks, "Team leader, may I ask what kind of mask you are wearing?" Back on the brightly lit stage, the TV host gets touched up with cologne by a pig-masked assistant. His screen displays a coffee cup labeled 30 minutes as he comments, "Number 2 is human. Ah, Rodeer." The host cordially addresses Solyum as he returns. "Are you feeling all right? I trust you're ready to put on the best show possible?" Solyum politely bows his head. "Yes, thank you for your consideration." A cute, laughing yellow face pops up next to the host's speech bubble as he encourages him. "Haha, well, you did work hard, Rodeer." Solyum observes the host's unusually friendly demeanor. His tone is very friendly. The smile sticker must still be in effect. Clenching his fist around the communication button, Solyum prepares his gamble. "I have a plan. I don't ask for much." Nearby, Badger and Peregrine Falcon watch in sweating, tense silence, completely unaware of Solyum's dangerous play. Set against a dark, blood-red background, Solyum's ultimate goal burns bright, as long as the three of us can get out of here. Stepping up to the TV-headed host, Solyum raises his voice. "Host." Solyum declares his intention to speak. "There is something I'd like to say." In a comedic bonus strip labeled Bonus Makeup, the TV host relaxes in a chair while assistants spray and clean his dusty monitor screen. "Let's touch up your makeup." Back in the tense studio, the host's screen shifts to a curious yellow face with a question mark. "Oh, Rodeer, do you have something to say to me?" With sweat dripping down his cheek, Solyum prepares to unleash his secret weapon, flattery. "First, I need to change the host's mood for my plan. I hate to resort to this, but I have no choice." Solyum begins his excessive praise. "You clearly pour so much love and passion into your show, Mr. Host." The host flinches in surprise as a massive exclamation mark flashes on his screen. "Who, me?" Solyum pours it on thick under sparkling lights. The set is trendy yet gorgeous with a clear concept and tone, and your hosting is so dynamic, adapting to the audience in real time. Set against a dramatic backdrop of stars and roses, Solyum smiles proudly while thinking, "Faced with death, the flattery just pours out of me without any shame." The flattery hits its mark perfectly, and the host's screen lights up with a massive, blushing, and overjoyed smiley face. The host gushes with excitement. "Such high praise. I'm absolutely flattered. A broadcast is made together after all. Rodeer, you are a part of it too." Solyum sweat drops, thinking, thank you? Wait, that's not what I wanted." Solyum quickly tries to steer the host toward his actual trap. "I'm really disappointed that it was changed so unilaterally." Looking at the host's smiling television face, Solyum plans to exploit the logic of the broadcast. "I have to steer it this way." Solyum lists the flaws in the current talk show structure. The live band is barely used and the penalties are gone. There's no live audience reacting, just canned applause. It doesn't feel like the talk show I used to know. Solyum reflects on his clues. The waiting room, which used to be the host's private space. The walls were covered in posters of the talk show. Looking at the massive wall of talk show posters, Solyum begins to formulate a brilliant deduction. Posters of a talk show broadcast in real time. So Solyum's inner thoughts drift in a tense silence. He wonders if the drastic changes to the talk show's format were simply cost-cutting measures, or if there is a deeper, more calculated reason behind the sudden restructuring. Thinking, "I felt like everything had changed just to cut costs. Could the reason for this restructuring be?" He continues his deduction, questioning, "Because of that guest you brought on?" The bold red text highlights the terrifying truth. There's a high chance. The stark realization hits Solyum like a physical blow. The host hates this. This friction is the key to disrupting the phenomenon. As the host processes Solyum's blunt critique, a heavy, static-filled silence descends on the set, represented by a simple, quiet gasp. "Oh." The TV host dismisses Solyum's concerns with a stern tone, saying, "That is not for a participant to worry about." Sweating under the pressure, Solyum quickly bows his head and offers a quiet apology. "I'm sorry." Gesturing with his white-gloved hand, the host pragmatically explains the harsh reality of show business. "But the world of show business is cold. If the viewers prefer this format?" The host continues his lecture, stating, "Accepting it quickly is the mark of a true entertainer." Startled by the sudden shift, Solyum clutches his chest in surprise as the bright stage lights flare behind him and the television host looms large. Sol passionately argues his point, describing how the original show's raw energy came from real-time interaction. Interacting with every single audience member in real time, that was the real Tuesday quiz show, full of raw energy. At least to a viewer like me, the old show was. Sol inwardly reprimands himself, sweating as he realizes his passion got the better of him during the broadcast. I got too excited during the live broadcast. I overstepped. Only 60 seconds left until we resume filming. Everyone, back to your positions. 10.
Solem stands perfectly still, his eyes narrowing in intense focus as the countdown ticks down through 9, 8.
The countdown continues relentlessly. 5, 4, 3, 2, as the grotesque sight of a victim's severed head hanging in the studio serves as a chilling reminder of the stakes. A stylized title card appears on a retro television screen with the text, "Even if you fall into a ghost story, you still have to go to work," reminding us of the dark, absurd reality of the scenario. In a quiet flashback to the dressing room, Solium sits alone on a couch, thinking to himself. By the way, holding the small, round communication button in his palm, Solium asks, "What shape is your mask, team leader?" Back in the studio, the spotlight falls squarely on Badger as the host enthusiastically calls, "Now, Badger, it is finally time to give your answer." Badger remains remarkably calm under the intense spotlight, his amber eyes narrowing with a quiet, knowing smile that suggests he has a plan of his own. Badger turns his head back slightly, quietly addressing Solium to get his attention before making his move. "Chief." Badger reasons that Solium is likely planning to answer, "I don't know." He decides that rather than suffering the horrific fate of becoming a living instrument, complete incineration is a far better option. The chief is probably planning to say, "I don't know." Rather than becoming a human instrument, repeating the same words as a severed head, incineration would be a better option. Solium firmly tells Badger not to give up yet, demanding, "Give me the correct answer. It's too early to give up." The sudden command catches Badger completely off guard. The host's voice booms through the studio, giving Badger a strict limit to answer. "Badger, I will give you 3 seconds." Badger stands frozen in the spotlight, sweating in tense silence. Badger grits his teeth and closes his eyes, the immense pressure of the countdown weighing heavily on him as he struggles to make a decision. To everyone's relief, the host joyfully announces, "Badger, that is correct." The host enthusiastically invites the audience to welcome Badger into the show's chorus. Now let us welcome him to the glorious chorus. The sound of hollow applause echoes through the studio, focusing on the now empty podium where Badger stood just moments ago. Claps. An antique postcard slowly drifts down through a bright shaft of light, carrying an ominous weight. Recalling the team leader's instructions, Solium remembers, however, you can only send small objects through the pathway opened by this equipment. Through the static, the team leader confidently replies, "That's more than enough, but you have to." The team leader commands Solium to throw the object with every ounce of strength. Throw it with as much force, as the postcard is violently torn in two. The urgent instruction echoes in Solium's mind, "As you possibly can." In a flash of green light, the pig-masked conductor is violently knocked off balance, sending plates scattering through the air as the impact hits. Rolling across the stage floor is the small object that caused the massive disruption, a single AAA battery. Solium observes the scene with a cold, focused gaze, sweating slightly as he thinks, "Just as I thought." Solium realizes that such a direct physical attack could only have succeeded because of his team leader's identity. "I figured it might have worked if it was a lizard." The legendary reputation of the agent precedes him. Even when dropped into a ghost story, he can still perform a physical exorcism, because that's his role. The back profile of the silver-haired combat agent, Employee D, stands as a symbol of absolute reliability and terrifying physical strength. The official dossier for codename Lizard reveals him as a legendary team leader and elite combat agent, notorious for bypassing the complex intellectual riddles of ghost stories by simply smashing through them with sheer brute force. Codename Lizard, last known position, team leader, one of the few combat agents in the field exploration team. His records show a gimmick of tackling all kinds of ghost stories that require intellect and ideas with nothing but pure brute force. If your body is weak, doesn't your brain have to work harder? Solemn reasons that while a direct attack on the supernatural conductor might have failed, targeting the physical instrument used to run the show was the perfect loophole to exploit. Of course, directly attacking the conductor might not have worked, but what we attacked was the conductor's instrument. By breaking the instrument, they hoped to disrupt the continuous flow of the supernatural broadcast. If we can just disrupt the flow of the show, even for a moment? Unaware of the impending chaos, the show's automated system continues its cheerful prompts. "Now, Mr. Conductor, let us make Badger, who got the correct answer, a member of the chorus."
Badger looks off camera with a sweat drop and an uneasy expression as the system prompts, "Mr. Conductor, the participants and the audience are waiting." The camera pans to the pig-masked conductor, who stands completely frozen and silent. "Mr. Conductor?" A disturbing, metallic creaking sound begins to echo through the quiet studio, signaling that something has gone horribly wrong with the entity. At that moment, a violent, pitch-black tear begins to rip through the fabric of the studio space, spilling out from the center of the stage. The pig mask on the conductor suddenly splits violently down the center seam, spraying dark red blood as the supernatural construct begins to rupture. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the set, leaving Solium paralyzed with sheer terror as he stares at the unfolding nightmare. "Scream, what is this?"
Solium is seized by a wave of panic and regret as the space itself begins to tear apart, leaving him to desperately question, "What have I done? What on earth? It's tearing."
A deep, suffocating nausea wells up inside Solium as he realizes the sheer, terrifying scale of the destruction he's just initiated. Nausea welled up. What horrible thing did I just do? His mind fragments into chaotic, looping thoughts, haunted by the realization that a simple, desperate action has shattered the reality of the broadcast beyond repair. Just a bug that did something ridiculous? Did you see? No, the scene focuses closely on a red suit jacket under eerie crimson lighting, accompanied by a sharp rustling sound effect as the tense atmosphere builds. Against a deep, pitch-black background, a white-gloved hand is suspended in midair as the TV host's voice addresses Solium directly. "You." A distorted retro television screen frames a stark metallic panel with a chilling message written in bold red letters, "Don't like the show." Giant, blazing flames erupt with a violent roar, represented by a massive sound effect, zzz, as the stage is engulfed in an absolute inferno. The blinding firestorm continues to swell, roaring with intense heat as the supernatural entity is completely consumed. Inside the roaring, bright yellow fire, the host's philosophical musings appear in elegant dark panels. As expected, show business isn't about flashy guests. It must stay true to its essence. Glimpses of the glowing neon sign for the Tuesday quiz show and Solium's distressed face behind his mask peek through cracks in the fiery screen. The joy of witnessing, the pleasure of communication. Another fiery fissure splits open, capturing the chaotic energy of the broadcast, the thrill of unpredictable developments. Close-up profile reveals Solium sweating under his dark-horned mask as the host's chilling narration continues, the anticipation of what comes next. The TV-headed host in his sharp suit stands triumphantly amidst brilliant sparks and towering flames, criticizing others. "You producers don't understand that. You don't deserve to make a show." A dramatic close-up of Solium's eye through his mask reflects the blazing red light of the stage as the host boldly asserts, "But I do." A vibrant red screen flashes with a blinding starburst at the bottom, conveying absolute maniacal confidence. "I can." Under a glorious beam of stage light, the TV host reaches his gloved hand upward in a dramatic pose. "I can do it." In the deep darkness, the grotesque pig mask of the conductor is violently split and dissolved into black ash, just incinerated an A-rank ghost story. A close-up shows a white-gloved hand gently using a cloth to wipe away blood with a soft sound effect as the physical strain of the battle subsides. Wiping the lingering blood from his nose, Solium looks on as the host's voice delivers a high compliment. "Thanks to you, I have gained a vision." The TV-headed host leans forward, his pink screen shining bright as he speaks. "You have talent as a show creator. I hope to see you more often." The panel fades into a heavy, colored wall of television static with an ominous promise. "Once the next broadcast is ready, I will make sure to invite you." But a sudden transition reveals the three survivors sitting side by side on an office couch, completely silent, dazed, and covered in television static lines. Their faces are covered in sweat and dry blood as they stare ahead in stunned, breathless silence. The silence is instantly shattered as his colleagues tearfully tackle Solium in a tight, emotional embrace. "Whoa, you magnificent bastard! You crazy bastard!" Tightly clutching his glowing silver and gold whistle, Solium lets out a quiet sigh of relief. "We all survived and escaped! Roe dear, your collector!" A close-up of the brown-haired agent reveals his sweating face and trembling eyes as he whispers in disbelief, "You!" A humorous chibi bonus strip titled Bonus depicts the wolf mask participant and the TV host with a 1 symbol on his screen haggling. "This is our budget. We have to make a living too. This is a bit difficult. How much were you expecting?"
A comical recap panel showing Achibi, Solium, and Badger sets the stage for a parallel story. The day after Kim Solium survived 2 brutal days at work, where were the other recruits and what were they doing? Field Exploration Team, Team R. Day 3, new recruit, Go Young On. Note, unlicensed medic, clearing 2 F-rank darknesses, got me 66 points. Chibi Young-on desperately runs through a retro, pixelated gaming landscape populated by strange shadow monsters. This is actually pretty good for a new recruit for 3 days, right? They said the average for a new recruit is 1 or 2 a week. Doing my best to adapt to this crazy company. Sitting at her quiet office desk, Young-on finds a small sense of comfort in her work environment. Even though my bosses in Team R aren't exactly very friendly, well, at least they aren't hazing me. I guess that's a relief. She gazes downward with a mix of exhaustion and quiet determination. The points needed for a wish ticket are a whopping 500,000. It might take a lifetime to collect them, but I'll do it. Looking at her desk and phone, she notices a message from Baeksa Han in the recruits group chat. I wonder if the other recruits feel the same way. Now that I think about it. As she considers sending a message, a sudden notification alert rings on her phone screen. Maybe I should message him on the company messenger. Ding! Huh? Multiple chat windows slide onto her screen in rapid succession, accompanied by a flurry of notification sounds. Young-on gasps in absolute shock as she reads the frantic messages regarding Solium's unbelievable feat. Did everyone see the official notice that just came up? Is anyone here close with recruit Kim Solium? What does it mean that he cleared an A rank as a major contributor? Wait, is he the one who wears that weird horned mask? Back in the medical ward, Solium takes a sip of a pink potion. I heard people are saying you should be promoted to chief right away. A helpful label explains, Field Exploration Team, Emergency Medicine, a recovery potion for ghost stories, tastes like cold syrup. Walking behind him, the assistant manager and Rodeer discuss the administrative pushback to Solium's relief. But apparently the bastards from the other departments opposed it, saying it's unprecedented. I see. Thank goodness they opposed it. Dark puddles of blood splattered across the gray floor remind the group of the terrifying physical toll they endured. After escaping the Tuesday quiz show, we were taken to the infirmary and given emergency medicine. We were bleeding from our eyes, nose, and ears after all. Anyway, I'm just glad we survived. A plastic convenience store bag is set down on the table as the gravity of their survival sinks in. But seriously, I really thought we were gonna die. Rodeer smiles with warm, rosy cheeks as he expresses his heartfelt gratitude. Thanks, Rodeer. Rodeer enthusiastically presents an enormous, sparkling tower of sweet pastries, while Solium politely declines. It's my treat as a thank you, so eat up. No, it's fine. A giant dark dialogue bubble represents Solium's humble thoughts as he attributes their survival to external resources. Honestly, the darkness exploration records did all the work. The blue-haired assistant manager pouts defensively, prompting some gentle teasing from Rodeer. It's not that we're incompetent seniors, we just let our guard down because it was D rank. Assistant manager? That excuse is a bit pathetic. A fiery purple aura erupts behind the assistant manager as she vows to prove herself, while Solium hopes to avoid danger. Then I'll prove myself in the next darkness. I just wish there wouldn't be a next darkness. Reaching for a snack, the assistant manager notes the sheer scale of Solium's accomplishment. By the way, this is unprecedented. I wonder how it was reported to the higher-ups. Can I have some of that drink too? Sure. I asked around, but nobody seemed to know anything. Sipping from a smiley-faced cup, she sighs over the manager's passive attitude. Honestly, I wish our manager would push the higher-ups a bit harder on this, though he's not really the type to do that. The team exchanges humorous banter over a pile of snacks via their animal chat avatars. You should get promoted and do it yourself, assistant manager. I'll submit my resignation before that. I wish I could too. The assistant manager continues to sip her drink as her phone suddenly alerts her to a new message. Ding! Solium's eyes widen as she delivers some highly anticipated news about their boss. The manager said the meeting is over. He's on his way here. Am I finally going to see his face? An epic back-profile silhouette introduces a legendary figure from the lore, one of the most famous Daydream characters in the Darkness Exploration records, the one who pulled off that super play with a AAA battery in the Tuesday quiz show. The office door slides open with a sudden tense rattle as the legendary manager finally makes his entrance. The tense silence is broken as the office door slides open and the blue-haired assistant manager stands up in surprise, calling out, "Manager, you're back!" Solium, startled by the sudden presence of a towering figure in a dark gray suit right in front of him, looks up with a sweating, stunned expression, letting out a silent "eh" of absolute shock.
A dramatic, jagged action speech bubble bursts onto the screen against a heavily textured, dark-grained background, screaming a shocking revelation. The identity of the lizard is... Under the harsh, dramatic lighting, the true face of manager Lee Ja-hyun is revealed, a sleek, white lizard head with piercing, glowing red slit eyes, dressed impeccably in a white shirt and tie. Below him, Sol-youm's face goes entirely pale and frozen, with a heavy block of cracked text reflecting his internal shock. Lizard. In a sudden comical shift, the brown-haired agent and the blue-haired assistant manager happily introduce the lizard manager to their new recruit, surrounding him with warm sparkles, flowers, and a cheerful atmosphere. The brown-haired agent excitedly calls out, "The new recruit is here waiting for you," while Sol-youm stands frozen in a dark shadow of utter disbelief, his head swimming with a long line of question marks. Sweating profusely as he stares in denial, Sol-youm desperately tries to rationalize the bizarre sight, thinking to himself, "No, there's no way a human is actually a lizard. I must be hallucinating from the effects of that TV-headed host. My brain is probably just mistaking his mask for a lizard head." Seeking any logical explanation, Sol-youm's eyes dart to the manager's waist, where a white, scale-textured masquerade mask is clearly hanging from his belt. A cold shiver runs down his spine as he realizes with absolute dread, but his mask is hanging from his waist. The brown-haired senior cheerfully gestures toward the lizard-headed manager, saying, "Ro dear, this is manager Lee Ja-hyun. Say hello." He winks and teases, "I think Rodeer's just starstruck by how handsome you are, manager. He definitely doesn't look like he's the same species as us." Meanwhile, a purple-hued chibi Sol-youm sweats and trembles in a daze, desperately pleading in his mind, "His head is really a lizard, so why is everyone so calm? Can someone please tell me if this is a joke or not?" The white-scaled lizard manager stands tall and professional in his brown vest and tie, turning his gaze toward the trembling new recruit and addressing him simply, "Rodeer." The scene intensifies as the camera pans in on a terrifyingly close-up shot of the manager's slit pupil red eye, glowing with an otherworldly, chilling intelligence as a dark crimson bubble looms above. Can you see? Sol-youm's face is reflected in a high-tension, red-hued panel overlaid with reptile scales, capturing his breathlessness as he sweats under the manager's scrutiny, unable to offer anything but a tense, silent... Summoning every ounce of his composure, Sol-youm forces himself to look the manager in the eye, trying to act normal despite the pressure as he replies, "My eyes aren't hurt and my vision is perfectly fine." The lizard manager stands with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly accepting the answer with a quiet "I see." Sol-youm breathes a sigh of relief in his head, telling himself, okay, that was natural, as a visual gauge reminds him to strictly control his racing heartbeat and keep his expression neutral. Glancing at his smiling, oblivious colleagues faded into a bright white background, Sol-youm deduces the strange truth of their perception. Judging by the atmosphere, everyone else must be seeing him as a normal human. Standing in the middle of the quiet office, Sol-youm ponders his unique, bizarre situation. I don't know why I'm the only one who can see a reptile, but against a cute backdrop of white cartoon badger faces with playful red eyes, a dark spiked bubble highlights Sol-youm's ultimate survival strategy. I must not let it show. Gathering around the desk, the team turns their attention to the lizard manager as he leans forward to begin their official debrief. Now let's get down to business. I'll brief you on the details of this incident. An archive photo of a rival group of agents appears on the screen in sepia tones, depicting them wearing blindfolds and sunglasses. Below, a horn-masked agent looks on with a sweating, worried face as the manager explains, first, the trigger for this incident, the intrusion of another team. Against the dark, gritty background, a stark white rectangular box poses a critical question about the chaotic assignment. How did we end up in the same ghost story? In a colorful, cartoonish recap panel, a cute yellow dragon mascot with tears in its eyes sheepishly holds up a fist next to a red sorry sign, explaining the administrative blunder. The blue-haired assistant manager fumes with anger as she complains, "They say an administrative error caused a duplicate assignment for the Tuesday quiz show. Are you kidding me?" With Sol-youm quietly adding, "No wonder they rush things." A panel shows the rival team in a grayscaled memory, with members exhausted and leaning on each other. The assistant manager continues, "The other team started writing their postcards around the same time as Team D, but they stepped out mid-writing, causing a 50-minute delay." The brown-haired agent mutters, "Did they stop writing to buy their new recruit a coffee or something?" As she notes, that team was known for taking exceptionally good care of their members. Official documents from daydreamco.ltd RD team are shown, detailing the parameters of the exploration. The narration box explains, due to the absence of other groups to cross-verify the incident and a relatively high initial survival rate, 43, it has not been proven whether this darkness actually qualifies as a darkness A rank. Blue-haired assistant manager gasps in utter disbelief, her eyes wide with shock and anger as the final verdict is delivered. Therefore, the reclassification of the Tuesday quiz show to A rank has been denied. The brown-haired agent stands beside her, completely stunned as she screams out, "What?" Against a blue and white striped background, two frantic speech bubbles highlight their outrage at the company's unfair decision. An entire team was wiped out. What kind of bullshit is this? The collector, the liquid in the Dream Stuff collector, was clearly the color of an A rank. A small comic strip depicts a fox and a dragon mascot snickering and whispering, representing the company's dismissive excuses. They claim we can't rule out the rare possibility of high-grade liquid being extracted from a low-grade source. The corporate figures shrug, whispering, "You never know, and let's talk once we're sure." Enraged by the administrative injustice, the assistant manager stomps away in a fury, determined to fight for their rights, while the brown-haired agent desperately tries to hold her back. This is infuriating. I need to go down there and give them a piece of my mind. Assistant manager, wait! Fuming with veins popping on her forehead, she continues to rant. They already confiscated all the A-rank liquid, and we're still only getting credited for a D-rank performance record, but is suddenly interrupted by the manager's calm, simple word, "No." Solem listens quietly as the manager continues to speak. A cartoon hand holding a heavy green bag of cash appears below Solem, prompting him to think, considering the unique circumstances and the fact that the exploration was on par with an A rank, a separate reward has been allocated. Solem realizes, so they're throwing us a bonus to shut us up. A close-up of the lizard manager's snout shows him delivering the pleasant financial news. Exclusive to this run of the Tuesday quiz show, we will receive a one-time payout of bonus points equivalent to an A rank. Hearing this, the brown-haired agent quickly puts his hands on the assistant manager's shoulders, soothing her anger and coaxing her back to calmness as she turns around, her fury instantly deflated by the mention of points. The manager continues his announcement, focusing on the team's MVP, and for the key contributor to this clear, Kim Solem. A close-up shows Solem's eyes widening in stunned surprise as the manager reveals his massive payout, bringing your total to 40,000 points. Brown-haired agent leaps into the air with joy, shouting, "Whoa, 30,000?" while the assistant manager hums a happy tune, smiling as she says, "I can hear my resignation date moving up by 3 years." Solem stands calmly with his arms crossed, watching his seniors celebrate. The assistant manager looks slightly apologetic as she turns to Solem, admitting, "Since points can't be transferred, this is a bit awkward, Rodir. I know. Rodir basically did all the work." But Solem quickly reassures her, saying, "No, it's fine." A comical chibi drawing shows Solem in his horned mask riding on top of a red subway train, sweating in fear as a massive black shadow monster looms over him. Solem reflects on his strategy. Actually, it's better that we don't have an A rank clear on our record. A rabid promotion would just get me thrown into even more horrific ghost stories. A terrifying, multi-eyed shadow entity looms over the screen, surrounded by splashes of ink, driving home the brutal reality of their work. Don't ever forget, one wrong move in this world, and you're dead. The brown-haired agent leans over Solem's shoulder, pointing at his computer monitor in excitement. "Rodir, let's check your points right now." A monochrome archive photo of a previous agent smiling confidently with a mask appears, accompanied by a somber narration box. These are people who took a job where they could die just to save up points for a wish ticket. Leaning in close to help, the blue-haired assistant manager softly reminds them of their training. "I showed you how to do point registration last time, right?" Sitting at his desk, Solem operates the computer under the warm, proud, and supportive gazes of his two smiling seniors, who watch over him like proud guardians. The computer monitor flashes with a bright white background, displaying a gold emblem and confirming his official balance. "Wow! Hello, Kim Solem, 40100P point registration." As Solem notes with relief, they really went through. Surrounded by shimmering, floating bubbles, Solem looks on with a soft, touched expression, realizing how close he is to his goal. "I filled 8 of the way to the wish ticket in one go." The brown-haired agent nudges the assistant manager with a smug, knowing smirk, while she glances back with a slight frown, nodding along in agreement. The assistant manager looks over at the manager, who has transformed into a simple, cute chibi lizard with red dot eyes, standing there with a large question mark floating above his head. Reaching down to tidy up his things, Solem lets out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking, "Well, we all made it back alive, and we raked in a ton of points." Surrounded by a brilliant, shimmering rainbow aura, the assistant manager turns to her team with a dazzling, excited smile, pointing up as she proposes, "Should we go to that place?" 1. Details. A reagent from Daydream Co. Ltd.
also known as a ghost story health potion. It is a basic recovery medicine used when injured in a ghost story. Given how effective it is, the company's intention seems to be to heal you quickly just to throw you back into another ghost story. It tastes like cold syrup. At the Collaboration Cafe, it was sold as a cherry-flavored Drink Me. A comical chibi panel shows the brown-haired agent lecturing Solium about their boss, while a tiny, sweating Solium panics in the corner. They say he's a rare species of lizard. Ooh, look at him, he's handsome! With a caption adding, I guess he's shocked because the manager is so handsome? Hilarious simple doodle depicts Solium as a blank, sweat-dropping finger-like character staring in complete shock at his phone, which displays a lizard icon on a YouTube-like screen. Were they not joking? Sitting at a cozy table for their team dinner, Solium reaches for the grilling tongs, but the brown-haired senior quickly stops him with a smile. I'll grill the meat. Hey, now a rookie shouldn't hold the tongs at their first team dinner. Leaning back as his senior takes over the cooking, Solium watches with a warm, quiet expression, touched by their kindness as the senior adds, we'll make you do it plenty later, so just eat and relax today. Solium softly thinks to himself, it's not that I'm worried about you. A close-up of the lizard manager's scaly white face shows him licking his snout as he grills marbled beef on a hot, sizzling grill with chopsticks. In the background, a sweat-dropping Solium tries to keep his composure, desperately thinking in a dark, jagged speech bubble. I just need somewhere else to look. Set against a light pink background patterned with red-eyed cartoon badgers and sweating chibi heads of Solium, a central caption box highlights the bizarre situation. This confirms it. The other team members don't see a lizard face. Sipping from his glass, Solium enjoys the comfortable ambiance of the dinner, thinking, well, the atmosphere of the team dinner is actually nice. Beside him, his brown-haired senior happily munches on food with a flushed, satisfied face. As Solium continues, it's a bit less scary now that I've drunk some alcohol. The warm, glowing restaurant table is beautifully set with side dishes, a large brown beer bottle, and a green soju bottle. Right next to the drinks, premium cuts of marbled beef sizzle over a brilliant charcoal grill, prompting Solium's nostalgic reflection, all my recent team dinners were just for entertaining clients. Viewed from an overhead perspective, the cozy team dinner is in full swing. The blue-haired assistant manager laughs heartily, raising her glass in a toast, while the brown-haired agent beside her cheers enthusiastically. Sitting opposite them, Solium carefully pours a drink from a green bottle, enjoying this genuine team gathering over a blazing grill loaded with sizzling meat. Taking a slow sip from his glass, Solium closes his eyes as pink and yellow cartoon badgers with sensory deprivation bars over their eyes float in the background with cuddle cuddle and purr sound effects. He plans his peaceful evening, thinking, when I get back to the dorm, I'll binge watch a kid's anime and sleep with the lights on. But he is suddenly snapped back to reality when someone calls out, "Roe deer." A close-up profile reveals the lizard manager's sharp features, his bright red slit pupil eye locked onto Solium as he asks directly, are you not planning to use the 40,000 points you received this time? Solium responds politely as his brown-haired senior listens with a nervous sweat drop. Yes, I'm planning to save up and buy a Wish ticket. The blue-haired assistant manager blushes slightly, happily drinking from her glass while a caption reads, a rookie shouldn't hold the tongs at their first team dinner, and Solium mutters, senior, to which the manager calmly replies, I see. A comedic chibi panel depicts the white lizard manager and Solium standing face-to-face in a minimalist setting. They stare at each other in complete, awkward silence under a row of dark gray scribble dots, both speech bubbles containing nothing but ellipses. Breaking the long, tense silence, Solium asks a practical question as a giant purple Enter key icon hovers in the background with a clack sound effect. He asks, is there somewhere you recommend using the points? To which the chibi lizard manager simply replies, yes. Set against a grid background resembling an old computer screen, a prominent jagged speech bubble captures Solium's inner thoughts. I feel like I've figured out how to handle the lizard manager. Below, a vintage command prompt window displaying C is shown alongside a black pop-up window reading, to get an answer from the lizard, please enter a command. Looking slightly curious yet serious, Solium leans forward at the dinner table, his dark eyes focused as he asks, what would be a good use for them? Looking down at Solium with an imposing, towering stance, the lizard manager gives a direct, two-word answer that stands out in a bright, glowing white background. Custom equipment. A close-up of Solium's face shows him wide-eyed and slightly surprised, his gaze locked onto the manager as he absorbs the unexpected advice, thinking to himself, I didn't expect that to be mentioned here. Set against a dark, pitch-black background with splatters of deep blue and eerie red blood-like streaks, a chilling question is posed in jagged red text. In high-grade ghost stories, wouldn't all the employees just die without harvesting any potions? Mysterious hand reaches out, holding a glowing, brilliant white core of energy that crackles with light and dark wisps of power. The white and blue text explains, the solution to this is that the higher your rank, the more powerful your special equipment is. This is the customized, exclusive equipment. A cute, dark-themed infographic features a buff, muscular cartoon deer wearing a black mask with a giant red X over it, alongside a weak, patched-up cartoon deer sitting down with tiny white wings and a giant red O below it. The text explains, of course it doesn't grant you supernatural powers like Ghost Story. It just adds a few minor special stats. The view transitions to a dark blue night sky outside, seen through the glass doors of a modern building under the bright, glowing moon. Solium's internal monologue continues, but since it is equipment strictly for exploring ghost stories, I only knew partial details about this setting. The group arrives at a secure facility, looking up at a massive, heavily built building. The assistant manager explains the location. This is the annex next to the company. It's where relatively safe and useful ghost stories are kept in isolation storage. Against a dark, gritty background, a retro black and white image of a cassette radio is shown, accompanied by explanation bubbles. For example, remember the radio in our office? That ghost story tells you your fortune for the day. This place is a collection of useful ghost stories like that. Walking through the dim, industrial corridors of the annex, the blue-haired assistant manager turns back slightly to explain further to Solium. The company calls those ghost stories Twilight Rank. Over a dark maroon background showing a segmented, inverted triangular pyramid representing the ranks D, E, and F, the narration explains, officially, they're classified as E-rank ghost stories, but because they're useful, and some are stronger than D-rank or less dangerous than F-rank, they give a unique name to them. The lizard manager walks confidently at the front of the group, his towering figure dressed in a sharp vest and tie as his team follows behind. He speaks over his shoulder. Custom equipment is also made using a specific Twilight rank darkness owned by the company. A close-up of Solium's face shows him deep in thought, his dark eyes narrowed in quiet comprehension as he processes the information, thinking, right, it makes sense to use a ghost story to create it. Displayed in black, retro digital boxes with pixelated white borders, the names of 3 specific Twilight rank ghost stories are listed. Delight Labs Toymaker QTRW-E-07, Kind Seed Kit QTRW-E-99, and Offering a Ritual QTRW-E-404. Under the text, from what I remember, the Twilight rank ghost stories the field exploration team used to make equipment were these 3. Walking deeper into the cold, concrete corridors of the annex, the blue-haired assistant manager and the towering lizard manager lead the way. Solium follows closely behind them, wondering, I wonder which of them I'll end up using. The brown-haired senior leads the way with a bright, friendly smile, turning back slightly to address Solium, who looks on with a focused expression as his senior announces, here it is. Looking ahead, Solium's eyes widen in surprise as he catches sight of a mysterious figure standing before them, thinking to himself in a large white speech bubble, an employee? Standing in front of the information desk, the mysterious figure is clad in a dark hooded jacket, wearing sunglasses and a high-collar face mask that completely conceals their face. Bowing slightly, the friendly brown-haired senior politely requests access from the masked staff member. We're from Field Exploration Team D. We're here for rookie training. We'd like to request access to Twilight Rank Darkness number 99. The hooded employee stands in silent, eerie stillness, their face completely hidden behind dark sunglasses and wraps. They remain silent, with a speech bubble containing only a quiet ellipsis. A heavy metallic clanking sound rings out as the masked employee pulls a lever or activates a control, prompting Solium to turn his head back in surprise. A reflection in the dark, polished surface of the information desk shows Solium's calm, handsome face as he politely bows his head in thanks. Standing before a heavy, reinforced steel door, the brown-haired senior gestures forward, announcing their arrival in a large speech bubble. We're here! Below, a massive rectangular handle is mounted on the metallic vault door, with a small oval plaque labeled 99 bolted above it. A loud, echoing creak sounds out as the heavy metal door slowly swings open. Solium peers inside, his face bathed in the dim, cool blue light of the chamber. The scene transitions with a brilliant, blinding white circular light burst that fills the center of the panel, with the bold blue text dramatically building anticipation. This is. Inside the sterile metal chamber, a massive, archaic machine covered in pipes and gauges stands amidst a patch of beautiful, blooming white and blue wildflowers growing from the floor. A retro digital information card below describes the anomaly, Friendly Seed Kit, a ghost story that appears in the Darkness Exploration records. Its identification code at Daydream Co. Ltd. is QTERWE99. It treats objects as plants, extracting their genetic information to crossbreed and sow them. It runs on moonlight as its energy source.
The brown-haired senior smiles warmly as he details the function of the device to the team, while the blue-haired assistant manager stands quietly beside him. It's a darkness that our department uses almost exclusively. It takes two items and merges them to create a new one. Looking at the intricate plumbing and steel pipes of the machine, Solium asks a practical question. Does it cost points to use this? To which the brown-haired senior answers from below. Yeah, you have to pay a usage fee to activate the Twilight-ranked darknesses in the annex. Solium's eyes widen in sheer shock as the senior delivers the steep price tag. For your information, this one is 1,000 points per use. Stunned, Solium sweat drops and thinks, question mark? If it's equipment needed for darkness exploration, shouldn't the company provide it? The brown-haired senior smiles cheerfully as he explains a corporate perk. Oh, once you become a chief, you can use it for free twice a year. He adds, most people usually wait until they become a chief to use it. A small caption notes, and it takes a year at most to become a chief, prompting a sweating Solium to regretfully wonder, should I have tried to get promoted? Looking over his shoulder at Solium, the brown-haired senior asks, what do you want to do, Rodir? Solium hesitates, weighing his options as he thinks, it feels like spending 1,000 points out of pocket is a waste, but standing in a strong, imposing posture with his arms crossed behind his back, the white lizard manager looks up thoughtfully. Solium looks at him, reflecting, there must be a reason Manager Lee Jahian judged it to be useful. Turning back to his senior with a determined, calm expression, Solium makes his decision and announces, I'll use it now. In a grainy, vintage flashback memory, a man stands in a dimly lit room holding a blueprint or bag. The explanation bubbles read, great. Like the assistant manager said earlier, if you put two items into this darkness, it will combine their traits to create a new item. Below, a gray backpack is shown wide open, revealing a swirling, colorful psychedelic liquid inside. The senior explains the optimal strategy as we see Solium's smartphone tucked into a pocket alongside a metallic button with a yellow X. So it's best if the items you use as materials have useful special abilities. A small caption reassures him, don't worry, the items won't disappear. And Solium thinks to himself, yes, I already checked all that in the darkness exploration records. The brown-haired senior flashes a bright, reassuring grin as he pumps his fist in encouragement. Don't worry, even if you don't have any useful materials right now. We have a tradition of lending items within the team when someone makes their first equipment. A small subtext adds, or you can pay to borrow other equipment. The senior leans in eagerly, asking the manager, and our manager's equipment is the best among us? Could you show it to us? In the background, the cute chibi lizard manager stands between them, a surprised expression on his face with small movement lines. Displayed against a vintage-style postcard background with faded stamps and handwriting, a sleek, silver folding butter knife is shown. The speech bubbles explain, it's a butter knife. If you use this to cut a medium entering the darkness, it can tear through space and transport small objects. Holding the shiny butter knife in his hand, Solium gazes at it with a calm, analytical expression as he connects the dots. So this is what you use to throw the AAA battery during the Tuesday quiz show. He quietly thinks to himself in a speech bubble below. It would have been great if it were defensive equipment, but it wasn't. Next, his brown-haired senior asks with a friendly smile, what about you two? To which another bubble replies, me? Mine lets me use a few tricks. Pointing to a floating button, the blue-haired assistant manager explains that it is the exact same item used during the quiz show. Solium quietly observes that since his teammates also lack defensive equipment and similar items are sold in the alien shop, he should proceed with his plan. Looking down with a focused and determined expression, Solium watches as a sudden, bright, pinkish-white flash of light bursts right in front of him. The sleek interface of the mysterious machine is displayed, showing a digital screen that requests a mechanical plant and carries a prominent warning, strictly no real plants. In the left slot, the white lizard manager's butter knife sits fully loaded. Standing confidently next to the glowing synthesis chamber, the blue-haired assistant manager turns back to strictly warn Solium that under no circumstances must he ever insert a real plant. The warning sticker on the machine reiterates that inserting real plants is absolutely prohibited, while the screen requests a plant. The assistant manager explains that although the detection sensor at the door filters them out anyway, he is warning him just in case. Gazing at the beautiful patch of white and blue daisies growing from the metallic floor, Solium suddenly realizes that all the weeds and flowers in this chamber are actually fake, artificial plants. A cold sweat trickles down Solium's face as his expression turns serious, his eyes narrowing as he thinks to himself that he finally remembers the dark truth about this place. Against a horrifying, blood-red background showing dark roots and hanging silhouettes, a chilling corporate notice reveals that a past incident took the security team 7 days to suppress, leaving 3 on-site personnel, including employee R, dead, with warnings of resignation for any recurrence.
Holding a surgical scalpel in his gloved hand, the White Lizard manager advises Solium that while people usually put easy-to-use, ordinary items in the second slot, there is a strong risk that the supernatural traits will only be inherited weakly or not at all. Solium stands firm and turns away with absolute determination, stating that even if that is the case, he is fully prepared to accept the outcome. Floating in a dark void are several of the supernatural items in Solium's possession: a pixelated jewelry box, a canned item, an Eat Me cookie, and a pack of smiley face stickers. He notes that the highest grade item among them is... Holding out his pale hand, Solium displays a glowing blue-silver coin with a coiled snake design, deciding that he will insert the silver coin snake he purchased from the Cosmic Shopping Mall. Looking down from his towering height, the White Lizard manager curiously asks what the coin is. Solium casually brushes it off, smiling as he calls it a travel souvenir he simply had a good feeling about. The brown-haired senior cheerfully leans in, patting Solium's shoulder as he notes that the coin looks incredibly easy to carry and seems like an excellent choice. A dramatic, massive close-up of the lizard manager's sharp red eye reflects Solium holding his coin. Solium wonders if the manager realized it is a supernatural item, but figures that in a world filled with ghost stories, it won't stand out. Placing the coin onto the machine's scanning plate, Solium watches as green laser lines wash over it. He reasons that even if he carries a supernatural item around, he can claim ignorance, and a coin is hardly suspicious anyway. Two bright red indicator lights on the console flash with a sharp beep as the machine officially begins its activation sequence. The glowing green screen of the machine displays, "Please provide the gardener's information." A caption below notes that this personalized genetic verification is why it is called custom equipment. The interface explains that the machine scans the owner's genetic information, almost as if the anomalous plant is demanding a specific guardian to tend to it. Solium stands perfectly still as green diagnostic scan lines and verification percentages wash over his face and body, confirming his genetic identity. Steam vents and gauges shake violently as the machine starts up. The digital screens display genetic merging in progress and kit generation in progress as the synthesis begins. A blinding, brilliant green flash of light erupts from the machine, illuminating the room and casting a strong glow over Solium and his teammates as they watch the process unfold. Thick plumes of gray steam hiss from the exhaust pipes as the high-tech machine completes its operation and slowly winds down. The glowing container slot opens amidst a thick cloud of green vapor and blooming flowers, displaying a sewing completed screen. The blue-haired assistant manager warmly congratulates Solium on his first customization. In a funny, stylized comic panel, the chibi White Lizard manager happily holds a piece of buttered toast and his knife, offering some to a sweating, polite Solium who declines while thinking that he is sure the knife can spread butter. The blue-haired assistant manager speaks to Solium as they prepare to leave, advising him to test his new custom equipment when he gets home and reminding him that they are still currently inside a ghost story. With a warm, encouraging smile, the blue-haired assistant manager praises Solium for doing great today and bids him good night, telling him to rest up for tomorrow. Back in his own room, Solium reaches inside his suit jacket to pull out his newly crafted item, quietly saying, "Okay." A simple transition card against a textured gray background reads, "The two items I used for gene splicing in the seed kit." The screen displays the combination diagram showing Section Chief Lizard's butter knife and the silver coin snake from the alien shop merged together as parent items to create a custom weapon. A beautiful, gleaming silver coin featuring a stylized hand symbol engraved in the center bursts with brilliant white rays of light against a black background. Solium holds up the hand-engraved silver coin in his bedroom, looking at it with a puzzled expression as he wonders how to make it work. Solium's face drops in comical despair as he imagines capsule and claw machines, sweating as he worries he might have failed the gotcha and wasted his precious 1,000 points on a cheap toy coin. Resolved to test it, Solium places the coin on his thumb and prepares to flip it. With a sharp metallic ring, Solium flips the silver coin high into the air. As the coin spins, a translucent, ghostly white hand suddenly manifests out of thin air and catches it with a swift motion. Solium stares in shock as the floating, transparent hand holds his coin right in front of his face. The ghostly hand forms an OK sign and points upwards, while the translucent words "insert coin" hover in the air, leaving Solium completely baffled. In a cute chibi sequence, a stream alert announces that Kim Solium has donated 100 won. The floating hand gets angry at the tiny sum, tossing the coin onto the floor in a huff next to an orange X button. The hand suddenly gains a fancy white glove and flexes happily with pink hearts floating around it, prompting Solium to realize that the hand operates purely on money. The white-gloved hand zips through the air surrounded by flower petals, making chibi Solium jump in surprise. The translucent gloved hand gently descends and merges into Solium's raised hand with a brilliant white glow.
Solemn looks down at his hand in wide-eyed astonishment as he thinks about how the floating hand just flew into his hand and merged with his body.
On the floor, a dark, circular shadow portal opens up on the carpet, and Solium notes a strange, tingling sensation coursing through him. As Solium raises his left arm, a massive, shadowy black hand rises from the dark portal on the floor, perfectly mimicking his movements. A large dark hand hovers in the room as Solium stares at it, wondering if this formidable shadow control is the true power of his custom equipment. Solium clenches his fist to test the responsiveness and control of the shadow hand. Sitting at his desk, Solium writes in a notebook, while the dark shadow hand holds its own pen and writes alongside him with a rhythmic scribbling sound. The notebook page shows neat handwriting that reads, "When can I resign?" as Solium marvels at how the shadow hand's strength and precision perfectly match his own. A cute cartoon infographic demonstrates the shadow hand's wide utility, showing it opening doors and effortlessly twisting off bottle caps, proving itself to be an incredibly versatile tool. In an adorable chibi-style illustration, Solium sits comfortably on his bed, pointing lazily towards a light switch on the pink-tiled wall. A small sound effect reading "eh" appears as a ghostly shadow hand begins to form and reach out towards the switch, mimicking his movement. On the patterned carpet floor, a shadowy black hand materializes in a swirl of bright golden light, slowly forming a fist as Solium observes its activation. Solium curiously calculates the duration of his new ability, asking himself, does it last for about 5 seconds? A stylized portrait of the White Lizard manager in his white suit and black tie is shown holding a metallic butter knife as a bright geometric contrast divides the background. The narration reads, "Unlike Section Chief Lizard's butter knife, which overcomes spatial limits between reality and darkness." Standing behind a reflective glass pane, Solium gazes out with a calm, calculating expression, while a massive, shadowy hand mirrors his left hand's placement on the surface. He thinks to himself, "At least I won't have to touch suspicious things with my own hands." An informational graphic displays the contents of Kim Solium's bag on a lined notebook page with a red ribbon banner reading Kim Solium's What's in My Bag. The list shows a memorial grip talk, smile sticker C, Alice picnic set, silver coin snake, and a brand new custom weapon coin marked with a new tag, accompanied by drawings of each item. Sitting up in his bed under a warm blanket in his darkened bedroom, Solium contemplates the cost and effectiveness of his newly synthesized weapon. He thinks to himself, 5 seconds of telekinesis for 501 is a special deal. You'd better work hard to make up for the 1,000 points I invested. Lying flat on his back with his eyes wide open, Solium stares at the ceiling as starlight filters through the window of his quiet bedroom. He thinks with a sense of relief, I actually feel surprisingly good. Maybe because things wrapped up nicely. Black and white flashback collage shows Chief Park Min-sung laughing heartily while holding a potion bottle and assistant manager Eun-ha Jae smiling broadly while offering a metallic ring. The captions state, Chief Park Min-sung, who didn't act out once even on the brink of death, and assistant manager Eun-ha Jae, who trusted a rookie and lent me equipment in an emergency. Another dark, textured flashback panel shows the back of Section Chief Lee Ja-hyun in his tactical vest as he looks toward a pile of debris, raising his hand. The text overlay reads, without the assistant manager's trust, I wouldn't have received Section Chief Lee Ja-hyun's help. The team is gathered around a wooden table in a dimly lit bar, sharing drinks and enjoying a quiet moment together as Solium pours a glass. Solium reflects, I don't know how many more ghost stories I'll have to clear, but maybe I might actually be able to get through this. Solium closes his eyes in bed with a peaceful, tired expression as he drifts off to sleep under the starlight. He thinks to himself, maybe I can quietly survive this, as a soft dee-ring sound effect echoes in the darkness. Under a shining crescent moon in a starry purple night sky, a towering modern office building stands illuminated. The narrative transition reads, or so I thought, once upon a time. From Kim Solium's monologue in the webtoon Got Dropped Into a Ghost Story, Still Gotta Work. Back in the brightly lit company office, the blue-haired assistant manager, Eun-ha Jae, sits on a dark sofa with a paper coffee cup in his hands, looking somewhat tense. Standing before the assistant manager, Solium listens carefully with a serious expression as Eun-ha Jae delivers the unexpected news. I think we're getting a reassignment. A mobile phone screen displays a chat room filled with laughing animal emojis, including an orange cat and a yellow dragon, flanking the dramatic, stylized title logo. Got dropped into a ghost story? Still gotta work. Solium reacts with a text saying, what? In response to the amusement. A humorous cartoon interface styled like a classic video game announcement declares a level up with a masked syringe-wearing avatar. Below, a pink screen shows years of service at 2 years, darkness cleared at 200, and asks, you have enough EXP. Would you like to change jobs? Yes, yes. The narration notes, it usually refers to a change in one's duties or department at a company, and it's something that typically happens once your years of service start adding up. Sitting on the office couches, Solium looks completely dumbfounded and blue-faced, protesting, "I don't think that's something you should be saying to someone on their third day of work," to which a deadpan, sweating Yoon Ha-jae replies, "I know that, kiddo."
On the screen of a smartphone, an official document titled QW-43 Special Incident Resolution Staff Reward Notice is shown. The narration reveals QW-43 is the identification code for the Tuesday quiz show. Celebrating with thumbs up and falling gold coins, the cartoon cat and dragon enthusiastically boast about the rewards. The cat shouts, "Wow! Some team resolved a special incident and pulled off an A rank? Now that's a performance record. We're awarding 100,000 points to this team." While the dragon gleefully adds, "See that? You can do it too. So stop worrying about your lives, rush into ghost stories like moths to a flame, and claim your points." Solium stares at his phone screen, which lists him as a key contributor 40,000 points, Kim Solium. An ominous dark burst surrounds his internal exclamation, "This is insane." Sweating from the sudden pressure, Solium turns to Yoon Ha-jae and wonders, they put it right out there. If this official notice is why we're getting reassigned, what kind of duties will we have? While someone calls out from behind, "Did you see it? Did you see?"
Yoon Ha-jae turns his head back with a dark, intensely annoyed look, his eyebrow twitching with frustration as he simply replies, "Yes."
Slumped backwards over the couch with squiggly lines of stress rising from his head, Chief Park Min-sung anxiously asks, "By reassignment, do you mean we're transferring departments? Are we getting a whole new team appointment?" To which Yoon Ha-jae sighs and answers, "It's not quite a new appointment." Sigh. Yoon Ha-jae takes a massive gulp from his paper coffee cup to soothe his nerves as he clarifies, "Our workload is just changing." A close-up shows Yoon Ha-jae's hand sliding a document marked Manuals across the table as he continues, "Until now, we mostly entered ghost stories with completed manuals." Yoon Ha-jae's face darkens with a chilling, serious look as he rips the paper manual cleanly in half. He says firmly, "But from now on, the darkness we enter won't have any manuals." As torn pieces of the manual flutter around Solium's face, he realizes the gravity of the situation and sweat drops. The text reads, "They're throwing us into new ghost stories with zero information." A close-up of a shoe stepping forward is accompanied by a sliding sound effect as the narration laments, "Seriously, it's ridiculous how they shove you into harder places the moment you do well, and they just sit in their offices pushing pencils?" Sliding door opens and the white lizard manager enters the room, calmly saying, "Hello." Yoon Ha-jae immediately stands up, highly agitated, and shouts, "Manager, did you see the official notice?" Large, spiky white speech bubbles burst with frantic energy, screaming, "Entering darkness without a manual? Aren't they basically telling us to die?" In a comical chibi panel, the white lizard manager looks off to the side with an innocent whistle, pink stars and musical-like notes floating around his head as he acts completely unbothered. Solium and Yoon Ha-jae stare at him with wide, shocked eyes, wondering if there is some hidden catch. A massive, spiky speech bubble below asks, "What? Is there some kind of loophole?" Against a dark, murky background, a stark white bubble delivers a grim truth. People still die, even in ghost stories, with complete manuals. The white lizard manager towers over Solium and Yoon Ha-jae, who stare back with completely deadpan, unamused, and blank expressions. A spiky speech bubble captures their flat reaction. "Oh, is that so?" The white lizard manager nonchalantly rips apart two red glowing digital manual cards titled "Welcome to the Abyss" and "Transportation Corporation" with glowing red eyes. Solium asks, "But still, wouldn't it be more dangerous without a manual?" To which the manager replies, "I don't know, I haven't noticed much of a difference." Solium sweat drops, thinking, this is how employees who just rip through ghost stories with brute force are. Solium raises a hand to ask a practical question, saying, "Are there any benefits to this reassignment?" And the manager immediately responds, "Yes." The manager explains, "You get bonus points," causing the faces of Park Min-sung and Yoon Ha-jae to instantly light up with dramatic, starry-eyed excitement as sparkles burst around them. Park Min-sung eagerly steps forward with a sweating, excited face, asking, Is it a lot, manager?" And the white lizard chief confirms with a simple, "Yes." Chibi versions of Yoon Ha-jae and Park Min-sung look completely starstruck, their eyes replaced with peace symbols for points. The manager details the lucrative offer. Compared to darkness of the same rank, it's 3 to 4 times more, and the maximum multiplier is 15 times.
Solemn looks on with a sweat drop as Yoon Ha-jae and Park Min-sung stand behind him with glowing pea eyes, completely blinded by greed. Solemn thinks their eyes look like gamblers and wonders, should I stop them? As thoughts of 15 times, and even if it's F-rank, 15 times would be float around their heads. A dramatic close-up of Solium's narrowing eyes shown as his mindset quickly shifts. He reasons to himself, wait, calling it a gamble? For me, it's a gamble I can't lose. Even without a manual, I have the wiki exploration records. Golden bars rain down around a slot machine showing a jackpot of 3 PPP symbols amidst bursting confetti. The text enthusiastically asks, in that case, isn't this just a triple points event? Driven by pure motivation, Yoon Ha-jae runs forward, leading the team as he yells, "Let's go!" Sol-eum, Park Min-sung, and the Lizard Manager follow closely behind as a spiky bubble exclaims, "Let's earn some points!" An elevator panel chiming with ding displays that they are heading to the 17th floor. Solium says, first, we head up to the 17th floor. Standing side by side in the elevator, Solium and Yoon Ha-jae look forward as Solium explains, floors 17 through 20 are mostly used by the development headquarters, especially the 17th floor. The 17th floor is revealed to be a high-tech laboratory filled with rows of glowing blue stasis pods containing shadowed human silhouettes. Solium continues, that's where the research staff who scout for new darkness are located. As the elevator doors slide open, Solium steps out and gasps, as he is greeted by a tall figure blocking their path. Solium stands before the man with a calm, analytical gaze. A speech bubble asks, is this the rookie everyone's talking about lately? While a chibi Solium sweat drops, thinking, so I'm basically a celebrity now. A handsome, white-haired researcher with glasses and a lab coat stands before them, wearing a friendly, confident smile as he reaches out his hand to welcome them to the development division. In a humorous, simple scribble, Chibi Solium lies flat in bed with a blank expression, waving a hand lazily as he thinks, too lazy to turn off the light, too lazy to turn off the light. Standing on the high-tech 17th floor, Section Chief Kwak Jae-gung, a white-haired researcher wearing a lab coat and glasses, politely extends his hand to greet Solum, who is dressed in a dark suit. Solum's dark eyes narrow in deep suspicion as he stares back, wondering to himself, who is it? A close-up reveals Kwak Jae-gung's friendly and smiling face through his glasses as a soft chuckle escapes his lips. Extending his hand with a bright, welcoming grin, Kwak Jae-gang introduces himself to the team. A digital profile card identifies him as the Research Team 1 Section Chief, Kwak Jae-gang. Solum's eyes widen in sudden, dramatic shock as he recognizes the name Kwak Jae-gang. Realizing he must keep his composure under Yoon Ha-jae's watchful gaze, Solum quickly replies, yes, nice to meet you too. Solum bows deeply and respectfully as he shakes the researcher's hand, introducing himself. I'm Kim Solum. Kwak Jae-gang smiles warmly at the polite gesture, saying, oh, you have great manners. Leaning in close, Yoon Ha-jae whispers conspiratorially to Solum, don't be intimidated. He's just a lowly section chief. Solum sweat drops and deadpans internally. Aren't you just an assistant manager yourself? Staring ahead with a serious, analytical expression, Solum reflects, no, that's not why I'm surprised. It's not because he's a section chief. Kwak Jae-gang turns back with an easygoing, carefree attitude, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Waving with a cheerful peace sign, Kwak Jae-gang exudes confidence. An official status window describes his profile. Researcher Kwak Jae-gang, an employee of Research Team 1 under the Raw Material Development Department of Daydream Co. Ltd., who appears in the Darkness Exploration Records, one of the research staff frequently mentioned in the early records of exploring newly registered darkness. Watching Kwak Jae-gang walk ahead, Solum resolves to keep his guard up, thinking, for now, I should act natural. In a light-hearted chibi style, Kwak Jae-gang cheerfully addresses the White Lizard Manager, Section Chief Lee Jae-on, saying, now, Section Chief Lee Jae-on, we'll be seeing a lot of each other from now on. To which the Lizard Manager simply responds, yes. Sol-eum watches their exchange with a blank expression. Solium raises his hand to ask a question, inquiring, could you tell me why? As the Lizard Manager replies, sure. A retro terminal prompt appears above them. To get an answer from the Lizard, please enter a command. Against a pitch-black background, a grotesque, pulsing red fleshy cube covered in blinking human eyeballs and grinning mouths is surrounded by glowing red light as chess pieces hover nearby. The narration explains, here in Research Team 1, we research entry methods into new darkness, and exploring that new darkness is Team D's new assignment. White and black chess pieces scatter across a dark void, falling around a neatly bound paper manual. The narrative voice continues, once Team D finishes exploring the new darkness and reports back, an exploration manual will be created based on that information. Looking serious as the puzzle pieces click into place, Solium realizes, in other words, this is the team that gives us our work. Guak Jagang claps his hands together and exclaims, "All right then." Guak Jagang casts a sharp, highly intelligent glance over his shoulder, his gentle smile carrying a hint of hidden depth. Two simple text bubbles outline the next steps. Check the escape records of civilians and the records of the team that went in before you. The towering white lizard manager holds a document folder with a serious look, while a sweat-dropping Yoon Ha-jae stands frozen in shock behind him. Yoon Ha-jae's face darkens with pure fiery annoyance as blue flames of irritation flare up around him. He grumbles, "Why is that jerk talking so much obvious nonsense when he's not even on the field exploration team?" While a sweating Park Min-song frantically tries to hold him back, pleading, "Senior, watch your face, watch your face." Solim turns to the side and politely calls out, "Excuse me." Another researcher sitting in his office chair smirks mockingly at Solim, gesturing toward his computer screen and teasingly asking, "Do you want to bet on what rank it is?" A spreadsheet on the computer monitor shows the ranking of various anomalies alongside multiplier data. The researcher eagerly explains, "The new darkness. We usually make a small bet on it. You should join in. It'll be fun." Solim reacts with a flat, confused, "What?" Turning on his heel, Solim walks away without hesitation, saying, "No, thank you." The researcher is left sweating and utterly stunned by the blunt rejection. As Solim walks past, creepy dark hands materialize from the shadows behind Guak Jagang, gently cupping Solim's chin. Solim's sweat drops in disbelief, thinking, "Wait, does their direct boss see this and not stop them?" Guak Jagang simply laughs it off, saying, "It's just a little bet. Nobody's gonna die, so what's the big deal?" Guak Jagang chuckles merrily, holding his hands out as he asks, "It's not like anyone is going to die just because of a bet, so what's the big deal?" Solim stands dumbfounded with a giant question mark floating over his head. In a comical chibi panel, Solim's face is cast in shadow as he thinks, "Still, this is a workplace. Isn't that crossing the line?" While the betting researcher looks on and Guak Jagang compliments him, "Oh, look at that poker face. You've got guts, Solim." Guak Jagang takes a step forward, lightheartedly waving off the tension as he laughs. "Haha, just kidding, just kidding." Shuffling through a stack of papers at his desk, Guak Jagang smiles reassuringly and says, "This darkness isn't a matter of life and death. A lot of civilians have gone in and escaped." Dark silhouettes of disaster management officers stand against blue burning flames in the background. Guak Jagang continues, "The disaster management agency keeps whining that we need to close it. They said the planning team had a hard time covering it up." Wearing his dark deer-antlered mask, Solim receives a new document from Yoon Ha-jae, who instructs, "All right, Rodeer, check the records too," to which Solim replies, "Yes." Internally, Solim reminds himself, "Well, what matters now is the new darkness we're entering." Solim looks down at the folder titled New Darkness Exploration Records and reasons with himself, "Right, what matters is this darkness. If there are many civilian escape records, it's probably a D rank at worst, so let's not be nervous." As his eyes scan the page, a cold sweat runs down Solim's face under his mask. He mutters in disbelief, "WeTube? Clown? Huh?" Guak Jagang chimes in, "If you're ready." A hand reaches down from above, holding out a digital tablet with a video play button. Guak Jagang requests, "Please look at this," while Solim stares at the screen with growing apprehension. The tablet screen flickers to life, displaying a creepy, bloated clown with dark diamonds painted over its eyes and a sinister stitched grin standing in a dimly lit, wallpapered room. A terrifying close-up shows the clown's smeared red lips curling into an impossibly wide, toothy grin as the word smirk appears in blood-red text. The video feed glitters with colorful digital distortion and static as the clown throws its head back and screams in a manic frenzy, raising its hands threateningly. Distortion intensifies, showing the clown's face splitting apart in a horrifying, glitch-ridden scream. With a violent crack sound effect, a giant, fleshy red hand bursts straight out of the screen, grabbing Solim by his shoulder as his eyes fly wide with absolute terror. The massive, mutated red hand drags Solim downward into a swirling, bloody vortex. A spiky speech bubble declares, "This ghost story is definitely..." Caught completely off guard, Guak Jagang lifts his glasses in shock and exclaims, "Oh?" as Solim is dragged under, gasping in surprise. The massive red hand tightens its grip, pulling Solim deeper into the glitching, bloody abyss. Guak Jagang sweats and smiles nervously as he waves his hand, calling out in panic, "Excuse me?" Completely submerged in the horrifying red void, Solim's face is crushed by the massive hand as he screams in pure desperation, "Please just cancel the 3x points event." An extreme close-up reveals the wrinkled, blood-smeared forehead and hollow, pitch-black eyes of the terrifying clown.
Chaotic collage of manic, laughing human mouths and distorted red text reading "ha ha 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 ha" fills the screen, echoing a chorus of insanity. A glowing crimson system notification pops up over a framed mirror displaying a terrifying clown with a button sewn over its left eye. Piro hates you. A red text terminal display reveals the horrifying truth, a ghost story appearing in the Darkness Exploration records. Daydream Co.Ltd's identification code is QTERW-D210. Below, a close-up shows Solium's masked sweating eye trembling in sheer horror. The dark truth of the anomaly is revealed, a ghost story of wandering forever through endless corridors lined with various clown portraits. The panel shows Solium and his teammates warily navigating a dim, red-carpeted hallway filled with creepy portraits. Looking closely at one of the portraits, Parkman's song gasps as a warning prompt appears. If you look closely, it's not real clown makeup, but they are forced smiles of people grotesquely distorted to look like clowns. A horrifying narration card reveals a terrifying truth as a grotesque, detailed illustration shows a human face brutally contorted into a clown, a dark eye staring wide in agony with a purple stripe painted vertically over it. People who went missing in this ghost story become new clown portraits. The purple-haired team member stands in profile, their gaze fixed on an empty, ornate oval frame hanging on the red-carpeted wall. The grim narrator explains that those who vanish within this darkness are destined to become the next portraits. Honestly, I had no idea it would feel like a full-blown horror movie. A movie film strip highlights the protagonist's silent internal distress as he reflects on the sheer terror of their surroundings, completely overwhelmed by how genuinely horrifying this mission turned out to be. I don't need that. Just getting in was so terrifying I almost died. Honestly, anyone would be terrified here, not just in a comical chibi style. The sweating protagonist stands with his red-haired teammate, frantically panicking internally about how close he came to dying of fright just from crossing the threshold, insisting that anyone would be terrified in a place like this. It's not as dark as I thought. It's actually fine. Turning back to look at the protagonist, the purple-haired colleague is completely unfazed by the creepy hallway, casually noting that the environment is actually fine and not as dark as expected. This nonchalant attitude leaves the protagonist sweat-dropping in sheer confusion. Section Chief, are we doing dark adaptation before we move? Yes, close your eyes for 60 seconds. Walking alongside the imposing white lizard manager, the cheerful red-haired senior asks if they need to perform dark adaptation first. The tall lizard manager calmly instructs the team to close their eyes for a full 60 seconds. Got it, 60 seconds. Wait, are they serious? While the other team members cheerfully agree to close their eyes, the protagonist is left completely flabbergasted, screaming internally in disbelief at their sheer recklessness. In a hallway filled with such creepy portraits? How can they suggest closing our eyes for a whole minute? We have no idea what might happen. The camera pans across the red wallpapered hallway, showcasing a horrifying gallery of grotesque clown and skull portraits. The protagonist is in absolute agony over his teammate's suggestion, pointing out how insanely dangerous it is to close their eyes in such a place. "Ro, dear, close your eyes too." "Yes, sir." "I guess they can." In a cute chibi panel, the purple-haired senior orders the protagonist, codenamed Ro, dear, to close his eyes as well. Left with no choice, the protagonist obediently complies while deadpanning at how effortlessly fearless his comrades are. These guys, and the lizard, they basically don't feel fear. Sweat dripping down his face, the masked protagonist looks over his shoulder at the portraits on the wall, which have humorously shifted into cute, sweat-dropping chibi clowns. He realizes that his teammates, including the lizard manager, simply lack a normal sense of fear. Their adrenaline doesn't even pump unless they're actually about to die. They're the type who don't watch horror movies because they're boring. A comical flashback displays the team sitting inside a dark movie theater. While a terrifying horror film plays, the purple-haired senior sleeps with a book on her face, the lizard manager casually munches on popcorn, and the red-haired colleague happily chats, perfectly illustrating their immunity to typical scares. Still, if those portraits came to life and moved, wouldn't it be hard to stay calm? Oh, they say if you poke the portraits, they pop out and crawl after you. Looking over a manual, the purple-haired senior casually explains the mechanics of the portraits, mentioning that poking them causes the clowns to crawl out. The protagonist shivers, wondering how anyone could possibly remain calm hearing such horror. And apparently, a few civilians have returned through empty frames. I see.
Gesturing with a raised finger, the red-haired colleague shares a vital clue about empty frames acting as escape points, while the massive white lizard manager nods slowly in understanding. Poke every portrait you see. Yes, sir. If anything pops out, I'll signal and run immediately. A creepy, dramatic close-up reveals the red-haired colleague with blood dripping from his nose as his eyes shine with manic excitement under his mask, eager to poke every single portrait in sight. Yes, we will repeat the attempts periodically. Yes, sir. They crawl, right? Since they're slow, it should be fine. Standing on the dark red carpet, the team discusses their strategy from an overhead angle. While the others calmly plan to systematically test the portraits, the protagonist remains silent, desperately trying to mentally prepare himself.
Roe dear, see that clown with the weird eyes? It looks like a movie poster. The red-haired senior grins brightly and pats the protagonist on the shoulder, pointing out a nearby clown portrait and comparing it to a movie poster, while the protagonist stands completely frozen in dread.
You can open your eyes now, so take a look. A tense close-up shows the protagonist's masked face, a single visible eye trembling and sweating profusely as his senior tells him to open his eyes and look at the wall.
Turning his head, the protagonist is met with a chilling sight, a creepy clown portrait whose eyes burn with a glowing white flame-like light, mirrored by other portraits down the dim hallway. The description matches the missing civilian. I guess that's what happens when you go missing here. The protagonist stands as a dark silhouette in the corridor, gazing at the portraits whose eyes glow with colorful digital static. He solemnly notes that these must be the poor civilians who went missing. Roe, dear, do you want to touch that one first? Smiling playfully in his mask, the red-haired colleague invites the protagonist to take the first turn touching a glowing portrait, receiving nothing but a tense, horrified silence in response. Figured out how to escape. In a dramatic close-up, the protagonist's eyes sharpen with absolute determination. Refusing to succumb to his fear, he announces that he has already calculated a perfect method to escape the corridor.
Question mark? The red-haired senior, the purple-haired colleague, and the tiny white lizard manager all freeze in complete shock, their eyes wide as they stare back at the protagonist with a giant question mark and exclamation point floating over them.
What? We haven't even been here for 5 minutes. Absolutely not looking back. There's only one way for a coward like me to survive. With a shadow cast over his face, the protagonist resolutely prepares his escape plan. While his teammate gasps at how incredibly fast he made up his mind, the protagonist reminds himself that speed and cowardice are his greatest survival tools.
Escape speedrun. Standing proudly under a dramatic spotlight, the protagonist displays a gleaming metallic coin bearing a handprint, ready to speedrun their escape. With a calm, confident expression, the protagonist holds up the glowing token, his red suit illuminated by the brilliant, magical light radiating from the palm of his hand. The protagonist throws the glowing handprint coin down toward the carpeted floor with a decisive flick of his wrist.
Hi! With a loud popping sound effect, the coin bursts into a large, cartoonish white glove that floats in midair and cheerfully waves, saying hi in a small speech bubble.
Is that Roe Deer's exclusive equipment? Yes, though we need a few more things. The purple-haired teammate gestures toward the floating white hand, curiously asking if it is the protagonist's exclusive weapon. He confirms it, noting that they still need a few more items to execute the plan. In a flashy, sparkling frame, a hand proudly displays a heavy pile of gleaming, shiny 500 won coins, ready to be used as fuel. Kim Saliam 500. Kim Saliam donated 500 won. The screen erupts into a celebratory arcade-style broadcast displaying repeated red donation banners of Kim Saliam donating 500 won, complete with explosive fireworks in the background and popping sound effects. This hand is the effect of the customization weapon. If you insert a coin, you can control it remotely. As floating pink hearts drift around him, the protagonist controls the magical white glove remotely, explaining that inserting coins allows him to safely manipulate the hand from a distance. Oh ho! In a dramatic wide shot, the giant white hand floats down the long hallway toward the rest of the team, who watch its progress with intrigued amusement. Does the clear method Roe Deer came up with require that hand? Yes. The red-haired senior waves with a friendly smile, asking if the remote hand is central to the escape method the protagonist devised, and the protagonist firmly confirms it. First, these portraits aren't just decorations. Against a textured red background, a large speech bubble begins detailing the precise mechanics of the clown-infested gallery. Among these portraits, there is a correct portrait. The camera angles down a long wall crowded with framed pictures of terrifying clowns, explaining that only one specific portrait holds the key to progress.
So the portraits that popped out and crawled when poked were incorrect answers? Exactly. Over a close-up of a smiling clown portrait, the team deduces that any portrait that crawled out when poked was simply a wrong answer. From now on, please look for the portrait I describe and run with me on my signal to find the one that matches the description. Standing between his colleagues, the protagonist lays out the strategy, instructing them to help search for the specific portrait he describes and prepare to run on his signal. Section Chief, is it all right if we do this? Please, please. The protagonist turns back to consult the lizard manager, who stands silently with tears of pure gratitude welling up in his eyes, desperately hoping the plan succeeds. Yes! What a generous lizard, listening to a new recruit right away. Thank you! Surrounded by a brilliant celestial halo, the white lizard manager gives his enthusiastic approval. The protagonist is deeply moved, praising his chief's incredibly generous and supportive leadership. Well, since it's roe deer, there's no harm in listening to him. To keep up with you, Section Chief, I'm going to get some real exercise for once. Raising his arms high in an energetic stretch, the red-haired senior cheerfully agrees to follow the plan, excited to finally get some real physical exercise in the field. Sorry, guys. Over a blood-splattered, textured red wall, a bold text card delivers a cryptic and humorous apology from the protagonist. Actually, we don't really have to run. In an extreme close-up, the protagonist's eyes tremble with a cold sweat as he realizes he may have made an unnecessary physical demand of his eager teammates. Escaping this ghost story is surprisingly easy. If you're brave enough, you could just stroll along and touch the portraits. But a coward like me could never do that. A cute chibi graphic shows the purple-haired and red-haired teammates cheerfully strolling down the corridor, poking portraits as a confused chibi clown watches. The narrator explains that while brave people can easily escape this way, a self-proclaimed coward like the protagonist needs a much safer method. I just wanted to be friends. What's with the corpse? He was perfectly fine a second ago, but suddenly died. In another cute chibi scene, a crying clown stands in its frame crying about wanting friends, while the purple-haired and red-haired seniors stare down in confusion at the protagonist, who has comically died and is lying flat on the floor out of sheer physical exhaustion. A dramatic, intense close-up focuses on the protagonist's glowing red eye beneath his mask, flashing with sharp, unwavering focus. Fast escape is our only way out. A jagged, explosive speech bubble against a pitch-black screen punctuates the absolute urgency of their high-speed exit. Team D Darkness Entry. Elapsed time 0429. A crimson timer box flashes on screen, tracking their remarkably fast progress as they make their way down the red wallpapered hallway. Let's speedrun this haunted house. Standing under a dramatic archway of red curtains beneath a bright clown portrait, the team prepares to officially speedrun the haunted gallery. Got dropped into a ghost story? Still gotta work. The official, stylized title card appears, showing empty, ornate picture frames splattered with blood against a dark red damask wall. Section Chief Guac, what grade do you think it'll be this time? Against a simple gray office wall, a speech bubble asks the section chief about the predicted grade of the newly discovered darkness. Standing in the busy office, a smug researcher in a white lab coat turns around with a playful grin to greet his colleague, reminding him to keep their betting talk quiet and strictly within the development department. Leaning in close, the researcher reminds Chief Lee not to bring up their bets when other teams are around, prompting Chief Lee to give a tense, sweat-drop nod and mutter a reluctant agreement. As his colleague turns away with a cold, dismissive look, Chief Lee sits back in his chair with a scowl, deeply annoyed that someone who usually laughs along is suddenly giving him attitude and ruining his mood. Staring into the dark, Chief Lee's anger boils over as he realizes that the one who actually pissed him off is someone else entirely. In a shadow-drenched panel, Chief Lee's face twists with pure malice as his teeth grind in rage, cursing that incredibly annoying new recruit from the field exploration team, and trying to recall if his name was Kim Solium. Tense memory flashes back showing the cool and imposing protagonist in his neat suit, casting a piercing, glowing glare back at his superior when Chief Lee had tried to invite him to join their office bed. Slamming his fingers onto the keyboard in a fit of keyboard warrior rage, Chief Lee seethes with anger, viewing the recruit as nothing more than a disposable human lab rat who doesn't know his place. Typing furiously into the anonymous in-house betting group chat, Chief Lee enters a message placing a bet of 10 on option D, confident that the recruit's team will fail. Driven by sheer spite, Chief Lee sends his final toxic wish into the digital void, hoping with all his heart that the arrogant new recruit perishes inside the darkness. Just as he sits back to bask in his anger, Chief Lee's supervisor casually pops over to dump more work on him, cheerfully asking him to finish the preliminary report before leaving Chief Lee looking completely drained and miserable.
Looking at the cute office wall clock ticking away, Chief Lee consoles himself with the thought that the exploration team won't be escaping the anomaly before the end of the day anyway, giving him plenty of time to finish. Skimming through the report on his monitor, Chief Lee mutters about the stupid victims who watched the sketchy 5-second promotional video titled "Pierrot Hates You," judging them for not skipping such an obvious trap. Staring blankly at his screen, Chief Lee begrudgingly acknowledges that while most perish, a select few lucky individuals do manage to make it out of the anomaly alive. The preliminary report details that those survivors only managed to return to reality by escaping through the creepy, paint-splattered empty portrait frame left behind after the clown had departed. Notes that because the layout, portrait size, and frame design differed completely in every survivor's testimony, the only way to find the correct exit is through endless, exhausting trial and error. Chief Lee maliciously imagines the team's inevitable doom, picturing them screaming in terror as they desperately try to wake up, shake off, and fight against a towering, nightmarish clown with a giant red cross on its face. Wearing a sinister, red-lit grin, Chief Lee gloats over the fact that with no way to know which portrait is real, the team will run in circles, sweating blood until one or two of them inevitably die. Suddenly, Chief Lee's smug face completely shatters as a swirling vortex of energy erupts right behind his chair, and the energetic red-haired teammate leaps through, loudly celebrating their successful escape. Chief Lee's jaw drops and a cold sweat pours down his face as he freezes in utter shock, his eyes bulging at the impossible sight. In the background, Chief Lee stares in disbelieving silence as the rest of the team gathers around the protagonist in a shower of celebratory sparkles, offering to buy him coffee and snacks while wondering if it's already time to go home. Chief Lee's mind completely breaks when he looks at the office clock showing 2:41 p.m., realizing with absolute horror that they cleared the entire darkness and returned in less than 30 minutes. The silver-haired researcher leaps up with wide, excited eyes, demanding to know how they escaped so fast and asking if the lizard manager's signature brute force method worked its magic again. In a pair of cute chibi speech bubbles, the lizard manager firmly says no, while the purple-haired colleague proudly declares that their talented youngest recruit did everything himself. Standing calmly amidst the commotion, the handsome protagonist holds up a mysterious black wooden branch with a cool, collected expression, quietly greeting his colleagues. The silver-haired researcher gasps in wonder, recalling that the impressive recruit had shown similarly amazing capabilities on his very first day on the job. Sitting in the shadows, Chief Lee glares intensely through his glasses, his face dark with silent, burning jealousy and suspicion. The researcher warmly asks the protagonist to explain the exact mechanism behind their record-breaking escape, and the protagonist politely agrees, standing before a desk covered in anomalous dark cards. The protagonist begins his brilliant explanation by pointing out that the title of the video ad they watched to enter the darkness was "Pierrot Hates You." He explains that the key to solving the anomaly lies in a common cultural blind spot. In Korea, both pierrots and clowns are referred to by the same word, even though they are fundamentally different. A colorful illustration shows a classic cheerful clown wearing bright makeup, juggling glowing spheres while balancing playfully on a large striped ball to make people laugh. In contrast, a melancholic monochrome panel shows a traditional French-style Pierrot, characterized by white makeup, a ruffled collar, and a single painted tear on a sad, downcast face. Pointing out a lone, sad figure standing under a spotlight amidst a crowd of terrifying clowns, the protagonist explains that the title "Pierrot Hates You" was the ultimate hint, meaning the Pierrot was the only entity that wouldn't actively chase them. To prove his brilliant theory, the protagonist simply had to search the gallery for a portrait featuring monochrome makeup rather than colorful clown paint. Standing safely 3 meters away to avoid triggering any traps, the protagonist used his customizable remote control glove to safely touch the sad Pierrot's portrait from a distance. As a result of his clever strategy, the sad Pierrot quietly and peacefully vanished from the canvas, leaving behind the empty frame that served as their exit portal. The protagonist calmly finishes his explanation, standing tall and professional as his colleagues listen in rapt silence. A dramatic split panel shows Chief Lee sweating profusely in sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend how a brand new recruit constructed a flawless theory and cleared a deadly anomaly in just 30 minutes. The silver-haired researcher suddenly raises a finger, squinting his eyes as a critical question crosses his mind. He points out that according to past records, shining any light in the gallery causes all the clowns to jump out, asking how the protagonist managed to identify the monochrome makeup in absolute darkness. The protagonist calmly explains that light wasn't necessary because their terrifyingly powerful lizard manager could simply see right through the dark with his glowing, monstrous red eyes. A cute chibi hat of the protagonist pops up as he mentions that thanks to a notebook lent by Chief Park, he has already drafted a complete manual prototype for this anomaly.
The silver-haired researcher gladly receives the blue notebook from the protagonist's gloved hand, smiling warmly at his incredible efficiency. Flipping open the notebook, the researcher is left completely speechless by the meticulous diagrams and detailed analysis compiled solely from a brief preliminary report. Sitting nearby, Chief Lee looks completely horrified and physically sick, his mouth hanging open as his jealousy turns into pure, trembling dread. Staring at the shadow of a ticking clock, Chief Lee's mind completely short-circuits as he tries to process how a mere rookie could pull off a 30-minute clear and write a perfect theory manual in such an extreme situation. Glancing sideways at the protagonist's calm, handsome profile, Chief Lee shivers in terror, genuinely questioning if the recruit is even human or some kind of terrifying monster. A brown-haired colleague walks up to the desk to ask the lizard manager for the anomalous item they brought back from the darkness, while Chief Lee sits completely catatonic in the background. The colleague holds up a crumpled white ruffled collar, curiously asking what the strange object is. In a hilarious flashback, the protagonist explains that when the Puro tried to crawl away backward to escape, the massive lizard manager, flaring with a terrifying red aura and glowing eyes, ruthlessly lunged forward and snatched the collar right off its neck. Chief Lee is left staring blankly into space, his brain completely fried as he realizes that the entire exploration team is made up of absolute monsters. Standing in the sleek, modern research laboratory, the silver-haired researcher turns his back to Kim Solium, who looks on with a calm and silent expression. A plain speech bubble appears against a speckled gray background, identifying the protagonist as new recruit Kim Solium. Looking at the newcomer from behind, the silver-haired researcher inquires, "Did you happen to get a business card or something?" Solium, looking slightly caught off guard, responds that since he is still a new recruit, his official business cards haven't even been printed yet. Leaning forward with a cunning, knowing smile behind his glasses, the silver-haired researcher dismisses Solium's literal answer, saying, "Not that. You know what I mean." Against a clean white background, the researcher's words are repeated in a single, prominent bubble. "Not that. You know what I mean." A close-up of Kim Solium shows his eyes narrowing slightly as he looks on in silence, trying to decipher his colleague's true intentions. Solium suddenly recalls a glowing white business card appearing before him, wondering to himself, "Something else besides mine?" It flashes in his memory, the small business card with a phone number tucked inside an envelope. Solium realizes with a shock that it is the business card he received during orientation. The researcher urges Solemn to give that phone number a call if he wants to earn points faster, while Solemn looks back with suspicion, wondering how his colleague could possibly know about the card. In a humorous chibi-style sequence, Solium immediately shuts down the suggestion with a flat, "No thanks," leaving the researcher sweating and asking, "Oh, really?" in front of a pumpkin-themed sign. Chibi researcher Guac happily hops after Solium, playfully asking if there is a specific reason why he won't call, while Solium walks away in silent exasperation. Dramatic shadows loom behind Solium as he admits to himself that he is simply scared. He explains that earning points faster means being thrown straight into terrifying, high-ranking ghost stories. Depressed and pixelated with stress, Solium feels physically damaged just thinking about it, with Reason of Insomnia 1 alerts constantly popping up as Guac looks on with a question mark. A bright orange text box with stars highlights the sweet spot of his current situation. Currently, just clearing low-rank darkness grants the triple-point event bonus. Affirming his decision to stay safe, Solium thinks, "I'll pass on any scarier events than this," while chibi versions of a ghost and a sad clown ask each other if they were really that terrifying. Phone screen displays the specialized interface, Darkness Exploration Records, Ghost Stories for Cowards Only, visible only to Kim Solium, as Solium declares that he is definitely settling for the sweet event. Clenching his smartphone with a confident glare, Solium stands proud in front of glowing digital lines, boasting, "Because I have my Ghost Story Wiki." The manhwa's stylized title card pops up over blurred documents with clear NP game-style notifications. Amid a celebratory shower of sparkles and blooming red roses, the system announces, "Team D has finished clearing the new darkness. The clearance time is 1 hour and 15 minutes, as Solium and his team walk out victoriously." Other employees look on in awe and gossip as Solium passes by, noting that Team D cleared another darkness in barely an hour, predicting they will end up writing the entire survival manual themselves. Standing tall, the blue-haired teammate smugly smiles and takes credit, saying, "Thanks to Deer, we've cleared 12 new darknesses in just 1 month." Narrative bubble overlays a massive letter D, humorously translating the teammate's inner thoughts. "Leading me, my ass. We're just enjoying the free ride." The brown-haired teammate excitedly thrusts his phone forward, showing his accumulated monthly point, 5,200 P, and cheering that he has already earned over 5,000 points. As his teammates celebrate Rodeer's historic clearance speed, Chibi Solium stands quietly between them, suddenly realizing that he hasn't met any of the other new recruits from his batch yet. A dark speech bubble appears, recalling a past conversation. "Hey, I heard you're going on a darkness exploration tomorrow." Solium's eyes glow with a cold crimson light in a flashback, remembering how he provoked another recruit with a twisted grin to maintain his crazy bastard persona, asking if they wanted to bet on how many civilians died. Returning to the present, Rodeer sits at her desk and asks Solium to take a seat, to which he politely complies, addressing her as assistant manager. Looking over various successful clearance reports, Rodeer notes that Solium's performance has been standing out so much that the higher-ups are likely keeping a close eye on him. Resting her chin on her hand, Rodeer warns Solium with a serious look, advising him to let them know immediately if he receives any strange offers. Solium quietly agrees, realizing that standing out in this company is inevitable, while Rodeer reassures him that the team and the manager will cover for him when needed. The white-haired researcher's sly grin flashes in Solium's mind as he resolves to endure whatever contact or pressure comes his way. Looking at a map pinned with warning signs and sticky notes, Solium comforts himself with the thought that standard corporate rules prevent assigning high-risk tasks to a new recruit, meaning things won't get any harder than they are now. A digital clock marks 1:15:00 as the announcement of another quick escape echoes through the lab, causing Chief Lee to grind his teeth in bitter jealousy over how easily Team D earns points compared to the research staff. Standing right behind Chief Lee, Manager Guak smiles playfully and adds fuel to the fire, commenting on how unfair it is that research staff don't receive hazard pay. Chief Lee jumps in his chair with a start, yelling, "Manager Guak," as Guak casually asks if they really need a large group of people for the upcoming darkness. Turning around with a nervous sweat drop, Chief Lee confirms that they need 10 people, prompting Guak to realize it will be a major collaborative team project. Guak reviews the dispatch sheet and begins circling the selected groups with a red pen, listing them out: Team A, Team D, and Team Y. Leaning in close, Guak lets out a sigh of mock disappointment, saying, "What a shame," which instantly makes Chief Lee look up in confusion. A glowing white queen chess piece marked with A stands in the foreground as Guak points out that Team D had a bright future, but now they are being sent in alongside Team A. Chief Lee looks worried, asking if there's an issue since Team A consists of elite members, but Guak smiles knowingly and asks if Lee has forgotten how the company truly operates. Pointing to a complex grid of assigned teams on a clipboard, Guak explains that in this company, just like any other, certain dynamics are unavoidable. A towering chess piece stands alone in the dark as Guak's voice echoes with a chilling truth. Some tasks require sacrifices. Fallen chess pieces drift away in a dark, swirling void as Chief Lee's face twists into a malicious, satisfied grin, whispering a soft, wicked, "Ah." A close-up of the official field exploration team list shows the circled Team D section containing the names of Manager Lee, the assistant manager, team leader Park, and employee Kim Solium. A round speech bubble floats in front of a blurred document, agreeing with a soft, "Now that you mention it, that's true." The scene shifts to a high-angle shot of the bright office windows, where a voice politely calls out, "Hello there." Kim Solium freezes in utter shock, his eyes wide as he finds himself wearing a black mask over his eyes and curved gray horns on his head. Looking down at the office, a large group of colleagues are gathered, all wearing identical black masks and various types of horns as they prepare for the team mission. Wearing his mask and horns, Solium asks if they are entering the darkness with other teams today, and Rodeer, similarly masked and sporting animal ears, confirms that it seems so. A hand reaches out to tap a neat row of colorful file binders on a shelf, murmuring a quiet, satisfied, "Aha!" A tall, handsome man wearing a dark suit, a green domino mask, and stylish blonde hair looks down with a suave, charming smile. Below him, Kim Solium stands wearing his own black mask with dark horns, completely taken aback as an exclamation bubble pops up beside his head. Solium shifts his gaze sideways in a close-up, noting the stranger's gold-bordered mask with deep suspicion. He thinks to himself, "Gold?" while greeting the colleague with a calm, formal, "Yes, hello." Leaning in slightly, the blonde-haired man wears a patronizing, sly grin behind his gold-trimmed mask, saying warmly, "You're a young man with a bright future ahead of you. Let's catch up sometime if the opportunity arises." The blonde-haired man turns around and strolls back toward the conference table, where other uniquely masked colleagues are waiting. He asks Solium, "Do you see those employees wearing gold masks over there?" Standing close behind Solium, the blue-haired teammate Rodeer wears a dark mask with bird-like features and advises him with a serious expression, "Keep a close eye on them." Solium observes the elite group, which includes a woman wearing a vibrant, colorful butterfly mask, the blonde-haired man, and another teammate with a green, insect-like mask. The blue-haired teammate explains they're the members of Team A. Solium continues scanning the room as his teammate adds, and while the panel shifts downward to show a separate group sitting on a bench in the shadows, the ones wearing masks without gold marks are Team Y. A teammate wearing a raccoon mask holds a phone to his ear and looks nervously towards Solium, calling out, "Roe dear," as Solium listens intently in the foreground. The camera focuses on a long-haired teammate from Team Y from behind. The raccoon-masked colleague explains, the one who leads Team Y isn't a manager, but a regular employee. Looking deeply concerned, the raccoon-masked teammate warns, and just keep a moderate distance from Team Y. Solium's eyes narrow as he registers the warning. A side profile reveals the mysterious leader of Team Y, whose long, light brown hair falls around a mask fitted with a dark horn. He looks down with a solemn, melancholic expression. A monochromatic flashback recalls the same long-haired Team Y leader looking exhausted and sweaty. A narration box remembers that person back at the welcome party, while a thought bubble asks, is it possible to bring a dead people back to life? Back in the present, the raccoon-masked teammate wraps up his warning, saying, I'll tell you the reason later if you're curious, but for now. To which Solium calmly responds, understood. For now. To which Solium calmly responds, understood. In a hilarious chibi-style scene, the raccoon-masked colleague bursts into dramatic tears of admiration, crying, our road deer is such a good listener. He's exactly like a more quick-witted version of the manager, leaving Chibi Solium sweating and thinking, huh, is that a compliment? A sudden loud clap echoes through the briefing room with a dramatic sound effect, followed by a voice calling out, all right, everyone, please take your seats. The silver-haired researcher, Manager Guac, stands at the front of the room wearing his white lab coat and glasses, clapping his hands together with an overly cheerful smile as he announces, I actually have very little to tell you about this one. The blonde leader of Team A raises a skeptical brow, asking, what does that mean, Manager Guac? Are you saying the research team doesn't know anything either? Below, other employees look tense, and the raccoon-masked teammate whispers a warning, sir, to his partner. Kim Solium stands silently, his expression unreadable behind his black-horned mask as he senses a deep impending danger. A close-up of Manager Guac's smiling face, his glasses gleam with a sharp, knowing light, hinting that there is much more to the situation than he is letting on. Against a pitch-black background scattered with scraps of paper marked with red warning X's, a prominent bubble delivers a chilling piece of information. We only have one piece of information regarding a civilian escape. A grim table displaying the dark history of the anomaly is revealed, showing a sequence of failed cases. Case 53, all dead. Case 54, all dead. Case 55, all dead. Case 56, partial survival, marked in blood red, followed by Case 57, all dead, and Case 58, all dead. As Solium looks down in deep thought, Manager Guac's slyly smiling face is visible. The text bubble explains, required entry count, 10 or more people. A large bubble overlaying a shadowy gray map of the world dramatically declares, I will now begin the large-scale darkness briefing. A playful transitional review header reads, Bonus, Review, starting with the bubble, Working at a Ghost Story. A cute chibi-style drawing of Kim Solium features him rating his workplace. The review reads, Company isn't so bad, the food is good, giving the company 3 out of 5 stars under a document labeled Ghost Story Co. Ltd. Pixelated vintage newspaper headline is displayed, reading all 12 students missing during a club retreat, whereabouts unknown. The text box explains, all 12 college students have gone missing while playing a board game during a club retreat at the Hanmayum Gadok Pension in Gangwon Province. The colorful box cover of a board game titled Gaiety Theme Park, A Joyful Fantasy Trip is shown, depicting a whimsical carnival. Narration boxes explain, the board game goes by the trademark Gaiety Theme Park and is presumed to have been developed by Gaiety Lab. A dark, sketch-like illustration of the Hanmayum Gadok pension appears. The boxes narrate, the survivors explain that the board game was already inside the pension. The pension owner denied this claim. Floating against a blood-splattered dark background are student ID cards from Carrot University. A grim tally lists survivors 4, missing 1, deceased 7, while the narration boxes describe how the traumatized survivors claimed they had been trapped inside a theme park within the board game, exhibiting severe symptoms like delirium, PTSD, and mild neurosis. Kim Solium reviews the files, flipping a page with a sharp sound as he mutters, "It was about time for this to show up." Slamming a heavy yellow box down onto the table with an energetic clatter, Manager Guac smiles brightly and says, "Still, doesn't this mean the research team managed to figure out a way to enter despite these poor conditions?"
With a dramatic flourish, the white-scaled lizard manager stands behind the elite Team A leader, while Guac holds out a strange spherical capsule with a keyhole on the front, presenting it with a playful ta-da. A collection of the spherical capsules lies inside the box. A thought bubble reads, "We're dividing into new teams?" While Guac explains, "We'll be dividing the teams based on the color of the playing pieces inside the capsules. There are 3 colors." Solium looks down at the black and white patterned capsule in his hand as his blue-haired teammate stands tensely behind him. Solium realizes that means they're going to mix up the people here.
Kim Solum opens his capsule and a bright red glow emanates as he pulls out a tiny crimson-colored board game token. Holding the red pawn up in his hand, Solum thinks with a frown, why did it have to be a red piece? The colors aren't that important in this ghost story, but it's an ominous color in the world of ghost stories, so I don't feel too good about it.
The towering lizard manager holding a folder states firmly, "Now once you unfold the game board, you will enter the darkness."
A cute, comedic chibi panel shows the lizard manager holding open the board game as Guac, the blonde Team A leader, and other confused employees surround him with massive orange question marks floating over their heads. Looking around the room, Solium notices the other players and thinks to himself, wait, the other pieces have 4 people each?
A split screen reveals the long-haired leader of Team Y on the left and the butterfly-masked woman from Team A on the right, both holding identical red pawns. Solium ponders, but there are only 3 red pieces, including mine, aren't there?
Turning to Guac, the lizard manager points out, it seems we can't enter with 11 people. We have to gather 12 people, like in the civilian records, and try to enter again. Slyly lifting his own capsule, Manager Guac smiles with a mischievous grin and says, ah, that? Across the room, a tall, unsuspecting researcher in a lab coat stands by the bookshelves, completely unaware that he is about to be dragged into a nightmare. Suddenly, a capsule is tossed at the researcher, and he frantically fumbles and juggles it in his hands, crying out in confusion. Huh? Capsule pops open midair, dropping the small, bright red board game piece right into the researcher's open palm with a satisfying click. Panic erupts as the butterfly-masked woman and the Team Y leader look on in shock. The poor researcher sweats profusely, trembling in absolute terror as he stammers, I drew, while a thought bubble with a red question mark hovers above. A vibrant rainbow-colored vortex suddenly rips open the floor right beneath the researcher's feet, swallowing the room as he screams, "One?" A flashy pastel-themed logo featuring a roller coaster and a Ferris wheel appears in the center of a swirling rainbow void, reading, "Departing for Fantasyland." The researcher screams in absolute raw terror as he is pulled upside down head-first into the swirling, multicolored spatial warp portal. The terrifying gravity of the portal drags the rest of the teams, including the butterfly-masked woman, the blonde Team A leader, the blue-haired teammate, and the raccoon-masked teammate, down into the glowing rainbow darkness as they begin their dangerous descent. With a dramatic cracking sound effect, someone steps down forcefully as a loud scream of "Ah!" echoes in a jagged speech bubble above. Smiling brightly with a cheerful expression, Manager Guac, the researcher with silver hair, glasses, and a lab coat, bids the team farewell, saying, "Have a fun trip." Kim Solium, wearing his black horned mask, falls through a colorful, swirling rainbow spatial vortex, looking back with a grim, disapproving expression as he thinks, that guy. In a first-person view, hands are shown reaching down toward red floor tiles as liquid droplets fall down with a soft dripping sound effect. Clutching his mouth in absolute terror, the young researcher cries out, "Ugh!" in fear, while behind him, the long-haired Team Y leader stands silently in his dark-horned mask with a giant Ferris wheel towering in the background. A beautiful scenic view of Gaiety Theme Park opens up under a clear blue sky, with a castle, roller coaster tracks, and red balloons floating into the air as musical notes drift by. Kim Solum stands in the foreground, taking in the whimsical landscape. A multi-panel scene shows different parts of the amusement park, giant orange and white rabbit mascots smiling cheerfully at the top, characters walking past a Ferris wheel in the middle, and the long-haired Team Y leader looking down solemnly at the bottom. A single red balloon floats peacefully into the bright blue sky above the amusement park buildings, as a horn on the left hints at a character observing it amidst floating musical notes. Looking around the vast, colorful amusement park, Kim Solium stands beside another colleague and mutters in his thoughts, "Gaiety Theme Park?" Standing beneath a massive, glowing red balloon, the butterfly-masked woman from Team A looks resolute as a narration box explains, a large group, including the elite Team A, was deployed. A side profile reveals the long-haired Team Y leader looking solemn as the narration box continues. However, the teams deployed alongside them weren't other elite teams, but Team D and Team Y.
The inexperienced researcher lies face down on the pattern floor, clutching his head in absolute panic as the narration box explains, and the additional personnel was a researcher with absolutely no exploration experience. Against a dark, vertically striped background, a jagged white dialogue burst emphasizes the dark reality of the mission. This exploration isn't aiming for a clear with the maximum number of survivors. Sketch-like silhouettes of the team members are crossed out with red warning X's on a dark background, while glowing red text delivers a chilling revelation. It's a setup meant to kill everyone except Team A. Red balloons float high above the medieval-style castle of the amusement park as cheerful screaming sound effects and musical notes fill the air. Kim Solom clenches his fist with a sharp sound effect, ... looking down thoughtfully as red balloons and music notes drift around him. Solom looks down at his wrist, which is fitted with a red and white amusement park admission band reading Fantasyland, thinking to himself, it's here, as expected. A virtual database screen titled Darkness Exploration Records Ghost Story Gaiety Theme Park reveals its details, showing a B-rank classification and explaining that players can return home by using 3 large attractions. Solium's thoughts note it became more famous for the appendix titled Gaiety Theme Park User Guide, written by the people who played this board game in a state of delirium. In this ghost story, a silhouette of a dark castle sits on top of a red cube marked with a B, accompanied by the grim texts, is a B-rank darkness, and civilian survival rate is 2. Solium continues analyzing the situation, thinking the survivors probably only made it out because they were lucky. And I think the people in Team D are going to be in danger, when suddenly a shaky speech bubble gasps nearby. Solium's eyes widen in alarm as a loud, frantic sound effect, ARG, rips through the cheerful background music. The terrified researcher cries hysterically under the bright sky, clutching his head in panic as he screams, "Let me out! Let me out!" In the background, rabbit-costumed mascots wave cheerfully, contrasting with the dark, jagged speech bubble screaming, "This is wrong, this is fucking wrong," while Solium watches with a shocked expression. A close-up shows a hand forcefully clamping down over the researcher's mouth with a muffled sound effect, glub, accompanied by a commanding bubble, "Quiet!" Covering the panicking researcher's mouth from behind, Solium leans in and commands with a sweating, serious face, "Be quiet." A tight close-up focuses on the researcher's sweating, wide-eyed face of terror as a hand firmly silences him. A giant, creepy, rabbit-costumed mascot with wide, unblinking eyes stares directly at them from the darkness, surrounded by several other identical mascots. Looking through a dark gap between trees, several eerie rabbit mascots are visible standing in the distance under a dimly lit night sky. Through a window frame, several creepy rabbit mascots peer inside from the darkness with wide, unnerving grins. A bright, sunny scene of the park features floating balloons, including a pink rabbit-shaped one, as rabbit mascots walk around and interact with visitors amidst drifting music notes. Solium lets go of the researcher, who collapses onto the ground in exhaustion, while Solium stands over him in a tense, silent pause, indicated by Solium turns his head quickly with a rustling sound effect, noticing a long strand of purple hair sweeping past him. In a dramatic split panel, the top shows a violent strike hitting the long-haired Team Y leader with a splash of blood, while the bottom panel reveals the butterfly-masked woman executing a powerful roundhouse kick as Solium watches in shock. The struck researcher rolls onto the ground with a painful groan, and rolling sound effects, blow. Looking down coldly and ruthlessly, the butterfly-masked woman, Jin Na Sol, declares with a dark, threatening aura, "And I'll start by killing you." In the top panel, Solium stands over the sweating researcher, asking, "Got it?" as the researcher nods frantically with a "s" sound effect. In the bottom panel, Solium recalls a warm memory of the researcher smiling happily alongside his teammates and a white lizard manager. Solium looks at the trembling researcher with a solemn, pitying gaze, while an eerie rabbit mascot waves in the background. A bright poster displays the logo for Gaiety Theme Park, a joyful fantasy trip, followed by a document titled Gaiety Theme Park User Guide, stating Rule 3. Please refrain from expressing negative and extreme emotions such as crying, wailing, or screaming. They do not suit Gaiety Theme Park. A chibi-style flashback shows Manager Guac smiling cheerfully beside a gashapon machine labeled Fun Utopia, telling the team, "Now line up and give it a spin." Inside the gashapon machine, cute capsules with toy figures are visible as a dialogue bubble notes, "It's expensive." Back in the present, the butterfly-masked woman turns to Solium and asks, "You there? You're the entrance exam's top graduate, right?" She looks at him with a composed expression and acknowledges, "Your judgment wasn't bad." Solium politely responds, "Ah, thank you. Assistant Manager Butterfly Mask?" She replies, "Just call me Assistant Manager Jin. It's more convenient that way." To which he agrees, Ah, yes, understood. Solem watches her walk away, thinking to himself, Assistant Manager Jin, and that ruthless behavior from earlier, and that unusual last name. Against a dark background filled with clock gears and ink splatters, a thought bubble asks, could she be Assistant Manager Jin Na-sol? Several documents reveal her brutal deeds, confirming, if I remember correctly, she's a highly competent and ruthless employee. A high-angle shot shows Jin Na-sol adjusting her tie and flaunting her long, colorful metallic claws as a narration box notes, it means giving up on her humanity to a certain extent. Close-up of Solium's eyes as Jin Na-sol asks him directly, did you get your exclusive equipment? A monochromatic flashback panel depicts Solium extending his hand to demonstrate his item. Yes, it's a finger that allows for remote touch. It has activation conditions and a time limit. Back in the present, Solium asks, by any chance, could you tell me what your equipment is as well, Assistant Manager? She pauses thoughtfully before deciding to share, since you seem like you'll be useful. A close-up of Jin Na-sol's hand reveals incredibly sharp, long metallic fingernails with a thin thread attached to one. As she explains, it's these fingernails, they can grow endlessly, and they're pretty sturdy. Assistant Manager Jin Na-sol executes a sweeping roundhouse kick, her colorful butterfly mask catching the light. Down below, the inexperienced researcher cowers on the brick floor in absolute terror, sweating profusely as a sharp cracking sound effect reverberates through the air. Jin Na-sol's devastating strike sends the terrified researcher flying backward with a painful crash, exclamation, his frantic scream of "ah!" ripping through the cheerful theme park atmosphere. Kim Solem, wearing his dark-horned mask, watches the brutal display in silence.
Smiling coldly behind her butterfly mask, Jin Na-sol calmly adjusts her tie, showing off her razor-sharp metallic claws. Looking down with complete disdain, she ruthlessly declares that these measures are perfect for clearing out annoying dead weight.
Lying flat on his back on the patterned tiles, the researcher stares blankly at the sky with a dizzy scribble floating above his head. Trembling and utterly dazed, he weakly mutters, "What just happened?"
Turning his head quickly as Jin Na-sol walks past, the long-haired Team Y leader Jang Hyun looks bewildered. Sweating under his horned mask, he asks Solium in confusion, what on earth is exclusive equipment?
Kim Solium stands quietly, his face partially obscured by his dark horned mask. He remains silent as a single ellipsis bubble, ... floats beside him, with the massive Ferris wheel of Gaiety Theme Park towering in the background under a clear sky. Thanks for the explanation, Solium. A cheerful voice echoes as red balloons and sparkling musical notes float into the bright blue sky. On the ground, a creepy rabbit mascot smiles widely while holding a striped box of popcorn as other mascots walk in the distance. Walking side by side along the red-tiled path, Jang Hyun looks down at Solium gratefully, saying, "Thanks to you, I finally understand what exclusive equipment is." Solium politely replies that it was no trouble at all, prompting Jang Hyun to ask for his name. A close-up reveals Jang Hae-yoon's gentle expression as he introduces himself. I'm Jang Hae-yoon from Team Y. Solem warmly responds, nice to meet you. I'm Kim Solem from Team D, though he internally notes that it seems Hae-yoon already knew who he was. As red balloons drift peacefully above them, Jang Hye-yoon admits that this is his very first time being deployed to a darkness on such a massive scale. Walking beside him, Solium looks ahead and softly replies, me too. Jin Na-sol's long purple ponytail sways as she walks ahead of the group. Glancing back slightly, she asks, Solium, what kind of darkness did you face before? While a quiet ellipsis lingers in the air. Against a textured gray background, a single stark dialogue bubble appears, revealing Solium's simple and direct answer, cow mask. Suddenly, a commanding, glowing bubble rips through the air, shouting, raise your left hand. With a violent flash and a sharp sound effect, exclamation point, Jang Hyun's left arm is forcefully jerked high into the air against his will, leaving him shocked and sweating in alarm. In the upper panel, the researcher clutches his arms in absolute terror as he tearfully gasps, my hand. In the lower panel, a close-up focuses on Hae-yoon's sweating, wide-eyed face as he looks down in horror, thinking, why is it moving on its own? Staring down with an incredibly cold and menacing gaze, Jin Na-sol stands beneath a bright sky filled with balloons. Her voice is devoid of sympathy as she chillingly reveals the truth. Because you are in the cleanup team. Jang Hye-yoon grits his teeth in deep despair as Solium looks on with concern. A series of jagged speech bubbles and narration boxes deliver a crushing blow. Team Y is a cleanup team, a team made of people who have flaws that make them disqualified from exploration. Against the dark, blood-splattered background, virtual database text defines their cruel reality. A field exploration team consisting of recruits who pass the entrance exam but have flaws making them unfit for normal exploration. They are mainly deployed to test special situations, typically designated by the last three letters of the alphabet, XYZ. A golden, glowing pyramid graphic details the company hierarchy, explaining the DaydreamCo.ltd field exploration team is categorized alphabetically. A, B, and C are the elite teams. Below the golden tiers, a cold metallic letter E sits against a dark, blood-stained texture, accompanied by the grim narration. D through W are normal teams. Against a pitch-black background streaked with dark red blood, a stark narration box reveals the horrifying truth of their existence. The cleanup team used as parts for the elite team. Sweat drips down Soliam's face as he stands in front of the giant Ferris wheel. He looks down grimly, thinking, inside darkness, the cleanup team must unconditionally obey the orders of the elite team. Seeing it in person, it's really... Pointing her long, sharp, metallic fingernail at Haeyoon, whose arm is still pinned high in the air, Jin Nasol declares ruthlessly, "These guys are spare lives given to the elite team." A tight close-up focuses on Jin Nasol's glowing pink eye behind her butterfly mask. Her voice is deadly quiet as she whispers a chilling warning. They're going to die here anyway, so don't waste your time making friends. Standing helplessly with his arm raised, Jang Hee-eun looks down with a sweating, defeated expression as Jin Nasol's voice continues to echo. As the top graduate, you actually have potential, unlike them. A close-up of a shoe stepping firmly onto the red floor tiles is accompanied by Soliam's steady, resolute voice as he replies, "Assistant Manager Jin, I'm sorry, but even if you say that." In a split-panel scene, Soliam suddenly points ahead and alerts the team, "Over there!" Jin Nasol gasps in surprise with an exclamation mark, "I," while below, Hyun looks up with wide, sweating eyes as the atmosphere suddenly shifts. A close-up panel captures the sheer terror in Haeyeon's single, wide-open eye as musical notes drift silently around his sweating face. A giant red ribbon-like banner stretches across a massive, whimsical poster of rabbit mascots, reading, "Theme Park, a fun trip to Fantasyland, joyful theme park." Jin Nasol stands solemnly in front of it, surrounded by drifting confetti. Under a shower of colorful confetti and floating musical notes, Soliam tilts his head back, his dark eyes filled with apprehension as he mutters, "I think the parade." A massive, glowing yellow archway bursts with bright sparkles as cheerful rabbit mascots dance on top of a parade float. A dark, bleeding dialogue bubble looming above delivers an ominous warning: is starting. Sweat pouring down his face, the young researcher in his white lab coat looks incredibly uneasy, forced to smile weakly as he asks in fear, "What is this?" A marching band of cute rabbit mascots dressed in red coats marches forward, playing trumpets and brass instruments under a shower of fireworks and confetti. A speech bubble notes in disbelief, "It's more normal than I expected." Atop a spectacular parade float covered in turning brass gears, a rabbit mascot in a striped suit and a top hat dances joyfully as fireworks shoot brilliant golden sparks into the sky. A massive, jagged speech bubble booms across the theme park. "Welcome to Fantasyland, everyone!" Solemn stands firmly in the foreground, while behind him, the researcher jumps in absolute fright, crying out, "Eek!" in panic. A high-angle view shows the parade route marked by a thick red line, with mascots interacting with visitors under floating confetti. Large, cheerful speech bubbles command, "Please welcome the parade with a bright smile. The parade train runs with your smiles," while Soliam watches silently from below. A close-up shows a hand clenching into a tight, trembling fist with a sharp creaking sound effect as a cheerful dialogue bubble overhead entreats, "So join us." Colorful confetti and streamers rain down against a soft, glowing sky as a large, jagged speech bubble instructs, "Enjoy the parade with a smile." A female rabbit mascot in a fancy pink gown waves a golden crown-topped scepter with a wide, unblinking smile. A red narration box below whispers a chilling plea, "Please enjoy it." With a loud bang sound effect, a giant carrot prop bursts open, showering candy and confetti everywhere. Red text boxes drift alongside the sweets, pleading, "Please, with a smile," and "with a smile." Sparkling gemstones, wrapped candies, and colorful confetti drift down from the blue sky. Red text boxes break apart the words Lee, Smy, Lee, and Smile as Jang Helan looks up at the colorful rain in silence. The bright scene suddenly darkens as splatters of dark red blood and black ink stain the sky. A blood-red narration box appears with a single trembling word, "red." Something wet hits Hyewon's cheek with a soft sound effect, and he reaches up to touch it. Red narration boxes warn, "Enjoy with a red and please enjoy it, no matter what." Looking down at his finger, Haeyeon is horrified to find it coated in thick, dark blood, thinking in utter shock, "What is this?" as blood droplets rain down around him. Splattered text boxes whisper, "No matter what," and "happy."
Candy and confetti continue to drift peacefully around Jin Na-sol, but a tight close-up of her face reveals a cold sweat dripping down her cheek as she stares ahead in shock. Rabbit mascot dressed in a sparkling blue suit and bow tie dances energetically, waving its scepter amidst glittering lights and floating candy. A terrifying close-up reveals a rabbit mascot smiling widely, its eyes completely bloodshot with prominent red veins as it stares directly ahead. With a wet, tearing sound effect, the rabbit mascot skull suddenly splits wide open from the top, revealing a horrifying mass of black and pink candy stuffed inside its brain cavity. The mascots on the parade float are suddenly torn apart, spraying dark blood and black silhouettes across the sky. Large, bloody painted text screams, "Always with a smile," as Haeun watches the gruesome sight from behind in absolute horror. Blood droplets, confetti, and wrapped candies rain down over Kim So-lim. Standing perfectly still in his horned mask, he stares forward silently as the scene descends into madness. Against the blood-splattered sandy ground, a single severed eyeball rolls slowly away with a soft rolling sound effect, leaving behind a trail of dark, splattered blood. A severed eyeball rolls slowly across the blood-splattered brick path, surrounded by scattered confetti and candy wrappers as cheerful parade music continues to drift through the grim scene. A close-up reveals Kim So-lim's wide-eyed expression behind his mask, looking down in complete shock and horror as the colorful notes of the parade music drift mockingly through the air. Standing behind a safety tape barrier, So-lim looks down at the blood-stained floor tiles where a severed eyeball rests in a puddle of blood. Overhead, a cheerful bubble warns them, "Please enjoy the parade." Against a bright blue sky filled with floating candy and colorful confetti, a stylized sound effect cuts through the air as the eerie sound of celebratory cheers echoes loudly. A red balloon drifts past a blood-covered pedestal with Gaiety Theme Park's castle towering in the background. A blood-red narration box delivers a chilling rule: "Please cheer with a happy face." A bright spotlight shines down against the dark sky, highlighting a colorful, neon-lit sign that reads "Theme Park," with a cartoon sun mascot smiling cheerfully from the top. A red guide panel titled Gaiety Theme Park User Guide, applicable up to Exploration Record number 64, outlines rule number 7. Please cheer for the parade with a joyful face. Everything that happens during the Gaiety Theme Park parade is joyful and never negative. It is absolutely, positively never negative. A retro game UI display shows Na-sol's health bar and 3 red hearts, alongside a crying chibi representation of Jang Hyun under a jagged bubble screaming, "Spare lives." A dark card decorated with stars and crescent moons displays a decorative announcement screen informing readers about the story's continuation. A stylized title screen showcases a group of characters in school uniforms and suits under a dramatic logo, transitioning to the next part of the story. A female rabbit mascot dressed in a pink frilly gown waves her golden scepter enthusiastically amidst a flurry of sparkling stars, candies, and confetti falling from the blue sky. A sudden close-up reveals a rabbit mascot staring directly at them with wide, bloodshot eyes filled with prominent red veins, adding a deeply unsettling vibe to the happy parade. With a massive splash of blood, the mascot is violently torn apart, showering dark red fluids over Jang Hae-yun as he stands frozen in utter shock. Covered in sweat, Hyun's wide red eyes convey his absolute terror as he stares at the gruesome spectacle happening right before him, with music notes drifting around his face. A cracked, blood-smeared rabbit mascot head smiles widely in the bright light, its plastic features warped into a grotesque grin as confetti drifts past. Standing over a pool of dark blood containing severed eyeballs, a blood-red warning box reminds Haeun, "Please enjoy with a smile," as he stands upside down in despair. Sweating under his horn-adorned mask, So-lim remains quiet as the young researcher behind him covers his mouth in terror, trying desperately not to make a sound. Looking down at a blood-drenched parade float where a mangled mascot lies dead next to a severed head, So-lim thinks grimly, "This is the problem with this theme. It's an event made of things no human could smile at." Against the cracked user guide panel, a stark warning appears, emphasizing the deadly stakes. "But if you start screaming or crying, you'll get censored for violating the user guidelines." So-lim grits his teeth, sweating as he struggles to suppress his nausea and terror. He frantically thinks, "This is so scary. Don't throw up, Kim So-lim. You have to hold it in, no matter what," while letting out a quiet cough. Standing nearby, Haeun is pushed to his absolute limit, coughing violently and spitting out saliva as he desperately tries to force a hysterical laugh. Ha, 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 cough. Ha, 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 cough. Hearing the strange laughter, So-lim turns around with a sharp swoosh, causing Haeun to flinch in surprise as he tries to compose himself.
Hyun bows his head and covers his face, sweating as he weakly apologizes. I'm sorry, I'll calm down right away. Looking at his pathetic display, Solium is left utterly confused, thinking, huh? As the blood-soaked parade mascots continue marching in the distance, Solium steps forward and calmly addresses his teammate, Mr. Jang Hyun.
Staring at Hyun, who is still trembling and wiping saliva from his mouth, Solim asks him directly, "Is it hard for you to look at gore?" while Hyun remains silent.
Turning his teary, sweating face slightly towards Solium, Hyun admits his weakness in a small, trembling voice. Yes. A sudden wave of relief washes over Solium as he stares at Hyun. He rejoices internally. A fellow coward. Finally, there's someone who shares my terror in this insane situation. Suddenly, a heavy footstep slams onto the bloody ground with a loud sound effect, splashing blood droplets everywhere as a commanding presence approaches them. Walking past them with a cold look, Jin Nasal mocks them ruthlessly. Gagging over a little thing like this? Are you kidding me? Causing Haeun to look up in surprise. Turning her back to them with her hands on her hips, Jin Na-sol coldly states, "This is exactly why you got dumped to the cleanup team." Grayscale memory shows a group of masked recruits sitting in silence as Na-sol's chilling explanation continues. Do you think the company would put competent employees in the cleanup team? The cleanup team is full of losers like you. Psychos, cultists, criminals. Standing before the castle under floating red balloons, Hyo-loon looks down in deep shame as Nasol's voice rings out, "And useless goddamn cowards who can't do their jobs." Solemn looks on silently as the harsh truth settles in. It's a dumping ground for useless trash who can't do the work. Nasal walks away, dismissing their fears as she adds, "If you join the company, then you should do your job. Whining about being scared isn't something to be proud of." Hearing this, Solium begins to realize something. A memory of masked employees sits in grayscale as Solium's inner thoughts continue. I already knew the cleanup team was made of people like that. It was a narrative device to make it easier for the wiki readers to accept. After all, normal people would feel uncomfortable if they knew they were to be used as disposable game pieces. Solium's eyes widen as a shocking thought strikes him. But cowards are included. Sweat drips down his face as his mind races in absolute panic. There too? Then what about me? I'm an ultimate coward. A grayscale flashback shows a past conversation where his superior questioned his abilities. I only did it because I was scared and wanted to get out quickly. Is that something a guy who cleared it in an hour would say? Did I only get away with that slip-up because my superiors didn't believe me? This isn't just a simple weakness. The main title card for the series is shown against a red checkered floor splattered with dark blood and decorated with festive bunting banners. Refusing to be looked down on, a hand clenches tightly into a determined fist as sweat drips from the wrist. Standing his ground, Hyo-eun speaks up resolutely to Jin Na-sol as she begins to walk off. "Go by yourself, assistant manager." Stepping up to support Hyeon, Solim firmly states, "I will stay with the team," while Hyeon panics internally thinking, if it's just the two of us, she'll realize I'm a coward. In a tense confrontation, Solium gazes steadily at Na-sol behind her butterfly mask, warning her, "And if my guess is correct, you won't be able to get very far." She responds with a startled, "What?" Turning back to face them fully on the red brick path, Na-sol snaps back defensively, "Cut the crap." Before she can finish her sentence, a loud snap echoes through the air as thin, glowing red strings suddenly wrap tightly around Na-sol's neck, catching her completely off guard. Gritting her teeth, Na-sol gasps in shock and pain as she tries to resist the invisible force pulling at her throat. What the hell is? Dragged backward against her will, Na-sol struggles against the glowing red strings as Solium's thoughts explain the situation. When we entered the darkness, we all drew a game piece. Floating above Soletarum, several bright red balloons are tied to his neck with the same glowing red strings as he reveals, specifically, the red game piece. Behind him, both the researcher and Hyun are also tethered to red balloons floating above them, confirming Solium's theory. The four who drew the same color means the four of us are on the same team. On the dark ground, 4 student ID cards from Carrot University lie scattered, each with a small yellow game piece resting on top. As Solium concludes, the number of civilian survivors was also 4. They likely survived because they stuck together as a team. Standing in front of the Gaiety theme park buildings, Solium and Na-sol are shown with numerous red balloons floating above them, their strings attached to their necks. Solium suggests that they stick together as a team to clear the darkness, saying, "So assuming we must maintain our team to clear this darkness, I suggest we stick together." A close-up of Yoon's face shows him staring intently, a bead of sweat on his cheek as he thinks to himself in irritation, "This bastard!" while musical notes float in the dark background.
Behind her colorful butterfly mask, Nossel's glowing purple eye narrows in absolute shock and suspicion. She can't believe her ears, thinking in astonishment, he deduced all this from a single survival record as the red tethers pull tightly at her neck. A close-up of their legs on the checkered floor tile shows Nossel taking a step forward. She looks down and addresses Solium, saying, "I heard you're a rookie, but you talk like an expert." Facing Nossel under a bright blue sky filled with red balloons, Solium calmly explains his reasoning. "I've been deployed only to manual-less darkness for a month, so I guess I've developed a habit of making these deductions." In a simple, quiet panel, Nossel concedes to Solium's logic, stating, "You make a fair point." Hearing this, Heon gasps in surprise with a startled, "Oh!" With a soft slip sound effect, the glowing red strings around Nossel's neck loosen, allowing her to catch her breath. Turning around with her butterfly mask, she officially commands, "We'll move together," as Solium watches her closely. Standing beneath the bright sky filled with floating red balloons and drifting musical notes, Nossel turns to her teammates, Solium, Heon, and the researcher, and asks, "Any thoughts on where to go next?" Sweating slightly behind his mask, Solium is surprised by how quickly Nossel agreed. He reflects internally, is it because she only cares about efficiency? She's quick to convince. He then answers her aloud with a simple, "Yes." Solium asks Nossel, "Do you happen to remember the text written on the board game?" A visual flashback of the Gaiety theme park board game box appears, showing a Ferris wheel and castle along with a golden rule card. "Board 3 fantasy attractions with your teammates as fast as you can to claim your prize." Nossel replies confidently, "Yeah, I remember." A close-up shows Nossel's face next to a shot of her hand, showing long, painted nails and a black and orange wristband. She points out 3 attractions. There are 3 slots on the wristband, too. Agreeing with her, Solium says, "Yes, for now I think we should follow those instructions. Following the rules of the darkness usually helps us clear it." In the background, creepy rabbit mascots in suits wave with empty smiles under a Ferris wheel as a chilling voice asks, "Are you having fun?" Under a bright sky dotted with red balloons, a massive Ferris wheel towers over the theme park's European-style buildings. Solium suggests, "So how about riding an attraction first?" Nossel agrees, saying, "Reasonable enough, so which one are we riding?" A colorful, retro-style neon sign with light bulbs showcases the name of the ride, Fantasy Train, decorated with a graphic of a brown steam locomotive chugging along on tracks above an entrance sign. Looking up at the grand entrance of the attraction under a clear blue sky filled with falling confetti and red balloons, the group stands in silence as someone says, "Fantasy Train?" A chilling panel reveals a blood-smeared, hollow-eyed rabbit mascot head lying on a mound of dark, coagulated blood. Colorful confetti continues to drift mockingly past the gruesome sight. A glitched, blood-red user guide panel displays the horrific second rule of Gaiety Theme Park. Teammates of the same color must stick together, or they will be strangled and executed if they drift more than 5 meters apart. The text rapidly descends into a manic, repeating pixelated chant of pain and desperation. "It hurts. Please don't get any further away. No, it hurts." In a cute, simplified chibi bonus panel, a character with a blue butterfly mask stands holding an eggplant and a sweet potato. Behind her, a massive, sketchy face floats in the clouds, looking down with a goofy smile as text reads, "Don't go?"